though, but they do end up getting a nice little knock-up to NACL.
Win this too.
This might be a
down
penta.
a third, right onto Young, even with Principal on top of him. I think Bradley's got it. That's another one. He's got Prismal too. Pentakill to Bradley.
Hello everyone and welcome to the first day of the North American Challengers League Open Qualifiers. My name is Alan and I'm your guest host today as we dive into some pretty intense League of Legends. We got some teams all around North America looking to get a spot in the North American Challengers League. Not to mention we also got 64 teams lined up, but only 3 of them will emerge victorious from this point. Before we start our first match today, we will be casting Prosperity Esports versus Zero Animosity. And joining us today, we have our wonderful casters, Hawk and 4x4, who will break everything down for you and keep you guys in the loop. So yeah, let's bring in our casters.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Alan. Oh my goodness. Y'all, it's a new month. March 1st in the Tier 3 season. The semi-pro season in North America has finally begun. And I could not be more excited because we have the biggest tournament that has ever happened at this level of play. 64 teams, double elimination, literally hundreds of games to be played over the next 3 weeks. And I'm so excited to be here, y'all.
Yeah, Hawk, like you said, I mean, it is smelling like March. In true March Madness fashion,
Very true.
It is March. We are getting madness. 64 teams, double a limb, best of 3s all the way until the very end, and fearless draft. You couldn't stir 3 more ingredients better, in my opinion, into forming a more delicious Tier 3 gumbo that we are all going to be so fortunate to consume here. You see all the names of the teams on your screen. It is a whole lot, and this isn't even all of them. True math knowers will know 5 by 10, that doesn't make 64. We've got 14 other teams here participating in this in this tournament from all ranks of Tier 3. I mean, we have a lot to get into, like we said, with our specific match, but no matter where you're watching this stream or any of our co-streamers, you are sure to find some compelling storylines, some great gameplay. I'm just excited to get rolling, man.
Yeah, I'm super excited to be a guest host on the NACL OQ today. This is my first time being in a Tier 3 event, so it's really nice to meet you. We've got some cool teams coming up, so hopefully we can bring up our schedule to see our tentative plan for the day. As we're about to start, as I mentioned, we're going to be seeing Prosperity Esports versus Zero Animosity, but of course that's not going to be the only series that we're going to be seeing later in the day. But I wanted to talk a little bit about Prosperity Esports and Zero Animosity. Is there anything that you guys saw in these players, anything you guys are looking forward, and what's kind of like the expectations you guys have set for these teams?
I think both these teams are going to be really interesting to watch. I mean, Zero Animosity and Prosperity, if I'm being completely honest, I don't really think they're in the running to promote for the NACL, but what's so cool about a tournament like this and a format like this is for as many teams are going to really be strongly in that conversation, there are so many more teams that are just trying to prove themselves, trying to raise their stock, trying to get to that level, maybe take an upset over a favor, right? And the best part is anyone can beat anyone, and this is just the first step of the way. Alan, there's that schedule you were looking for. First matchup is that Zero Animosity Prosperity, and then later on we'll have a best of 3 from the upper bracket, so nobody gets eliminated today. But tomorrow we will have 32 teams, half of the field getting cut, which means a win to start things off here today is a really, really big bump in terms of getting towards the NACL. 5 best of series, best of 3s and best of 5s to promote through the winners bracket. If you lose this first match, it is 9 best of series between you and the NACL, and you can't lose any of them from there on out.
Yeah, that is definitely super intimidating to hear. That is so many games that these players will have to play, especially if they're not able to take these 2 wins in these series today. So it's a little bit worrisome to see how much they're going to be performing and how they're going to be playing out throughout the day. I was wondering, what are you guys looking for in terms of gameplay in the meta? I know in the LTA we've seen a lot of lane swaps, so I was wondering if you guys are going to be seeing any of that today, and maybe any of the teams will be able to adapt that type of style.
Well, the lane swaps, as I believe we're on this patch. Lane swaps are dead? ? Although we thought they were dead at one point earlier in the years, and we were proven very, very wrong. But I think
it was dead for a solid 4 or 5 years, though. Right? they did pretty successfully kill the lane swap, you know.
I'm saying a few weeks ago when it was like, no, guys, don't worry. These changes will take care of lane swap.
Okay, all right.
Aggressively did not. So surely we are back to a more normal League of Legends here, and I think that could really make some fireworks here. Especially, I'm looking in the bot lane as we get set, like we saw in the schedule. Prosperity Esports versus Zero Animosity. Prosperity Esports, that's 67, Simo, Scoon/Ike, Kongzi. JT is back, and then on Zero Animosity's side, Albino Spino, Aeon Crystal, Retrozing, Bepsi, and Z-Score. Hawk, in the bottom lane specifically, I mean, this could be an absolute bloodbath. Bepsi is a true rookie looking to make a name for himself. A lot of these players haven't seen this big of a spotlight and haven't played in games of this big of magnitude. But in the bottom lane, Bepsi with Z-Score, and then Kongzi on the other side. He plays lane dominant champions. We can see an absolute bloodbath in the bottom lane.
Yeah, we definitely could. I mean, Bepsi and also JT is back, both being players we've not seen at this level of play. And then even Kongji and Z-Score, players that we have seen, but not for a little while. Z-Score has not played since 2023, and that was only 1OQ. It's really been since 2022 on the Nameless way back in the day, if anyone remembers that team, that we got to see Z-Score, also, I believe, an alumni of University of Delaware. Shout out to the Blue Hens. And so, you know, these are two players, and I think that really describe what's so interesting about this tournament. Neither of them have had that much success at the tier 3 level, but for the last 3 years, the format has been 32 teams in a Swiss bracket, where now we have 64, right? So not that much success in tier 3 in years past. Even getting there still means that, shoot, you might actually be in the top half in terms of this field, which I think is so interesting to look at. I agree. I think the bottom lane is going to be really interesting to watch to see how some of the younger players do alongside their respective veterans. Because I think that's going to really tell us a lot about how these teams want to function. Because looking more towards the top side of the map, there's a bit more, I think we can expect stability and experience on both sides of the rift.
Thank you so much for your analysis, Hog. I'm gonna leave the stage up to our casters over here, and I just want to say thank you guys so much for having me, and I'll make sure to see you guys after the game.
Big thank you to Alan. Big thank you to everyone who's gotten us to this stage. But again, it is about the players. And Hawk, like you said, I think one of the interesting storylines about, I mean, you see this all the time in tier 3, right? You get rosters that are, you know, part CeeLo, part, you know, maybe one former NACL player and the fellas. You get it's a very kind of FGC grassroots, very open qualifier feel, and that's what we love about tier 3. And in this format, so much more, all that gets amplified. And so you get, which I think we have in these two teams, a very interesting mix of rookies and veterans. You were talking about the top side. I want to let you go a little more in depth on that, because in the mid lane especially, but also in the top lane with 67, actually the highest rank, if we're just going by solo queue, player of these two teams. Like you said, you're expecting a little more stability on the top side of the map.
Yeah, I think that's definitely fair to say. 67 is a player that I specifically have my eyes on to really, I think, be a rock for this Prosperity Esports team. I got to work with him at the Running the Rift Combine, actually. Had a great game. Was really interesting to talk to this player. I think someone that I just, in general, have my eyes on to maybe have a breakout tournament, and it would be really great to see it on stream here today. But before we talk about rookies, veterans, all that, but what's been cool about this format is not only is it giving all types of different players an opportunity, but it's also giving super veterans, I'm going to use that word now, super veterans, a chance to come back. Scoon in the mid lane, formerly the mid laner of Large from 2022 alongside Wolverine, that made it to top 16 GSL in the summer split from like the 20-something seed. No one really had that team on their radar. No one knew who Ike was back then, and he was able to make it happen. And I'm really excited to see this player coming back out of semi-retirement / full retirement to play with his Prosperity Esports team. There's many such cases across this tournament. I think, look, Scoon's low master right now. He's not been playing as much recently, but we know what this player is capable of on this stage. And so I want to see him do it against Retrozing, who, alongside Aeon Crystal, the mid-jungle of the long-time Costa Esports organization, I'm really looking forward to watching these two duke it out. I think Retrozing is another player that I have my eyes on to potentially have a breakout. So what can they do against Scoon? Mid lane, for me, is the probably most evenly matched matchup, and the one that I have my eyes on to probably decide how most of this series is dictated.
Yeah, it's actually, like you said, I think you've got more known qualities, right? More known quantities, I should say, in the mid lane. So you've seen these guys be able to carry games before. Then you look at 67, and it's funny, you say, I feel like you can take it almost two different ways, right? What's the most likely to carry the game? I mean, traditionally, that is in the AD carry position, but you look at someone like Bebsy, right? Both these teams are using this as a staging ground, even if they don't promote, right? It's almost like spring training as we're getting into that for baseball. Look, you could get a minor league call-up and no, look, I'm not making a major league team, but I'm going to go out here and bust my hump so that if someone gets injured, if someone, decides to take time off the roster, people are watching this. They have it in the back of their minds. Oh, I remember when so-and-so did X, Y, and Z. I remember when Bebsy, the rookie ADC Kai'Sa main, came in and got a 2v2 kill in that Kai'Sa Pantheon lane or something like that, right? And Bebsy, right, that is going to be a really volatile bottom lane because they try to play both lane dominant champs. And you talk about a super veteran, Z-Score, hasn't played since 2022, got 1-4 in the 2023 OQs. But again, it's some of these guys that they have varying levels of experience, but also, Hawk, in the case of someone like Z-Score, and like you said, in the case of Aeon Crystal, in the case of, Scooty said, hasn't played in a while, that's also something to consider, right? You haven't played competitively in these sort of ranks, in these sort of stakes, in 2 or 3 years for some of these players.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I think I love what you said about expectations for R4 because I want to explore that a little bit more. Again, only 3 spots available in the NACL. I know people are looking at teams like Near Airport and Tempest Gaming, Respawn Esports, the Citadel, which is just an NACL team playing in Tier 3 basically, right? Like, people look at those teams as being the ones that are likely to fight for promotion. There's also some outside shots, Red Note, Apex, Ducky Getters, right? Slated 6. These teams of like all kinds of hype players. Those are a lot of the ones that we're looking for to take these NACL spots potentially, but that doesn't mean that teams shouldn't take their achievements along the way. And I think I look at Zero Animosity and Prosperity, and Grapes and I already referenced our huge tier list that we did on Salty Runback just earlier this week. We have both these teams kind of tiered in with the expectation that they are absolutely fighting to make the second weekend in this tournament, which again means you're coming in the top half. 32 teams are going to be eliminated tomorrow. If you win both of your best of 3 series today, you are in for second weekend, which is a massive achievement, and I think something that absolutely should be celebrated. And I mean, especially for players that are still building up their careers. I look at guys like RetroZing. You've talked about Bebsy, and JT is back, right? That is so incredibly important for, raising their stock, and getting to play on stream here today is going to do a lot. So yeah, I mean, and again, we talked about it too, whoever loses here, they've got 9 best of 3s between them and promotion. And not only that, they would have to play back-to-back tomorrow just to stay alive in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and so as a reminder, again, it will be this weekend. We're going to have 2 days of games, and then on March 8th and 9th, and then the 15th and the 16th. So you've got 3 weekends over the course of this massive, massive tournament. Like Hawk said, if you get just the bobsled luge straight through the winners bracket, 5 best ofs, bam, congratulations, welcome to Tier 2, welcome to NACL. And then on the other side of things, if you drop down here today, it is a long, daunting road ahead of you, but playing in best ofs, playing in Fearless format as well, will absolutely raise your stock and get you a little more, how should I say, toughen your skin a little bit more, right? You can put that on your resume, as so many of these players have in Tier 3, in OQs, etc. Speaking of Fearless, as we wait for Pig Band to come through here between Prosperity and Zero Animosity, Hawk, Hui got nerfed into the sun. Control mages, that pool got a little bit tighter. As far as kind of like you said, some of these rosters are a little mishmash. They've only played maybe scrims with each other. A lot of these players haven't played together at the same time. Is there anything, I'm looking especially at the jungle, right? Simo and Aeon Crystal, both with very stable mid laners. Do you expect that to be just kind of, all right, control mage, tank and spank jungler, or could we see a Zyra, a Brand, something a little more off kilter given what some of these mid laners might have in their pools?
Yeah, I'm actually really curious to see what kind of things are being played. It's worth noting, you're talking about jungle picks. Skarner, the champion that has been pick banned in every major region for all of Season 15 so far, has not been touched in the patch notes the entire season. So I'm expecting that to still be a really big problem. It is in Simo's match history, in solo queues, their second most played. Definitely a champion I expect to see crop up in this series. As far as the control mages though, I'm actually a little bit more curious because both Retrozing and Scoon are actually two players that have been partial towards the melee mids in years past. I look at things like Galio in particular as being a contested pick for both of these players. That was a really big one for Ike back in the large days, was that Galio pick. You know, things like Silas, Jace is still a really strong flex pick between both mid and top lane with the Spear of Shojin builds, right? I think there's a lot of different things that you could go to. It is actually interesting. Scoon has been playing Hui the most in solo queue so far this season. So yeah, as you mentioned, I'm not really expecting to see that one coming out. But as far as jungle pools, I do think compared to pro play, one of the things that I love so much about North American semi-pro is we have a lot more carry junglers and a lot more good carry junglers as well that really can get things done. And I'd be curious to see if either Simo or Aeon Crystal wants to put those carry pants on today.
Yeah, and again, because you have, at the absolute worst, 4 games of Fearless, a format that will, by definition, stretch your champ pool just a little bit. And with Skarner probably being, like you said, pick ban, maybe they don't allow that to even be played even a little bit. So you veer into your bag a little bit more. But in the bottom, or in the top lane, actually, that's where I was going to go. 67. He is kind of your old head, the Unk, showing up to the family function. He's been here. He's done that quite a little bit. He's the highest ranked, again, most consistent players in solo queue over the last kind of whatever stretch they take beforehand. But he's someone who I believe have you had experience working with him as well, or was that someone else?
That was 67. And it's funny you call him the Unk, but I mean really 67. I feel like in the tier 3 scene, he's been around a little bit, but I think, like I said, this is one of the players that I'm actually really looking at to take a leap. A bit of an unconventional champion pool as well. A lot of partiality towards tanks and juggernauts, which I feel like juggernauts obviously more high octane, riskier picks usually in competitive play. But I mean, definitely a player that can pull it off. Has been playing a lot of Urgot. 75% win rate with 55 games of Urgot so far this season.
Love to see that.
Y'all, Challenger 800 LP. Like, this is high elo in solo queue that he's been making it happen. And against Albino Spino, we've not talked too much about this player. Someone that's been in ACL, been in tier 3, not too frequently, again, hasn't found a ton of success, but has also played actually with this Kosa Gamers core at some point here or there, right? So yeah, I think it'll be really interesting to see how this topside meshes and if they're able to defend it well, because I do think that the Kongji and JT is back bottom lane. I think I favor them 4x4. The reason being, you touched on it a little bit already. Kongji's someone that has partiality towards those lane dominant AD carries. Kalista, Misfortune, 2 really big picks that I'm looking at that have been fantastic in pro play. We saw Jackie Love pull off a Misfortune flank just in LPL finals last night. I'm sure Kongji's going to want to do the same thing. Whereas Bebsy, the pure rookie, likes more the scaling team fighting carries, right? Kaisa, Ezreal, still very good champions, but with lane swaps dead, it's a lot harder to bail yourself out of the difficult 2v2.
Yeah, now we are back very much into the Rock'em Sock'em Robots territory. Good old-fashioned League of Legends. This is, in fact, your grandma's League of Legends. Maybe not your grandma's League of Legends because lanes weren't really a thing back when the Summoner's Rift had block textures and all that, but they were more of a suggestion than anything. Duo top lanes, etc. If you know, you know. But on the other side, yeah, I mean, Hawk, it's like you said, you've got quite potentially a volatile matchup in that bottom lane. Kongji and JT is back with just a little more experience kind of on their side. JT is back, also a bit of a rookie. Do you expect that to, I don't know, play into how Kongji maybe want to play this? Or do you expect him to just be like, look, Kongji be like, all right, stay on Leona, stay on Nautilus. If they give you a hook champ and you can hit one, that's how we're going to win.
I mean, you say that like it's a bad thing. Look, I would love a support that can play a great Leona, a great Nautilus, a great Rel. Like, just get in there, start the fight for me, and I'll carry it, bro.
Yeah, so, I mean, look, hey, if you can do it, you can do it. Into picks and bans we go, finally, as Zero Animosity take on Prosperity Esports to kick off the NACL OQs in 2025. Aurora and Kaisa going to be the first couple bans taken away, and look, Bebsy, not much time in the spotlight, but even most cursory research, which if we can do it, these teams can do it. Kaisa off the board immediately, and the Urgot, love that.
And it is looking like Zero Animosity on the blue side with Prosperity Esports on the red. You already mentioned those target bans. So 67 already getting a lot of attention in this draft. Like I said, this is a player that I'm looking at potentially popping off. Those are the two big solo queue picks that he's really made work. I'd be curious to see what else they have up their sleeve. Because, like, look, y'all, it's competitive play. Everyone can play at least some of the meta champions, usually when they're playing at this level. Now, what I love about tier 2 and tier 3, I already mentioned it a little bit, not just with having good carry junglers, but we always have players that have their own little pocket picks. A really famous one, another player in the tournament like Moose Hater Garen, for example, right? Terrorizing NACL 2023. Picks like that can be really big, but we're talking about meta. Cassante Hover on B1 seems completely logical to me here if you're Albino Spino.
Yeah, and maybe, again, just being someone with a little bit more experience, you just take that Cassante, a little bit something blind. There are other answers have emerged into it, absolutely. Aatrox flexed over, so it will be that Cassante immediately locked in. Skarner taken off the board, Akshan as well. And the Ashe taken off the board as well. Again, lane swaps might be dead, and I think maybe for that reason, right, that was the whole thing about lane swaps. You don't want to opt into a very oppressive matchup that you, yeah, again, like you said, if you want to bail yourself out of a rough 2v2, all of a sudden you don't have that option anymore. Poppy going to be locked in is the answer. This could go into the jungle, could go support, could go into the top lane, and again, Poppy just changes with the ability to negate dashes and make those compositions just a living hell to play against. The Udyr going to be locked in as well here, but the Poppy just changes so much about how the other side has to draft.
Yeah, it's a pretty early Poppy pick. It's definitely a good champion. I'm expecting it to go into JT's back's hands. Udyr, though, I want to talk about this champion because this is a really interesting R2 pick. Udyr, not a champion we've seen a ton of so far in 2025, but I've been talking with, you know, some other people that are also jungle enthusiasts, and we all think that Udyr is pretty damn good. You get that Leandry's online, those Faded Ashes, the clear is extremely fast, and this champion can be really hard to kill, has really good early skirmishing and team fighting, and it is extremely difficult to deal with. So I'm actually really intrigued by this pick. Simo, again, the final of 3 true rookies that we've not gotten to talk too much about 4x4. A really interesting pick coming out here for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and grabbing it very early in the draft. Guess Retrozing didn't get the memo about Hoy, or maybe he did, and he said, no, you know what, hold my water. I'm going to boss on this pick as well. On the other side, it is going to be the Aurelion Soul locked in. No ifs, ands, or buts about where that's going to go. So that'll be what is going to be locked in here by Scoon/Ike. You might know him again by different names. We're going to, we'll settle on one eventually. Let's just go with Ike.
Maybe just call him both. No, I think his solo queue ID is Scoon right now. That was what he was known as back in the day, so. Right.
So
I'm an old head, right?
The streets will remember Scoon, and that is what we will refer to.
Back in 2022, I was like the Zoomer caster, and I just called myself an old head. Oh my, this is...
Yeah, do not think about it too much. As someone who is actually an old head.
Yeah, okay, I probably shouldn't say that.
I'm gonna turn 28 in a couple weeks. Time goes by blisteringly fast. Let's not waste on that too much. Talk about impressive matchups here. Varus, right? One of these other kind of harbingers of the lane swaps. And so that'll be what's locked in here. So I don't think, I mean, maybe you get this Poppy to go with that, but I don't think that'll be the case. Bevzy going to lean back into comfort, into safety. Like you said, Hawk, you nailed it. Leaning into a late game hyperscaling AD carry, and you see the way this composition wants to shake out here. You've got a tank, you've got a bruiser, you've got mixed sources of damage. I actually really like the way Zero Animosity's comp is playing out here.
Yeah, I do as well. Look, it's ease of execution. You've got a double front line, an enchanter, and 2 big carries. I don't care that Hui got nerfed into the ground. He's still going to do a lot of damage from very, very far away. And not the most mobility. On the side of Prosperity's composition, Poppy, Udyr, they're going to have to just run at their targets, right? When you have double front line with the enchanter and long range, it can be really difficult for them to actually disrupt things. The one thing I will say, this Aurelion Soul later on in the game will do more damage than anybody. And so for Scoon coming out, I already said he was a known cooker here. He's already pulling out something that is a little bit more unconventional. This is a tier 3 staple of 2024. This was the Fearless draft pick. Guys like Ariandel and Bradley were running people over with this Aurelion Soul last year. Scoon's gonna try to do it here today in a matchup that he should be comfortable in. You know, the Hui will have the long range harass, but ultimately not able to threaten this pick too substantially. And he's got to be the X factor, because this game, is going to come down to whose front line dies first.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it comes down to that, you kind of talked about it. The thing that Prosperity has on their side is that the ASOL is your big ticket, get past 30 minutes, and you can just kind of win the game by yourself. But like you said, Hawk, your frontliners kind of have to run at people, right? And then follow up with a polymorph, a wild growth, a chains of corruption, right? And around objectives especially. Maokai, he's been in the scene since 2022 because with all due respect, I say this to myself as a very mediocre jungler, it is hard to have a bad Maokai ult. That being said, I do it all the time, so it's not to slag anybody off, but approaching fights in objectives especially, right? The ult takes up an entire freaking river. That's what you worry about with these compositions where your go button is having to run at somebody. That being said, the ultimate that Poppy has as well, the follow-up from the Chains of Corruption as well. So that's the only thing I kind of worry about Prosperity is how do they start fights, but maybe it's like we were saying. Maybe you don't want to start the fights. Maybe you want to have the fight come to you, soak up a little bit of pressure, you know, a flash bear slap here and there, put the steadfast presence down, the keeper's verdict, and you counterpunch like that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think at the end of the day, this is just going to come down to that pure team fighting, right? Like, I do want to zoom a little bit into the early game, though.
Yes.
Some of the expectations for the lanes. I do think this Udyr going to have a lot of responsibility on them early on. Simo has one of the stronger early game champions in this game. It definitely does more than the Maokai early on. Its clear speed is really good. Its ganks are really good. Its skirmishing is really good. And I think if he's able to find avenues in which to get lanes ahead, when we're looking at just pure 5v5 compositions like this, whichever team is able to generate an early advantage, it is just straight up going to be better off because they're going to have more gold to work with, more experience to work with. So I'm looking at things like early dragons, right? You've got this Varus Lulu lane against the Jinx Karma. Go down bottom lane, help your bot lane get pushed, get early drakes, force your opposition, Zero Animosity, to fight into you the way that your composition wants to function, as you highlighted.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you just hold all the cards in your deck. And with the Enchanter, like you said, if you want to fight into you, right, whether it's a well-timed speed boost, a Mantra Q to poke him out, a Mantra Shield as well, you have so many more options to deal with that. And again, looking at Z-Score to be piloting that and just kind of keeping Bebsy safe, saying, hey, bud, it's going to be all right. We know what we're doing. Let RetroZing and I take the reins. You just sit back there, know when to go into rocket form and right-click these kids to death. Should be, again, seeding wise, it's a bit of an interesting thing with this format because the seeding is based purely on solo queue rank, right? That is it. So the seeding can be a bit of a false harbinger of how good these teams actually are and expectations and whatnot. But if we are just looking at seeding, again, it's a bit of the puzzle, not the whole puzzle. This is number 31 versus number 33. And I think this is one case where the seeding actually kind of reflects accurately how we expect both these teams to do, right? This is a showcase for everybody, right? And like you said, 64 teams, just 3 spots waiting at the top. Like, history will remember the results, but it is no failure to not promote out into the top 3. That just means you weren't as good as a Double Lift or a Bradley, right? These guys who have been in the scene for so long, they know what it takes to win at this level. I guess we'll see if Double Lift knows what it takes to play at this level and win at this level. He hasn't been in this level in a while, and that's no shade to him. But for both these teams, I think we're, like you said, just looking at can you execute on your composition? Can you execute on your win condition? And can you let your young stars shine bright? Looking at guys like 67 and Bebsy to be these main characters for their team, or at least that's how we were drawing it up early on. And it should be pretty well set up to do so. On to the Rift we go. On the blue side, Zero Animosity versus Prosperity Esports on the red side. And again, Jay, that is Simo. So we are going to see that. But yeah, Skoon, Kongzi, Keo. Again, we're going to do our darndest with these the solo queue names, especially the play-by-play. Apologize in advance, but it should be action-packed.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, Mahiro Shina, Aeon Crystal, again from the old Kosa Gamers rosters. You talk about trying to make your mark. Bebsy on the Jinx. Didn't really talk about it too much in the draft 4x4, but he absolutely needs to be the carry for this team. Has the Karma, has the double front line. We have seen what Jinx is able to do time and time again, and you make it happen here today against Skoon. I mean, it's the least experienced player versus the most experienced player as the primary carries on their opposite sides. And 4x4, we kind of talked about it already. Double tanks in the top lane, not expecting too much action up there. We want to see teams playing for their bottom lane, trying to stack up some early drakes. Both junglers starting on the top side of the map, gonna make their way down that direction.
Yeah, both on their Krug. You see the on my way pings coming out of that blue buff from the blue side from, I imagine, Mahirushina again, Aeon Crystal. But you expect them potentially to have a date in there. Who do you think gets the push early on here in this one? This Enchanter versus long range potential hyper carry, we'll say.
Oh, Karma, absolutely. I mean, so something important to understand about Karma is that with lane swaps in the meta, she hasn't been really getting played that much. However, she's actually the most played support in the Apex tiers in North America right now in solo queue. So Karma is actually a really good champion, and now that lane swaps are dead, her value has gone up substantially, and her ability to just generate push, especially alongside a Jinx that has that rocket form, means that you can just dominate in the 2v2, and that's why I wanted to see Simo come down this direction if possible. Now, you know, Kongji and JT is back. They do have avenues to trade as we are seeing, but yeah, I'm definitely expecting Zero to control the push.
I think, unfortunately, it will be too little too late for any sort of potential shenanigans that Aeon Crystal wanted to have up on that top side blue buff. But it looks like, yeah, it'll just be the attention paid towards that bot lane. Could be, I mean, that could be explosive, could not be. We have Lethal Temple here for the Varus, so not going to index as much into lane power. Of course, Varus just has that inherently built into his kit. But as we head towards the Scuttle Crab here, a couple of wards down bot here. You see the damage coming through immediately as the Piercing Arrow is going to catch the back end of Bebsy. But Jay, going to be walking right over a ward. All right, that was able to be seen out there. And you see immediately, Aeon Crystal going back up onto the top side. Grub's not going to spawn for another minute and change here. Deep ward already planted from the side of Jay into this top side. You wonder where that first kill is going to come from, because I think both laners also knew, look, we know we've got a target on our backs here, right? These are pretty, you know, like you said, who gets this lead early on in both these compositions for both these teams? You've got a heck of a way to keep snowballing that. And from the way that these laners are playing it, you can tell that everyone in that bot lane knows that they've got a target on their backs.
Yeah, I actually love seeing that respect paid by younger players like Bebsy right there, knowing that their jungler went top side to trade even on the crab, knowing that the enemy jungler is on the bottom side. Just don't give anything. You miss maybe one or two creeps, but most importantly, you keep your life. Jay was really looking for that play, as they should. We were talking about how important bot push is going to be. It does buy their team a reset at the very least, but nothing more. And we're just going to go back to farming. Great respect, though, from Zero Animosity so far. Not to fall prey to the early meteor pressure.
And then this mid lane, like you said, Quay took his fair share of hits from the Nerf bat, but will still be a menace later on into the game. And on the top side, well, both these champions locked in grasp. They took the door and shield. They're here to play for the late game. So unless we get some action in that bottom lane, I mean, you could, apart from the odd solo kill, of course, and Man in the Arena, otherwise known as 67, definitely getting the better of Albino Spino here early on. But there's one thing Kasante can do, it's soak that pressure. And once you hit that level 6, you have, of course, that big old kill threat. Dragon has spawned here on the bottom side, and it is Prosperity with that early control immediately here. And again, with lane swaps dead, does that, in your opinion, change the priority? Because it seemed like with lane swaps, whether it was a, you know, what's the term I'm looking for? Is it a coincidence, or is it, you know, correlation versus causation? There we go. Thank you, brain. It seems like the priority is going to this dragon here, but the Void Grubs definitely are prioed more often.
I mean, it just depends on the game. This game, where it's all about the 5v5s, the dragons are absolutely the most important because it gives you agency to force fights later on. And with the first reset coming out from Zero Animosity's bot lane, they do have first purchase onto this objective should they choose to take it. Bebsy and Z-Score are going to be able to push out this lane. I would expect Simo to play more through mid, try to take control of the river that way. We can already see one of the really good things about this Maokai, amazing at controlling the river. Yep. With the saplings, you can already see Aeon Crystal tossing those ones out, trying to maintain this area.
And Simo already got his Faded Ashes, so going to be doing a sneaky little bit of damage, as both these champions can if you build AP on them early. But it's like you said, Hawk, you expect your trade to come through in the favor of the Ood here, but flashing immediately, and now Sino in a little bit of trouble. Scoon able to get the damage down over the wall, drops the Storm down, but first blood goes over to Z-Score.
It's just beautifully done right there. Zero Animosity, an amazing job playing on their river control. We talked about Z-Score and Bebsy. They're going to dictate the push. They're going to be first to this play. And that's Aeon Crystal pulling the trigger with full confidence, knowing that their bottom lane arrives to the play first. It doesn't even matter that Aurelion Sol's behind. I think there was a small mistake there. from Simo, went for the empowered ultimate instead of the E, and wasn't able to use that unstoppable and bonus movement speed to get away. Ends up paying the price. Even though the kill goes to Z-Score, I mean, that's just 600 gold straight to the bank for Zero Animosity.
And in a less than ideal spot, it has to be said, as far as where that gold ended up, and not even get the dragon on top of it. But that being said, Bepsi does hit level 6 here. Not as big of a spike as for the other side, but now with the tether going out, trying to bail out his rookie AD carry, the barrier goes out as well. Keo maybe with one more Q can do it, and indeed he can. Max range, heal just in case. And how about the supportal combat here early? What a jump by the bottom lane of Prosperity.
And Rookie stepping up right there, understanding that he can flash forward, has the heal to keep himself alive. JT, nice play to secure that one. Supports on the board. And look, 4-4, I know you say it's not ideal gold allocation, which is true. However, Enchanters getting to their first item faster is so big. As we can take another look at the initial play again, it's just Simo being a little too far ahead of the team, trying to control the river, but doesn't have access without their bottom lane. And I mean, yeah, at the end of the day though, with supports both having kills, they're both going to get to that first item faster. I think the bigger thing for me, as Spoon should be okay after the flash, the bigger thing for me is that Bepsi missed the win. Kongji and Simo, or rather JT, able to crash it and deny it from the distance.
Stars descend there onto Z-Score, doesn't have any stunners to be able to help him out, and indeed he will eat the Dragon's Wrath. Gets breathed on as Scoon is on the board with his first kill.
Yeah, I wasn't actually expecting a kill to go down right there. Z-Score finding himself a little too far forward. Had no flash on the Karma. Really good play by Scoon, dropping that ultimate, recognizing it. I mean, I know it sounds silly to say, but oftentimes separating the good teams from the great teams is good fundamentals, right? And clearly Prosperity on top of their timers, understanding when they can take that fight. And we talked about this first dragon without a support on the map for just a couple of seconds. It does give Prosperity Esports time to take this one.
And indeed they do, but very nicely done with the immunity, able to block out the Nature's Wrath. Nature, we're going to get the wild growth there. Jay, a little bit bigger, but just not enough. Now, oh no, gets trolled by the blast code. Into the gray screen you go, my friend. A little bit of miscommunication, a double, more than making up for the missed dragon.
Yeah, RetroZing now 2-0-2 on the way. Hold on, solo kill potential top lane.
Yeah, going all out there is Albino Spino, but a very nice steadfast presence going to prevent anything else from going down officially in that top lane. 67 wards off the solo Bolo. But Hawk, what a little swing here. Now 1,000 gold ahead or Zero Animosity.
Yeah, and I mean, this way is going to do so much damage. Now the strongest member on Summoner's Rift. Not only that, Kongji dropping a lot of minions to make that dragon play happen. We'll be able to pick up some of these, but almost completely equalizes any disparity that there might have been in bottom lane. And Zero Animosity now 10 minutes into the game. They're up 1.2 thousand. Their carries are the stronger ones, and we talked about those early game leads. Who's going to have more items when we get to those 5v5s? Well, so far, it's looking like it's going to be Zero Animosity.
RetroZing, the first to a completed item across the Rift here, and that Blackfire Torch feels really, really good. 100% kill participation here early for the Zero Animosity mid laner. Now it's the $1 million question, Hawk. Talk about separating good teams from great teams. Actually, we're not going to talk about that, at least not for a little bit. The barrier goes out again. Now Bepsi chose the right way to dodge there and might actually be vindicated here, as Aeon Crystal able to pick up kill number 2 for him. Again, talk about 100% kill participation. Right place, right time for the Zero Animosity jungler.
Yeah, Scoon even TP'd down here to try to maybe turn something around, but Kongji just kept walking forward, resigning his life. Actually surprised that JT was able to survive, maybe as a result of the Scoon TP, but it's just a wave being dropped in mid right now from Prosperity, and another great play from Zero Animosity. I'm loving the way that they are playing around their bottom lane priority. Aeon Crystal has done such a great job of recognizing where their points of pressure are and capitalizing.
Absolutely, and like many things in League of Legends, if you do things for someone else, it will pay its dividends back to you. So you can be a little bit selfish while being a little altruistic, and you talk about how charged the carries have been early in this game, and we talked about it off air and on air a little bit, but I think it's worth hammering this point home. We expect it as far as stability, experience. You play through this mid jungle in the early game, you hand the baton to the rookie and say, take us home, homie, and that's exactly how it's gone here early for Zero Animosity.
But Prosperity, after every death, is a reset, right? They're going to be the first ones to set up in the bottom side of the river, maybe try to control for the second dragon. Of course, Aeon Crystal going to use that to take the Void Grub. So this will be 1 feat of objectives apiece. I don't know what the actual feat is called. Feat of objectives apiece right now for each team at long last. Late Void Grub take. I think that means the second pot is not going to spawn this game, so it'll just be 3 for ZA, and I'm expecting the next fight to come at that dragon in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, no, I think I'd agree with you there. We'll see what it ends up being, what the soul ends up being, but like you said, the Rift Herald going to be probably the prize maybe on the back of that fight, or catching someone on rotation. We saw Scoot down in the bottom lane, soaking up some XP, but now we're back to kind of standard lanes here. As the gold advantage still, I guess, you know, slightly in the favor of, in the bottom lane anyway, Zero Animosity. But the score lines, the KDAs anyway, wouldn't really tell you that. We can top laners to get involved in this one as well. And how about just involving yourself in the fight, having to pop the shield as well on the flash. Take it out of danger there for 67. Both flashes blown by these top laners. Maybe you see Jay or Simo, excuse me, roaming up there for another kill. Steadfast presence popped. I mean, just the threat of that is absolutely incredible. Pathmaker goes out, misses that. Yeah, now man in the arena. That is 67 on a manaless albino Spino. It might be enough, and indeed it will be. Dodges the tower aggro perfectly, taking just one shot. Solo bolo for 67.
67 playing out this matchup so nicely, respecting the kill threat under the tower with the flash. Okay, takes the tower shot. He's got plenty of armor. He's fine. And he's up 25 CS and the kill now in this top lane. Beautifully done. I mean, we've been seeing earlier too, like with the trading, Albino Spino had that all out. But here's the funny thing about Cassante 4i4, which is if you can force the all out and not take any more damage, Cassante's just cut his HP to half. And so 67, kind of knowing that, out of mana on the Cassante as well, he doesn't actually have to fear that typical Cassante all-in damage. Puts him in the bounce house. Really nice solo kill pickup right there. And that's the kind of thing Prosperity's going to need to stay close in this game.
Yeah, gonna need any little advantage they can get. I mean, only down 500 gold here, and up 1 dragon to 0, down 3 grubs to 0. And
first
no
access to
towers
Drake.
taken on either side. They are the first ones to get to that dragon, and starting off immediately. Everyone and their mother, it's a party in the bot lane, and everyone on Prosperity is invited. Z-Score Company not gonna try anything. A sapling goes over there from Aeon Crystal, but just to kind of confirm things, another quick dragon take here. Well, this one, a very, very quick dragon take here. And you see, again, the late game taking shape here. You talk about how important dragon stacking is in these types of games, really taking shape here very nicely for Prosperity. They are down in the kill score, but for all intents and purposes, this game is still dead even.
Yeah, and I would love to get a gold toggle because I'm curious. I think this game, as you say, very close, but the main thing is that I'm pretty sure Kongji is a bit behind Bebsi in terms of gold total, as well as Retrozing likely being up on Skoon, and those are still going to be the two difference makers. If this game comes down to whose front line dies first, sure, Prosperity's front line is a little bit further ahead, but the damage dealers for Zero Animosity are going to be the ones punching through them. So I do favor that position. Regardless of gold toggles, I like Prosperity being able to get that second Drake. That's a second neutral objective for themselves. Remember, instead of contesting the grubs, they took the time to get that set up. League of Legends is like Wall Street. You're investing your time to get something back later.
I thought Z-Score was investing in a timeshare in the gray screen, the way he kind of walked up there and maybe thought the better of it, even though Kongji and Kyo, or rather JT, we're not there immediately. Ends up working out for him. Backs off now, and Hawks, we get into these mid-games. We haven't really seen an explosive 5-on-5 fight. It feels like the next one will come around another dragon. Again, the Rift Herald is going to be up here in a little bit, but I don't know, man. I mean, you look at item spikes, right? And everybody's on that first big item, except for, like you mentioned, Hawk, Kongji. And once he's there, then do you think Prosperity have kind of the, you know, the stones to say, all right, now we can pick a fight?
Yeah, I mean, they definitely can. Like, I think that they can even fight at any time. Presumably, he's basing for the Bork.
You would think so.
Now, I don't think he's that far behind. Blade of the Ruin King, also a little bit more expensive than Union Paul, worth noting. Might have a bit of a 2v3 around mid, though. 2v4 make it.
Crushing Maw lands. It looked like it was going to be doomed for Retrozing. But how about Aeon Crystal showing up at the right time? Beautiful stuff. Jacob's Wrath going out. Retrozing going to shield himself. And now into the gray screen goes Simo. 2 huge kills to push the lead further for Zero Ambition.
Yeah, and that's going to be the Rift Herald pickup as well on the back end. So nicely done. Again, Aeon Crystal playing around bottom lane priority. I think the read from Prosperity was that Bebzy and Z-Score had gone back to base and matched Kongji and JT. But that wasn't what happened. They roamed mid instead, made what could have been a 2v2 into a 2v4, and are able to find their kills. Now, the Arrival, I'm actually really surprised at the amount of respect that was just paid here from Zero Animosity, not doing the Herald, so it is just the kills, but still a really nice pickup, as it's a shutdown as well onto this Aurelion Soul. I mean, there was just no chance in this fight for them. The extra members were simply not there for Prosperity.
No, they kind of got jumped on. I think they thought they had that advantage, and until I looked at the mini-map and saw the other members of Zero Ambition, or Animosity, not Zero Ambition, lots of ambition. Please, do not mistake that. Zero Animosity coming up there, you thought, oh, yeah, they're
Zero
just
Ambition
toast,
would be a great team name. Dude, that's like
isn't that an ERL team name? Or
Is
like
it?
ZA, or it's like something like, I could just be pulling stuff out of my,
dude, I feel like Zero Ambition is like the 76ers or something. Like,
we are stuck in the...
Shout out Slayer and Yanni.
Where we are. Yeah. Tether goes out there on the Z-Score, and as the Chains of Corruption go out, the Choppers go out as well. Kongji trying to get the bleed arrow, but not going to be enough. Massive shield coming in from JT, and the Mantra Q will not land, but now the Nature's Grasp coming back up in an alarmingly short cooldown. As Simo gonna eat that, but more importantly, JT going to wild growth himself as well, but all for naught. Another kill over to Bebzy. And now Hawk, get out that stopwatch, because it is time to look at the late game carries for the side of Zero Animosity as well, as the CC chain comes out of the Spiraling Despair, takes care of the rest, as little by little, Prosperity falling apart here in the mid game.
And that's feats of strength going over to Zero Animosity as well, with the first turn of the game being taken. Sure, Skoon's gonna be able to trade back, but that's nothing compared to the 2 kills that were picked up by ZA. These carries are looking like problems. I mean, shoot, NA ramp, let's do it. Kongji looking fancy, forces a flash off his E-score, but they're just way too far forward. Again, they don't have the numbers to be doing this. Skoon is bottom lane with enemy mid off map. Retrozing able to walk over. Strongest person in the game on this way, and again serving as a difference maker. And then this is just silly from Jay. You cannot try to defend that tower.
Skoon going forward, the Sky's Descent actually forces the flash there out of Retrozing. Not for nothing, a relatively immobile mage. You can speed yourself up, you can slow others down, and I think that's kind of the takeaway here.
They have a dragon for it.
Yeah, not for nothing here. Despite all the fumbles here in the last couple minutes, they still get to walk away with the dragon. Feels a little unfair, but good for Prosperity for taking advantage of that. And I guess, you know, on Zero Animosity, you saw your little window there. You didn't take it, but it looks like potentially they've got the pings coming down to the Rift Herald. Doesn't seem like they have the requisite comfort and vision to be able to set that up, though. Into the top lane goes Retrozing. So with your strongest member, like you were saying, Hawk, into that top side, it feels like that is somewhere that they are looking.
Yeah, I mean, 4-4, 20 minutes of the game, I said it. Retrozing, one of the players in this game that I'm looking at to maybe have a breakout. And so far in game 1, having a fantastic performance. Prosperity, though, they know they're only strong on the bottom side of the map, so they're going to try to find a bit of a cross map.
And everyone, how many players does it take to take down a Cassante? It might take 5 of the Polymorph almost. Wow, prevented that from being a 1-for-1. It absolutely did. As the Otacon does spawn in the bot lane, but pretty much uncontested is Aeon Crystal on the top side. So Albino Spio drawing plenty of attention away from what was happening in the top side.
Yeah, and no room to take Otacon. Otacon, pretty difficult objective to do. It actually, usually at this point in the game, takes more than 1 turn worth of time. So it's actually very difficult to cross-map Otacon because the enemy team oftentimes has enough time to reset and come back out onto the map and still get there in time where you're all super low HP because Otacon does 1 billion damage. And that can be a really scary prospect. So it just ends up being a kill for the Herald. ZA was always going to get that Herald though, so I think Prosperity pretty happy with that trade. At the end of the day, I mean, Enrique, it is still only a 2,000 gold lead, right? Which is nice for Zero Animosity, but Prosperity is actually doing a pretty good job of keeping things close. And again, with those 3 dragons in their pocket, we talked about ability to force fights. ZA is going to have to start showing up to these plays and controlling the river better. That's one thing I would be critical of from them this game. They played around their lane pressure and priority very well to force fights, but they haven't controlled the spaces. And I mean, it's stuff like this from Prosperity, recognizing the tempo, being able to still trade on the map is big from behind.
Yeah, and with that Dragon Stack, you're kind of forcing a fight at 3 minutes. So you talk about river control, we'll check back in with that and see, you know, who's the first one there, who is putting themselves in a better position to have the fight potentially forced onto them, or just have the fight be executed in a way where they have the most amount of control. Checking in on the items here, it's about even here, but it looks like it's still about half item-ish ahead on some of the more important carries. RetroZing feeling himself. He's got 6 stacks on that Dark Seal and the upgraded boots to boot. There's 2 items coming in as well for Aeon Crystal. You see the jockeying around this position. They want to get that river control. The war of vision is going to be started here very much early on. And like you said, the Otacon, that's probably going to be a prize for the team that comes out of the Dragon fight, assuming they are healthy enough. Because like you said, Hawk, especially as we found out early on, kind of all over the world, this thing is not easy to take. It could be a bit of a bait, but here we go.
I'm really surprised that they're starting this up. I would much rather see ZA just play for this bottom lane tier 1. It's going to make playing for the Dragons and the Otacon that much easier. Now we see them doing that with the Rift Herald. So a little bit late to the play for ZA, but still the right play nonetheless. Let's see what Prosperity can do on the clap. Simo has a pretty deep flank right here.
On the Udyr, not standing on any sort of consequential vision. Able to get that push with the Rift Herald. Otacon being baited all the way up into the river. POV, showing your Otacon things he's never seen before.
Really weird position. Oh, okay, they're going to go for Albino.
Oh boy, yeah, now you got to collapse here. He can buy a lot of time, but wouldn't go all out just yet. Nature's Grasp pop. Can it hit the rest of Prosperity? And it looks like it will. Gets a couple here. He buys enough time, but now he's put his team in a 4v4, and now a 5v4 as Scoon shows up with the TP. Misaligned there. R0 and zero animosity. Blade Quiver goes over the wall, the hail of arrows. There goes the Sky's Descent. Pop the steadfast presence. 67 goes forward. They're trying to get onto the 80 carry. Betsy gets Polymorph, and putting them way out of the fight is 67. Somehow Aeon Crystal survived, and somehow Hawk, nobody dies.
And you can see 80 carry gold difference at work in that fight 4-on-4. Kongji free hitting onto this Maokai, but not able to finish him off because he is behind. Good patience though from Prosperity to find this play. Albino Spino is yet again not quite on the same page as the rest of their team, getting caught out. And the rest of ZA not able to arrive in time. Good TP from Scoon to immediately make it into a 5 versus 4. This though, I'm not sure I agree. Atacon's been killed. Prosperity has it.
Oh baby, yeah. So they were able to take that with the advantage that they had, and Scoon just free firing over the top. Big ultimate there, no, excuse me, big crushing mob. RetroZing, like you said, coming in with the big old damage. Has the mini GA there from the Otacon that'll get him an express trip back to the fountain. So they walk away with 2 quote-unquote kills. On the other side does ZA, but not much doing. They got the Otacon, a little bit more pressure here. As the Drake spawns at the perfect time. Prosperity not going to contest this one.
Oh, they're going to try. They're going to try. They're all coming off reset super fast. ZA needs to burn this and get out towards the bottom side of the map. Here comes 67 to try to buy time. This could be the game right here for F4.
There goes the Keeper's Verdict. Able to take not the jungler out. Aeon Crystal, wrong target. He's there, secures the smite. But if there's anyone you're going to send for that one-way mission, it is going to be 67 on that Poppy. Going to get another replay here of how this Otacon fight went down, as we missed it on the last replay. They're pretty scot-free here early on, but like you said, Hawk, this takes a deceptive amount of time to take down. When you've got TP up, like Zero Ambition did here, yeah, it's going to get ugly.
I mean, I praised the Prosperity understanding of tempo previously, but this is just not really a great play. Only 1 kill, and I mean, they're just able to arrive in time, and RetroZing absolutely fries them in this fight. Look at that QE into the Crushing Maul with the triple passive proc, getting 3 of those GAs. And look, Otacon is a good objective, right? We've all seen, never mind, we're back to fighting.
The Sky's Descending, Super Mega Death Rocket goes in, gets a little bit of damage as the spiraling death, or these, my goodness. The way damage comes down, the river goes out as well to get a little bit more movement speed, but Jay staying in the back line. Asol over the wall here, Scoon firing from safety, has a big shield on him, as Air Crystal goes forward, tries to buy a little bit of time, but again, with that additional GA, got a little more security. 67 able to get out of the back line, but the Crushing Maw able to get him over the wall, shut down again onto RetroZing. He's getting even stronger, Hawk.
This way is playing out of his mind right now. 67 got onto him in that fight to try to stop his DPS, and RetroZing was still able to find purchase. Prosperity just chasing a little too far in a lot of these fights. 67 pays the price for it, and I don't know if they can do this with the way still alive. He is low mana, low HP though, so if they can get on top of him, it will be a good fight.
Simo staying near the Baron. The health bars are so low for Prosperity. Retros, he's got to be careful. Flash in the way, gets the shield onto him, but here comes
Score, though.
Equally strong right now. Drops the storm, does Simo, and able to get the shutdown there. Cogsy able to get out, but like you said, off with just so little health. Chain of Corruption not going to land as Retrozing low on mana, low on health. Super Mega Death Rocket from downtown for Betsy to turn this one a little bit here, but the Baron crucially already taken.
So touch and go. Prosperity barely able to take the Baron. If Retrosing had mana or his ultimate, I think that fight was completely lost, but able to play around the way resources. I mean, look at the HP on JT and Kongji. They are one. Scoon with a really good flank, though, over the wall, utilizing his health bar as a resource with the Lulu. Understanding that, look, even though he's an ASOL, he's just got enough HP that he can throw himself at ZA and buy space, and level 16 able to just zone everybody away, even though they end up dropping Kongji for it. I believe it's Baron on 4 as... No, 67 had not respawned, so it's only on 3.
But still, plenty of resources, plenty of push to be able to do something with this. For the first time all game, Prosperity in control here. The kills more or less even, and now a 1,500 gold lead for Prosperity Esports. And we'll see how they assign these lanes here, because you've got an opportunity here. Still 3 towers to 2, so Prosperity in the lead on that one, pushing up that line of scrimmage here. No objective's going to be up for a little back. No, I say that. Dragon Soul up in 2 minutes. That's got to be it.
I like this deployment right here from Prosperity, because play on 2 lanes. Get mid lane tier 2, get bot lane tier 2 just for some extra gold in your pockets, and control bottom side river. Start infiltrating wards into ZA's jungle and push their vision line back. Because if you can secure this Infernal Soul, remember what I said the big win condition was this game 4x4. Who can kills whose front line first? Well, Infernal Soul is going to go a long way and contribute to that.
Oh yes, percent max health damage as well. They've got that in spades. Do Prosperity. And like you said, the front line's coming into really good shape here. Scoon able to 1v1
it's a strong
anybody here. Yeah, he's really, really strong.
3 items.
About Retrozing and with good reason here, but 8 stats in the Dark Seal. Not productive here from Scoon, like you said, and only gonna get stronger. Level 16 for both mid laners here. So both hitting their stride at the perfect time. In Prosperity, like you said, Hawk, executing the assignment, understanding the assignment, and executing on it in the long lane, in the bottom lane. Dot your P's, or mind your P's and Q's, dot your I's and cross your T's. There we go. And don't mix your metaphors, kids. Take care of things in the mid lane, and this Dragon Soul should be yours.
Yep, really great controlled gameplay. Prosperity, other than a couple of overchases this game, they've done a really great job of playing on their points of power and controlling the map. And I mean, ZA, they understand the assignment as well. Group up as 5 on mid, fight for control, because you need an avenue to retake your jungle with. Cassante and the Maokai will be pretty good at doing so, as they're like, I mean, and Crystal right now is positioning like they're looking for Kongji, but Kongji's not quite giving it over.
No, it's positioning very, very well. The Singularity and the Breath of Light go down, just frying those minions. Like you said, it's who gets that final push, who gets the last word here. At 67, trying to get a creative angle potentially. And that river is kind of their only way in. Everything else is
really like to see
vision.
them just let Scoon solo right now. Let Scoon solo and then hold the line of scrimmages 4. This Aurelion Soul will burn down this dragon. Force CA to walk into you. Remember, 4-4, you said that's what this composition wants. Here they go.
Here they go with the Nature's Grasp going forward. They knock him and delete him, but the Burn goes down and deletes 2 members. It's a 3v3. The carries are naked and afraid in the mid lane, but able to get back. That gives them control out of the dragon. That's all they wanted. They get in, they get the soul, and now what else can they do? The sky's the set. Albino Spino gets polymorphed and ripped through by Kongji as he goes down very low, gets the shield. That's going to survive a little bit longer. Going over the wall is Scoon, taking the carries completely out of the fight here. Betsy's still alive, getting actually decent damage down, and that might be the difference here as Retrozing is huge, buys the stopwatch to get some time. It might be enough here at 67, trying to get forward here, and it's going to triple for triple for Betsy, excuse me. Retrozing survives a 4v4, extremely bloody, but Prosperity come away with the soul.
Yeah, what a fight from both sides. It was 67 that found the Poppy ultimate, and Prosperity that get the dragon. They will be the ones prospering at the end. Retrozing now on the wrong side of the rift is going to try to find a place to run and hide and recall. Does this Poppy find him? Has the sweep burn, sees him. The Q
Yeah, the sweeper should do it. No way to get over the wall quick, but you'd like to think it's just a matter of time before RetroZing goes down at 67. Should be able to mop it up and get the unofficial ace there on a shutdown to boot. 4-1-6, not a bad day at the office at all for Mr. 67.
Oh, and that's actually really bad because now that's a 45-second desync from the respawn of the mid laner for everybody else. As looking at this fight again, Simo gets taken so low, but that Keeper's Verdict might have just won Prosperity this game, as great recognition for them to immediately go onto the Dragon. I had already said Irelia Soul will burn this Drake, and then from this point, the front line is way too far forward for ZA, and that's what makes Prosperity want to take the fight. Scoot in the back line, everything looks good, but Bebzy picks up a reset with the Rockets. Everybody gets so low, and it ends up being a 4-for-4. But Henrique, Skies Descend online, RetroZing still dead. Prosperity, they can take control over this Baron area, and I think one more Baron should be all they need to wrap up this game with the Infernal Soul in hand.
I mean, it just feels like it's too much to choose through here. Bebzy's got his LDR, and I mean, actually, to be fair, you saw how close that last fight was, and with a little bit more joined up thinking, that feels like a theme we've kind of hit back on over and over again for ZA, is just being on the same page in the mid game, but also as 5, as this game has gone on. Despite the Uzi's early, it's actually Prosperity that are coming out the better of it. Lots of damage coming in, the crushing ball finds nobody, the Skies Descend, and this Aesol, you see this Aesol ripping right through the Cassante, albino, Spino deleted. Bebzy gonna take the wild growth up, Simo down, and now Jay in some trouble. Super Mega Death Rocket goes out on the backline. Scoon has his back turn. Kongzi gets ripped through. The zap finds the back of his head. Another triple for the rookie 80 carry. Bebzy, onto the Baron we go.
Oh my word! It's ZA off of the rookie 80 carry, 9, 3, and 8 on this Jinx, finding another triple kill as the first reset comes through, and RetroZing went for the flash, crushing Maw to crush Prosperity, and now this game is right back into even.
A much, much better team fight from Zero Animosity. Let's get another look at it here. Albino Spino gets polymorphed. I thought he bit off more than he could chew. The first crushing Maw didn't hit, but it's the second one that sealed it.
And Simo, again, just not tanky enough on this Udyr to survive, even with the Lulu. And look at that flash from RetroZing right there. Finds Kongji and 67, forces everybody to scatter. Bebzy with the triple reset, and that is a free Baron to them. So now we have a Baron up Zero Animosity versus an Infernal Soul Prosperity Esports. I mean, I will say, Baron, temporary. Soul is forever. Just like hip-hop or disco or whatever the saying is. But
sure, yeah, we'll go with that.
Yeah, so, you know, look, we'll see if the fad of Baron can come and go safely for Prosperity, or if Zero Animosity is able to get a lot for this, because I think that's going to say a lot about how this game is actually going to progress. ZA really wants to get a gold advantage, knock down some of these towers, get map control with this Baron if they can help it.
Now, what do you do with it? Again, the million-dollar question. Albino Spino, the only member here without, that is not wearing purple. And again, you've got a couple, I mean, well, not a couple, but that it actually does kind of tilt the map in two very obvious places. Wherever RetroZing and Bebzy are, that is where you cannot fight. Albino Spino can buy a lot of time, but he is not where he should be at the Cassante. He's been stuck on 2.5 items for what feels like forever.
Yeah, I mean, this Cassante, look, he understands the assignment. Yeah. Base check and buy time for your 80 carry, right? If the question is who's frontline, or who can kill whose frontline first, it's actually Prosperity killing the enemy frontline first. But the crazy thing is, once ZA gets one kill onto the enemy frontline, that's when Bebzy starts to pop off, right? That's the terror of this Jinx. So Prosperity would love if these fights could go just a little bit faster, as it's mostly been Simo getting burned down in that front line. I mean, this 4-item Poppy has not been dying easily, I'll say that.
No, Health Bar doing its best ruler cosplay for 67. Just absolutely monstrous. Level 18, completely kitted and statted out. And the scaling really feels like it's tipped in Prosperity's favor, but you say that the game still has to be played. Scaling is one thing, execution, like we talked about in draft.
A range advantage for ZA, and that's really important to understand. Everyone's got their core item spikes, even though Bebzy's up an item on Kongji. 3-item Varus will shred. It's Prosperity again with control over the river, despite ZA having the Baron, but they're in on a Kongji. Hang on.
Yeah, Kongji's got to be careful. I was going to say, he steps forward just a little bit, but able to bait it out. Singularity goes out, Nature's Grasp. Going to get onto Simo. Now about Espino going to the back line, and the Keeper's Verdict takes AD carry out of the fight. Bepsi's gonna have to take the businessman back to the fight, and now it's a 4v1 in the back line as they take down the Crushing Maw, gonna stop man in the arena, but it takes so much to get him back. Now Bepsi has rejoined the fight, puts the choppers down. Like you said, Hawk, still no resets, so not able to be full Jinx God Mode Raid Boss cosplay, but that is enough for the Elder try here from Prosperity.
Oh my word, that fight was messy as Aeon Crystal and Albino Spino went deep, but the problem with the front line being that far forward 4x4 is that 67 was able to zone away the Hwei in the Jinx with another great Keeper's Verdict. 67 is having a great game on this Poppy so far, and Prosperity with the Elder and the Infernal. I mean, they still don't have a Baron to really help them push these waves and the incredible amount of wave clear that ZA has, but at some point you have to ask the question, can they just full send a dive under one of these towers?
And with the Soul, I mean, you kind of think that they might be able to, especially if 67 is the one leading the charge. Again, he's just so tough to chew through here. And again, Kongji, look, you got to step up, you got to get that CS. I get it, and look, to be fair, it ended up working out for him, but I think off the back of, if nothing else, like you highlighted, Hawk, masterful team fighting by 67.
I mean, like, Kongji steps a little too far towards the top side of the map. I don't even think he's too far forward. Just a little bit too far from his Poppy, but Poppy was still able to get there to buy time, and just look at this. Keeper's Verdict, and then immediately goes on the Retro Zing, and that's both the damage dealers. Not doing anything for ZA, and not only that, he lives through all this, which is crazy. I actually think if Bepsi gets a reset around this part of the fight, I think they win, which is crazy as it sounds, but with how low the health bars were, I think a few crit rockets would have cleaned everybody up. It doesn't end up being true. A great fight for 67, and this is what I was talking about. You don't need minions. Just start brute forcing these towers if you are Prosperity.
And with the Elder Dragon as well, on top of the Infernal Soul, you can, and you should. Like you said, obviously, you know, don't go crazy, but you can just kind of brute force things and just beat the other team with your wallet. This 3,000 gold lead really isn't telling the full story. Poppy up an item and a half on her opposite number right now, and you see those menacing, foreboding little lines a little bit up the health bars as Simo is throwing the storm out, buying space. Kongzi, my goodness, goes forward here, gets hit with the Spiraling Despair. He's got the flash in the barrier. Should things get dicey, he takes it back, but actually ends up flipping a couple of his teammates with the damage. Nature's Grasp goes out, but you see that Zero Animosity just not comfortable enough to spring on that.
Similarly, though, Prosperity not comfortable enough to stay in the base when a Jinx reset could be looming. But Kongji losing the flash there for that, I don't know if I love it. I like the look for the Chains of Corruption, but just consistently positioning so far laterally from his team that putting himself into bad spots and forced away. Now that Summoner Spell not available, next time Albino Spino goes in on towards him, maybe could be the ticket. Scoon also down that Summoner Spell while Retrozing and Bebsy both have their own flashes. Dare I say, 4x4, this Elder falling in about a minute or so, if ZA can prevent the Baron from going down in that amount of time, I think the next fight actually favors them, despite being down in Infernal Soul because of the lack of Summoner Spells on the opposite side.
No, that's a good shout. And like he's on a couple crucial members, right? Like Scoon, like Kongzi. And even though Kongzi, I mean, he's kind of dancing with the devil with his positioning, you still got Scoon and you still got 67. Again, positioning forward, positioning laterally, he's got a target on his back right now. Fighting for the control of this mid-wave for the fight that could decide the game. There goes the Nature's Grasp, Singularity not going to find anybody. Fantastic body block there by Simo. Now, trying to go on down, Albino, Spino, Scoon, trying to get himself in a good position. Chains of Corruption goes down, lots of damage. The Polymorph as well, big old shield from the lock of the Iron Solari, and then some. Albino Spino, he's got to be that frontliner, trying to provide room for Betsy, and that might be enough here. Getting on the Cino, can you get that reset on the Jinx? 67 going way deep there. Simo just barely surviving by the skin of his teeth and the help of the Wild Growth. Piercing Arrow goes out to get a little more damage down. The health bars are low, but no blood spilled just yet, Hog.
This Lulu pick for JT just saved the game. If Jay died, that would have been a Jinx reset, and I think that would have been the fight going the way of ZA, but you could see the AoE coming out from this Acel. 40 minutes into the game. Scoon, full build basically with the 12 stack Magi's. He's very strong, and they are onto the Baron knowing they have the health bar lead, and they set some of the bases. That's huge.
That is absolutely massive, and now Aeon Crystal in a really rough spot here. He's got to do something, but all he can do is turn tail and run Z-score. Able to get the tether down, get Betsy in some decent positions to fight on two fronts, up by that Tri-Brush as well. Aeon Crystal gets the heck out of dodge, but now Albino Spino trying to buy time for the rest of his team, but you see just how long it's taken to chew through 67. Finally, the Spiraling Despair goes down. Betsy finally gets back into the fight as the Super Mega Death Rocket just goes wide. Shield gets back onto 67.
Jungler
He gets
down.
himself into safety, but the jungler is down, like you said. And now, is this the moment? Is this the window that Zero Animosity needed?
No, it's not. They have to reset. Aeon Crystal's too low. Albino Spino is too low. Scoon can still carry this, but they're getting greedy.
Scoot is big, but his front line has disappeared, and 67 doesn't have TP. The Redemption gonna help out just a little bit here as they start the Baron. JT is back on the Lulu, has been monstrous in these last couple team fights. Does he have another miracle left in him? Aeon Crystal's going to the back of the pit. Not going to be enough. You did your best Gumayushi impression. It wasn't enough, my friend. And the tempo has swung back in the favor of Zero Animosity.
Oh my goodness. I mean, I did say I thought the next fight favored ZA, but not like that. Prosperity over chasing yet again. This has been their kryptonite. This is the reason they haven't won this game yet, as it was Simo just going so deep. Guys, they had already taken control of the river. You don't need to keep going. Take your space advantage and then draw a line of scrimmage. Instead, Simo drops, they lose the Baron for it, and that is a mistake that might haunt them, as here comes ZA, 5 members strong in mid. We are just A-ramming all game here today. I'm expecting yet another team fight around this Elder in 15 seconds, and we talked earlier, way earlier, about how good Maokai is at controlling the river once he's able to get in.
Now it's Albino Spino looking to go forward with that extra speed boost, Singularity down to create some space. CC goes down onto 67, but you see just how much it takes to shoot through that health bar. There goes the Nature's Grasp, another great body block by Simo, going unstoppable and eating the roots. Such a fantastic late game counter into this Maokai that's so strong, like we said. Get the Q3 down is Desante, and now here comes the Keeper's Verdict. Who's it gonna get? Could decide the fight. The front line is down. It's just Aeon Crystal. They're gonna chase the Corruption, but Glenn's out of it immediately with the McHale's. Very nicely done by Z-Score, and that should be enough for them to at least try on this Elder, but the health bars are low, Hawk.
And look at this Prosperity. They're making the call just to try and push mid. They want this wave, but there's Baron Empowered Recall and Zero Animosity. They are forced into a fight. Is Prosperity. Here comes the front line. Seeker 67, no Keeper's Verdict. Elder already have.
Albino Spino gets onto 67. Big old shield. Over the wall goes Simo.
Be a reset.
Guys reset as well. Man in the arena. 67 trying to get into the back line and keep his carry safe. Goes on.
There it is.
There goes the Quay damage. Man in the arena. Now 67 trying to buy a little more time, but the damage is just too much. When you keep MVC safe, he's able to dish out that damage. The shutdown finally for all his trouble. They just couldn't find their way onto the carries off.
Yeah, they weren't. And 67 and Simo, this time a little too far ahead of the team. Simo has perennially been the first reset in these fights. I mean, someone's got to do it, but it's Bebsy that's able to carry yet again, as the positioning here was just fantastic from ZA. Recognizing that flipping the Elder is a bad idea. All we have to do is kill one person. 67, they're able to DPS at him, and then look at this. Simo just in 1v5. You cannot be that far forward. Doesn't have the tankiness without the wild growth. And now, that's another reset. Wait, members are just dead. I think that's game.
Yeah, this might be the ball game here. The respawn timers are just too long, it seems, as now the inhib goes down, and Bebsy is just feeling himself the skies ascend to try to just create some sort of space, and actually has enough to take Bebsy down. So for the next minute, they will be without their main AD carry, their main tower shredder. Hawk, I think he might have.
Wow, Scoon does not want to lose. It's another one, a killing spree for the Aurelian Soul. And now, wait a minute. So they're going to have a 4v3 on the map. JT will respawn first. I don't think there's anything that they can get, but it does deny the Elder Baron push. Inhibitor down in bottom lane is something that they're going to have to respect. And I mean, 4v4, I think we are hurtling towards a third Baron.
We very well might be. Yeah, now you're probably going to, again, barring a mistake that gets pounced on, I think both these teams perfectly happy to take their foot off the gas just a little bit and try to get something back, right? Trade an inhibitor for an inhibitor, and this door that all of a sudden was left open that soon took advantage of. Spiraling Despair goes out here as 67 goes forward, executing that dive we were talking about, Hawk. They are trying to end here without Bebsy there, but it might not be enough. Chase the Corruption go out, and actually Aeon Crystal able to get the kill there. 67 buying a lot of time, but it's just enough for his carries to escape. A little overzealous, our Prosperity, and 67 goes down.
But now, can ZA go coast to coast, right? Now they have a 5v3. I don't understand that play at all. Prosperity just tried to dive the Nexus towers with no wave, and the enemy team still has Elder. I don't care that it's a 4v3. That's not a winning fight, and now down their top side of the map, here comes Zero Animosity barreling down mid-wave.
Will it be enough? The Wave's actually in a phenomenal spot. Super Minions barreling towards that bottom lane as well. And they've got a wide open path here. The respawn timers, it's going to be close, Hawk. You should be able to get this mid inhib off, but then the real fun starts.
Remember, this is a resetting Jinx. No wave to work with just yet. I think they can end. 67 is still down for 20 seconds. You're going to have a reset off Bebzy, and look at this. They're zoned away. JT's going to die.
Oh, man. JT goes down, and that's the reset that they were looking for. Mopping up the rest of the minions in this wave, and now it's Frizz Prosperity. Can you buy enough time for your big man on campus, 67, to show up? Maybe they don't need it. The skies just keep on descending. Kongzi getting on the board again, and they do, in fact, buy enough time. To the other side of the rift we go.
Oh, I have no idea what's happening right now. Z-Score without Flash, for some reason, in the front line, gets caught up, is now dead. So both supports die. No one's going to end the game. We are heading towards a third Baron spawn. Everybody's been full build for a while, at least that it matters on, as we're going to get another replay of this sequence. I mean, yeah, this is simply JT being zoned away by the Nature's Grasp, and then I didn't see what happened to Z-Score here, because Betsy's just free hitting. And, oh, Z-Score gets caught up in the gravity well, the black hole, but I don't know. You don't need to hit the tower as the Karma. You're the Enchanter.
No, hang back and be a bard in the D&D sense,
that
right?
First tower, they end the game.
Hawk, you were right about the third Baron. But at what cost? How did we get here? That is really the interesting question here. Oh, Keeper's Verdict not going to find anybody. Nature's Grasp goes out. It's going to lock up the members of Prosperity in the Baron. Kill him out. Now, can he get the steal off there? And Crystal able not to get there. Simo's going to lock it up. But look how much time 67 is buying. And Scoon just free firing as well as Kongzi. But Bebzy gets excited. He's huge. The rookie AD carry mops up a couple members. 3 to be exact. And no Baron. Maybe no problem here, Hawk. They've got a way to the base.
Scoon is still alive, though. This level 18 Aurelion Soul. He could still be the hero. He's got all the stacks on the match. That singularity is big.
Retro Zing wanted everything onto Scoon, and why not? If you can take down the most menacing member alive, you take it. Just barely not enough. But my goodness, 25 out of 29 kill participation. It's been a heck of a game for these two mid laners, as now Zero Animosity looks to end. Nexus Tower number 1 going down. Scoon taking pretty low here. This could be the ball game. Look at how much Bebzy is doing to the towers. The wave thinning out, but now Scoon able to get some healing back from the fountain. Goes forward with the Breath of Life. Now Bebzy just focusing on hitting the Nexus. That should do it, unless they've got a miracle in them. They do not. My goodness, what a game one. 48 minutes back and forth. Zero Animosity take it over Prosperity.
Safe as the plate as the center fielder tried to gun him down at home. Zero Animosity. I don't know, that game felt like it had some animosity to me. Bebzy, the rookie AD carry, alongside a Retro Zing, doing the damage to get things done. The Jinx resets were the difference maker later on with the AoE that they had, and oh my word, nearly a 50-minute game one. And remember, that's just the first one of a Fearless best of 3.
Yeah, like you said, we're going to take it to a quick break before game 2 of this Fearless best of 3. And if it's half as much fun as game 1, we are in for a treat. Please don't go anywhere. We will be right back. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Zero animosity over Prosperity in game one, but Hawk, it was it was not the game we expected. But if entertainment-wise, it was the best case scenario. 48 minutes later, 3 Barons, a couple Elders, and that's how we got there. We're gonna get into some replays here of game one before we pick an MVP, break this one down a little bit more, and get ready for game 2 of Fearless. Hawk, it started out actually really well for Zero Animosity before Prosperity. They rounded into the late game comp that you expected them to. And 67, man, doing absolutely everything he could to just will his team into every single team fight.
Yeah, I really do think the tank play from 67 on that Poppy was fantastic. It kept the game very interesting. I actually think Prosperity was the first team that game in a winning position. It was just sort of tossed back and forth a few times, yes. I think, if that sort of makes sense. So
that makes sense.
And obviously, they did not end up winning. So, you know, if you were to run that game back and play it out as cleanly as possible, I think Prosperity was supposed to win, but they weren't quite able to do so. As it was Zero Animosity, they were actually the ones with a little bit of an early game advantage as we kind of combed through the replays, but Prosperity, with the neutral objectives, put themselves in that winning spot.
Yeah, they set themselves up really, really well. And the usage of the early neutral objectives, right? Like we said, the Void Grubs, it was a bit of a late take, so it didn't really come into play. And it's not like Albino Spino would have been in a good position to get anything going here, because this 1v1, this solo bolo here by 67 was kind of a microcosm of things to come here. But in the mid game, before Prosperity took control of the game, they had a number of oopsies, like the one highlighted right here.
Yeah, I mean, there was just a lot of situations where I feel like Prosperity, like I said, first one's in a winning position. Well, what went wrong, right? They kept just trying to find kills when I don't think they needed to. This play was a great example. You know, also like extra mistakes, like Simo just getting caught out trying to clear a wave. I feel like kind of for no reason. And I mean, as we go through the replays, I wonder if we'll see one of the situations where Prosperity actually has control over the map and the area that they are trying to secure. But instead of then just drawing themselves the line of scrimmage and taking a fight based on those lines, they overchase. Then somebody gets caught out, and then suddenly Jinx has a reset, and we've lost our jungler or our whoever, and we can't take the objective. This is actually a really great example, this play right here. So they're going to get a really nice pick onto Albino Spino. Good patience to control the mid wave. And now, with the TP from Scoon, 4v5, they have inside track on mid and a wave. They could just go pick up that tower. Instead, they for some reason try to overforce their advantage, and they actually, after that replay cuts out, lose a member, right? And so it just becomes a 4v4, and they get nothing for the advantage they had gotten. So that's the kind of stuff I want to see Prosperity clean up for this second game.
And then we have something that happens to the best of us, an Atakan moment. Now realizing how tough this objective is to take. I think it was right off, no, it wasn't off the back of the Dragon. It was right before the Dragon, actually. It takes too long. Your armor and MR is shredded, and this is what you end up with.
Retrozing is also just Thanos on this way all game, man. I mean, I want to start talking more about Zero Animosity because they are the team that won this game. And the biggest takeaway for me is that their duo of carries, one of them, a player that I said, hey, I've got my eyes on them. I think they can pop off in this tournament. And then the other one, someone I've never heard of and is a true rookie. Both of them went crazy, right? The Jinx, Hui, the amount of AoE that they were able to output in these team fights was just absolutely filthy. I mean, even this fight is a great example, right? This is a fight that they don't really end up winning, but you can see how quickly they're able to just reduce the Prosperity health bars to 0 once they're given the opportunity to hit with those QEs from the Hui and the passive procs all coming out.
Yeah, and then finally, right, once Bevsy gets that one reset, he didn't really shine in the early game, but as a Jinx, you got to shine in the late game. That's it. And as we were kind of debating an MVP, who on Zero Animosity would you give it to? Would you do, maybe give it to someone on the losing team? That is entirely possible, as Scoon and 67 both had really good games. But you talked about Retrozing and what he was doing to set up these team fights. And in these very kind of evenly matched competitions, stuff like that, right? Flash forward, maw, damage down. Those are the kind of plays that he was making in all these team fights to swing them over the edge.
And I want to take a look back at the expectations we set for the series 4x4 because we had a few questions coming in. Who is going to win the battle of veteran mid laners, and which rookies were going to be able to step up? How would they mesh with their team? And I've got to say, battle of the mid laners, I'll give it a draw for game one. Like you said, I think both Scoon and RetroZing had a fantastic game. The Aurelion Soul was good from Ike, first game back in a long time. Even though RetroZing, I mean, was absolutely monstrous on this way. Like, both of them were great. But the big difference maker was Bebzy on this Jinx. It was the second really strong carry that put ZA over the edge. And for as well as 67 was playing on this Poppy, it still wasn't enough to get his team the win when the ZA carries were just so on form.
They were just too tough to get a handle on. They were positioning really, really well. I mean, Bebzy, right? I mean, we talked about Kongji and how his positioning was sometimes not even bad, but just a little kind of like, maybe you don't want to be right there. But in these team fights, right, Bebzy and RetroZing, I think just playing really, really patiently, right, and allowing Albino Spino, who maybe didn't have the game he would have wanted, but between him and Aeon Crystal, they kept their carries alive. And at the end of the day, that's all that you've got to do. And we unfortunately couldn't say the same for the likes of Simo, who sometimes went a little bit too far forward, not recognizing, okay, maybe I'm not a true tank, and just not really being on the same page as the rest of his team.
Yeah, and I do think we're talking about rookies. Simo, not the best debut on the Udyr, unfortunately. Like you said, just a few plays where they were a little too far forward, not exactly where they needed to be. And look, they can still bring it back. We saw some good stuff.
Yeah.
We saw a really clutch smite, for example, on the second Baron, I believe it was, that they were able to secure. So still flashes of brilliance. But like we said, Bebzy went nuclear, right? Now let's see Simo go nuclear. Let's see the rookie on the other side really, mask off, take over the game, and become the player that they want to be. It absolutely still can happen, because I do think a lot of the supporting pieces around them were still playing well. Like, at the end of the day, this was a 40-minute game. We mentioned it got tossed back and forth multiple times. Neither of these teams is obviously outclassing the other at this current moment, so I still think the door for this series is wide open, despite Zero Animosity being up 1-0.
No, absolutely. To round off the discussion as we get ready to go into game two, get ready into picks and bans again, Fearless, just flagging that up. Who would you give the MVP to if you had to? Is there a couple, like you said, star players, the mid laners? It was a draw. Would you give it to one of them?
It may have been a draw, but RetroZing's team won the game, and clearly that's the only thing that matters. Results-based analysis here on the NACL is exactly what you come for. RetroZing is my MVP for the game. Look, Bebzy had a game on that Jinx. I really want to give those flowers. Dropped a nuke on that champion, but I think watching back a lot of the fights, it was RetroZing that was the difference maker to me, especially in the middle stages of the game. Like, in between the time where Prosperity got Soul and then, like, ZA started coming back with, like, the Elder and the Baron fights and stuff, I thought a lot of those fights were really hard carried by the Hui, and he was the biggest reason that Prosperity was not able to end the game. The amount of damage that was dealt to everybody at all times was simply disgusting. I think the confidence was also very clearly there. Like things like the flash crushing Maw to secure the triple kill for Bebzy, right? It's those kind of things that I see in a mid laner, and I love to see that confidence, not daunted by this stage. And I mean, it ended up being a win. So yeah, RetroZing, MVP of game one for me for sure.
Yeah, no, I think I'd have to say the same. I mean, if Prosperity comes out on top in that one, I think I give it to 67, because I mean, just the amount of gravity that he soaked up and kind of put Albino Spino in the dirt really early. A Cassante could be such a demon to take care of, but he was an item and a half behind from like the 20-minute mark. He just wasn't allowed to play the game to the same depth as the Poppy. And 67, he only missed one Keeper's Verdict, if I could recall, and it unfortunately was there at the end. But everything else, he bought his team so much time with that ability, played the Poppy itself really, really strongly. Now we've got picks and bans coming up in just a little bit here for game two. I imagine we will see a side swap. Actually, yeah, I mean, yeah, I think we'll see probably a
I would guess we see a side swap. Yeah. Most teams around the world have been partial. Well, I say that. I saw a really great tweet. I assume this to be true, that LCK teams are picking blue side every game. Yep. LPL teams were picking red side every game in the playoffs. I will say the theory behind it, though, is are you going to use R5 counter pick, right? I think that's the biggest question. We don't know, actually, because last game we drafted in role order in the client. So I don't, it's kind of hard to say, like, what Prosperity should do if they want to run things back on the red side. But given that we did just see a game where the teams just locked in mega team fight comps, double frontline enchanter, double damage, right? Like, I think we're going to see Prosperity swap to blue.
Yeah, I would think so too. I want to live in the world where the Poppy was an R5 pick, because then it did exactly what it should have. That is the reality I choose to live in, and since we have nothing to directly contradict that, that's where I'm going to stay. So assuming Prosperity get onto the blue side, I mean, both these teams, like we said, it's not like, you know, it was entertaining gameplay. It wasn't like super clean at all times, but like you said, both teams evenly matched. And now with their backs against the wall here, Prosperity, do you expect them to go back to kind of what they've done here? Because it was just on the back of one little team fight or two. That game was winnable by them.
Again, I don't think Prosperity was outclassed in this game really at all. If they want to go back to comfort team fighting, I see absolutely no issue with that strategy. You know, they do have to be careful of, I do think they were outplayed a little bit in the early game. So, you know, if ZA went for something a little bit more aggressive, could that pose problems? But I also think ZA is just gonna be fine to go towards a team fight comp. I'm expecting just hardcore 5v5 to be the name of the game. Before we get into the draft, though, I do think we have an asset for the partially completed bracket, if I'm not entirely mistaken, so we can see some results of the other games. Because remember, this is a 64-team bracket. There are 31 other games going on right now, as never mind, we're in with a almost completed draft of full team fighting on both sides with an Akshan.
With an Akshan and a Pike.
Pike!
As well.
Ooh.
So, like, you mentioned the Corki and things like that for Kongji and the aggression that can provide in the early game. Pike is the cherry on top of that sundae.
And so this is a really interesting one. I was actually looking at this pick coming into the series. JT/Keo, this is their most played in solo queue, busting out the pick. On the verge of going to the lower bracket. I absolutely love this confidence coming out. We were talking about, could one of the rookies on Prosperity step up? I know I name dropped Simo. JT's another one that absolutely could try to do the same. So I think this is a really cool pick. Into the Braum, though, a lot of frontline again. Like, this is a difficult composition to play Pike into. So we're relying a lot on individual skill to make things happen. The biggest thing for me, I think, is going to be how can they tilt the mid lane. You have Ryze and Vi. The amount of gank setup onto this Akshan is substantial despite the favorable 1v1 for Retrozing. So that could be a place that Prosperity looks in order to get themselves an advantage with this Pike pick.
Yeah, and you mentioned that both these mid laners, they're not strangers to a melee mid, but we are getting the ADC mid, so double ADC here on
it's still
the red
spicy.
side. Yeah, oh no, absolutely. And we saw it get banned in game one. And so now that it is taken off the board, he says, thank you very much. That's what we're gonna do here to try to, just get this one over the line here. Again, the sides are swapped. Zero Animosity now gonna be on the red side, trying to put this one over the top. And like you said, the Pike tends to be, not a linchpin, but an X factor in this composition. You said it, this is really, really tough to play it into. I wonder how you're gonna take the Gragas build here for Albino Spino, right? Because you have a lot of safety, you have tools to engage, you have tools to disengage as well. So, you know, as far as the options to start a fight, I think I favor Zero Animosity's composition a little bit more, but Prosperity, aside from the Pike, again, just really kind of, you know, stand and deliver, set it up, tank and spank, easier to execute.
I will say, you know, I don't blame you for saying this 4x4 because you're a CBLOL caster / LTA South, and in LTA South, nobody knows how to set up Vi picks very well, so I get it, but I don't think I've ever heard someone say that the team with Vi Ornn has less ability to start a fight than the opposite side.
I think what I meant to say is like fewer ways in which you can navigate a team.
No,
right?
I know.
That is
I'm
an
just
easy way, right? But that is kind of your main way, right? Because the Pike, like you said, is going to have a tougher time in this competition.
No, I totally agree.
Yeah.
I'm just being annoying. I definitely agree with you. And I will say, to your point as well, you talked about the flexibility of something like the Gragas. You also have double AD carries behind a Braum, and that can be a lot of late game damage coming out later. I think my biggest concern right now for Zero Animosity is the Gragas is the only magic damage. Yeah. They are going to need some DPS to come out from Albino Spino in this game. I think something like the Leandries is actually a must build at some point for this Gragas, because the thing about Akshan, yes, is an AD carry. Double AD carries put out a lot of DPS. They have the Wukong as well. That's a lot of damage, but Akshan isn't the best tank shredding AD in the game, and neither really is Zeri. It can be a little suspect, and if last game was all about who can kill who's frontline first, well, this is definitely going to be a relevant consideration, I think, for Zero Animosity is how are they going to get through. We didn't talk about it too much, but Albino Spino did not really have a great first game. So I think this is definitely one where I would like to see them bounce back against 67's Ornn and really be able to have a good one on this Gragas.
Yeah, we'll see how he builds. Yeah, I think to your point, it will probably be with the Wukong and the Braum. You've got enough peel and you've got enough engage, right? Or at least enough follow-up, if nothing else. So I think, yeah, it's probably Rod into Leandry's, you know, and then maybe Azanya's off the back of that. Cosmic Drive maybe somewhere in there. Or I don't know, you like, we saw the Varus build last game, the, I'm TFT brain, not adaptive help. Jack Show, there we go. You know, to give yourself that a little extra defensive stats. But look, they've got their backs against the wall here. And right now, for 67, he's gonna need to have himself another very good Ornn game. The range isn't amazing on the side of Prosperity, right? Your two big carries, they kind of have to get up in your face here.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. Now, they do a lot of damage. Rise and Corki can definitely output some deeps, as the kids say, but I do agree with you that range could be scary, and I think as well, you were talking about flexibility on the side of Zero Animosity. The amount of safety in a side lane is good, but not great. Wukong, Akshan, they can really link up to make plays just as well as the Vi Pike, and so I think, like, just like last game, river control is going to be so important. I would actually really like to see both of these teams try not to NA ram this game, but actually play around side lanes, play the 4-1, and look to attack the lone member on the other side.
Yeah, well, and like you said, right, we beat it over the head, the flexibility, but also, I mean, just like the amount of space you can create and the creative angles you can take with something like a Wukong, and with something like a Pike as well, right? So I think, you know, we talked about vision control and kind of maybe how Prosperity wasn't being the best at setting up and taking advantage of the space that they had. Looking at that again, because, you know, the Pike, sort of like a Rakan, sort of, I know they're not the same champion, bear with me here. It's about, I mean that in the terms of angles and the way you can start fights. It will be a tier start, excuse me, for Albino Spino. So, you know, like I said, like you said, the Leandry's into something with a lot of health, like the Ornn, eventually the Rise as well. He's probably going to go Roa as well. So, yeah, the Seraphs initially, or maybe that could be that Fimbulwinter. Maybe that's where you get your defensives.
Yeah, usually the build right now for a lot of Rises is just you stack a lot of HP and a lot of AP. Things like Roa, Seraphs, obviously Core, things like Frozen Heart, Cosmic Drive also can be seen as this is an all-in.
Kongji, the Ignite there onto Bebsy. He has to flash away, almost in a lot of trouble here. Z-Score kiting pretty well here. Kongji gonna get the Conqueror up, actually. And Z-Score has to flash away as well as Kyo. The threat of that hook is just immense. Now, 7 summoners blown here in the bottom lane. Everything but Kongji's flash.
Yeah, and that's absolutely huge because not only do they get the flashes and the summoners, but they get control of the wave, they get a health bar advantage, and we talked about wanting to see stuff, and Kyo getting it done early on the Pike. Level 1 Corki, so strong. That Gatling gun with the true damage autos, Corki just does more DPS than most other characters at level 1, especially more than Zeri. And remember, this is into a champion like Braum that has one of the best level 1s in the entire game. So that really goes to show how well Kongji and Kyo were able to play it. Now immediately on a roam towards mid. A great ward from Retrozing to start out and, you know, see any early Pike roams. But, I mean, early action, no kills, an advantage in bottom lane for Prosperity Esports as the logos are switched in the top side with junglers pathing down towards this volatile.
And like you said, this is where it is sort of like last game, right? You get an advantage in that bottom lane early. Great. What are we going to do with it? And Kongji, if nothing else, able to get back there with a bit of that false stats right early on that tier, to be able to get that early recall. Control of that wave is going to be huge. Not letting this wave crash as well with the hover there from Shibo. One more time there to be able to keep this lane safe, because this can absolutely snowball your game into the late game. And this composition, right? You know, yes, flexibility maybe for the side of Zero Animosity. Again, we apologize. The logos are backwards. There's Zero Animosity on the blues, or on the red side, Prosperity on the blue side. But this late game composition, it is just gonna play itself.
Fighting bottom river, maybe. That's, oh, okay, never mind. You got the hook. I thought he got the real one.
Yeah, he got the clone there, and now Aeon Crystal able to go forward, gets the Conqueror off, and now Shibo maybe a little bit of trouble here, but it's tough to go in here when you've got the threat of the hook, and Scoon roaming down as well, so that should be all she wrote. Just Retrozing got other ideas here. We're recalling, not able to help out. Sibo, wake up, brother. You got your team is under fire. First blood for Retrozing. Blows the flash, but it will be worth it. It's a 1-for-1 meanwhile, though, as Sibo able to trade back, and that will be all she wrote.
I don't know if that was a good play by RetroZing, but it was very Giga Chad. I'll give him that. Just windmill dunked on top of Prosperity Esports and then promptly tore his ACL immediately afterwards. Like, that's kind of how I interpret that play. Ends up being a 1-for-1. Kill to the Akshan and the Vi, and everything just going to remain even.
Yeah, all the tiers coming through here as well. Not for nothing. My goodness, RetroZing. He just taking what he did in game 1 and just, like you said, Hawk, windmill dunking. Now that's a 360 between the legs, jumping over a Kia again onto Scoop.
Who? Oh, wait, hang on, Kangxi. He needs to be careful. Okay,
yeah.
Fine. No concussive blows. He's going to be okay, going to crash the wave, and I mean, Prosperity's, or rather, Zero Animosity very low in their own right on the bottom side, but
yeah.
4-4, who's that guy that only does the
Mac
NBA
McClung.
dunk contests?
Yep, Mac McClung.
Mac McClung, yeah, that's RetroZing right now. He just dunked over a car.
Yeah, they wheel him out of the G League once a year for the past 3 years, and oh my goodness, we're not going to do the NBA All-Star discussion on this game. If this game gets really out of control, then maybe we will, but we're not going to do that right now. Get another look at this one. Again, keep your eyes on RetroZing, because I don't think anyone else was.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest, and I don't blame them for this. I think Prosperity forgot what Akshan does, which is fair because no one plays the champion, right? So, yeah, they just kind of forget that that guy can fly in. And, I mean, kudos to RetroZing for full sending. I think he kind of surprised his own team as well as Prosperity. Oh, God. Zero Animosity did not really look in position to follow up either. But, I mean, hey, it's a 1-for-1. It was cool. They also got a kill on the Scoon on the swap back. And Zero Animosity, they're in the lead. Regardless, Grub spawning. Keo on the top side of the map means that they're going to be able to start these one up. The Pike, one of the things you always want to see from this champion is how well can they get out on the map and how early can they do it. Well, JT definitely getting it done.
Yeah, absolutely. And now you see a bit of a rank lane swap coming in here. Again, just trying to get JT on different sides of the map to contest certain things. You're getting him to shield Simo there as they lock up these first 3 Void Grubs. And Hawk in this game, as it is traded for the Dragon, down on the bottom side, as Aeon Crystal immediately onto that, responding very, very quickly. Hawk, this game, side lane is going to be much more of a factor.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, I said I wanted to see the 4-1 come out. And interestingly, so we're starting to see the team's handshake, I think, for the first time literally this entire series. As we might have a dive in top up by the Spino.
In a little bit of trouble here, actually made that a lot of trouble as the Ignite goes down. The flash, not the most successful. He had no ultimate. Kangxi gets the barrier up, knew he had that flash forward. And man, if he was level 6, you know that he was dead meat.
Oh, Kangxi's gonna really want that one back. Henrique, he canceled an auto.
Oh no, I didn't even see that.
That would have been a dead Gragas. We've all been there, I feel that, but yeah, Kangxi gonna want that one back. And so we're seeing something interesting. Lane swap to the top side, right? For the first time this series, teams are deciding to handshake. And you might be thinking, wait, lane swaps are dead, I thought.
Yeah,
and you'd be right, but only for the first 4 minutes. That's when the lane swap protection falls. That's a level 6 Wukong.
Cyclone goes in, able to get 4 flash forward and onto both members, and now JT has to be really, really careful. There goes the comeuppance, not going to land out of the pipe. Here comes 67, TPing out of the perfect angle call. The Forge God goes out, and down goes Aeon Crystal.
All right, we're seeing cool stuff. Lane swap protection following at 4 minutes means that Prosperity is able to do so, still at like 6 or so minutes towards that Void Grub spawn. Not only that, since Season 15 started, TP no longer has to unleash for you to TP anywhere. The summoner spell just kind of is slow and awkward now, but 67 says, hey guys, they're in too deep, just keep them interested and I'll get there at some point. Able to teleport in behind them, cut off the escape, and secure 2 kills for the team.
And while we were chatting about that, one more kill actually going over to Scoon this time. So Prosperity in a slightly better position than they were. Remember, they got those 3 Void Grubs, traded it back with the Dragon. So again, still a pretty even early game here, but you have to favor the late game. Like you said, Hawk, even though you're up against double AD carries, the side lanes are going to be really tough to manage here if you are Zero Animosity going into that. Barrel not able to get exactly what you wanted out of that, but now RetroZing. But now this is kind of what you've seen a little bit more traditionally, right? It's kind of in the big game. You said an AD carry, you set a damage dealer up with the support. And actually, just as I say that, it was really just 2 roams. They're not going to park themselves in the mid lane. My bad.
I mean, but again, Keo, how often can the Pike get moving on the map? How early? How often? It is early, and it is very often. Albino Spino, no flash, no ulti, should be dead.
Yep, should be toast here. Keo able to hang on to the hook, and no barrel, like you said, no flash, no nothing. Just trying to take someone down with him potentially. Actually, trying to just buy some time potentially for someone to come up, but all he's doing is maybe putting himself in the path of Scoon to get himself another kill. There's the hook to help lock it up for this Rise. Off to the races here early, Hawk. And now Z-Score, hang on a second here. Aeon Crystal trying to bully Jay out of his own jungle, and that will be all she wrote.
Jay, don't go for the Raptors. Jay, don't go for the Raptors.
Yeah, just a little bit too far forward, and who's there? Retro Zing, when you least expect it. The Akshan shows up, and he got his comeuppance.
Nice one. Retro Zing having a good game. All 3 kills on his team. It was Zero Animosity that claimed the feat of warfare around that Void Grub fight. So that 3rd kill, not going to mean too much, but it does equalize at least what Scoon got as we can take another look at this topside play. I'll give Albino Spino credit for how absolutely cooked they were. Did a good job of buying time. They did force Scoon to rotate, which gave a timer on the bottom side of the map for Zero Animosity to find their Newton's Law of League of Legends play. For every action is an equal and opposite reaction on the other side of the map.
So far, so good. Yeah, we've seen that in kind of this feels like not a repeat, but a similar sort of thing in that way, like you were saying, that both teams early on were trading pretty well, right? In game 1 and now here in game 2, it's a different style of game, maybe a little bit different
style. They want top lane again, though.
Yeah, but now, like you said, top laners going up there, and again, just camping out these Void Grubs. But you got to give credit here to Prosperity because they're recognizing that win condition, right? They want control over these because these Void Grubs are going to be crucial to how they want to close this game out.
Playing mid.
Yeah, Aeon
shouldn't
Crystal.
be too much.
No, Ghost Water Dive goes out, Retro Zing, a little more mobility, and now the ultimate used defensively. Fantastic explosive pass there.
So
maybe get something there, but like you said, a little too deep there. And Simo, again, just a little bit not in sync with his teammates.
Yeah, I just think, I don't know, felt like an overforce right there from Prosperity. End up getting punished for it. Good one by ZA, and that's going to give him control over the Grubs. The Z-Score's caught now.
Yeah, he's in some trouble here trying to bail out Aeon Crystal, but now 3 kills for the Rise Hawk. This is, I don't think this is how Retro Zing wanted the opposite mid lane to go. Luckily, he's got 4 kills in his pocket, but a champion like Rise accelerated this early, oh boy.
I was going to say, I think we can continue to call the mid lane matchup a draw. Scoon is down in the 1 versus 1. Has been roaming quite a bit. The Akshan able to roam a little bit faster. Also just in general has control over the wave given the nature of this matchup. So, you know, he's down in the 1v1, but this Rise is still very strong. And we're going to see both these mid laners, just like last game, be a massive part of their team's success. The biggest difference between this game and last so far, 4x4, is in the bottom lane, where Kongji is ahead of Bebzy, unlike game 1. As we can take another look at this play. Like, look, I like the look, but Pyke is able to easily get out. Vi, talking about CB lol, this is something we see all the time. Sometimes they queue forward 4x4 and then go, oh shoot. And I think that was what happened to Simo right there.
Yeah, the ball breaker just a little bit too far forward, and they go, oh no. I mean, Vi, right, if you've got only one way to go, and you know that's going to be a successful one-way trip, there are a few better champions in the game than Vi. You're unstoppable. You get multiple layer CC. I mean, it's just, it kind of plays itself. And now we get the wet noodle fight up in the top lane. We got a 4v4 developing in the bottom lane. Kongji in a pretty decent spot here to potentially flank, as the second dragon of the game is on the menu.
Zero Animosity on towards it. All the summoners on their carries, or just everybody in general. Simo down that flash. Here comes.
They're going forward here. Aeon Crystal with the Cyclone going forward, but now able to buy some space there. Still able to deal decent damages. Scoon, but it's not enough. Again, Simo picked off there before the rest of the damage dealers can get rolling here. And Kongji, just, I see where you're going with the flank there, but credit to Zero Ambition. They picked a side and went with it.
Clean stuff, and Crystal, I'm really liking this player's early games, up pretty substantially in the 1v1 in jungle, and I had just said, the only person without a flash was Simo. And who do they go on immediately? Simo. Kill the Vi, kill the jungler, get the objective, and Retro Zing continuing to Mac McLung their way through the map.
Yeah, he's putting on quite the show here. And again, I mean, look, credit to him. This is pretty similar to what he was doing in game 1. Just it feels like with a little less support this time around. We're gonna get another look at this fight here, and I think you saw the moment that Retro Zing and company, specifically Aeon Crystal, saw that they had the numbers advantage, and they went for it.
I mean, what? I'm actually not sure what got the pull back right there. onto the Vi. Something did, and that was huge. It canceled the Vault Breaker, and that meant that Simo was not able to get away without the flash. And again, just a really good trigger pool right there, recognizing that they were the ones with control of the river. Zero Animosity, yet again, in a pretty good position in game 2.
Albino Spino got to be a little bit careful here. Explosive Cat's going to send the Corki to a very dangerous position. Maybe not exactly how he drew it up, but could be a happy consequence. Got to be careful with the Bone Skewer. Albino Spino looking for the all-in here onto Kongji. The scraps are not enough as the Gatling gun just a little too far range. Here comes Jay. He's got the death from below. If he lands the Bone Skewer, Albino Spino playing very respectfully on the right side of the wave here. I think that should do it.
AT doesn't go for it. I don't think Albino Spino was in execute range after that health pot regen and passive proc. So meant that the Pike was not able to go for it, but a bit touch and go right there. Albino Spino, pretty nice 1v2. Bit of a, they're far forward on this recall, making me nervous.
Yeah, they should be okay. I think. Oh, all right.
All
right, we're just
Why
staying.
would we stay?
Yeah, and now I was going to say, you may have just gift wrapped it there for Simo,
right,
but
we're good.
not going to go for it. Yeah, just kind of babysitting in the bottom lane.
Woo!
Yeah. Someone lit the fuse there on the box of fireworks, but luckily it got snuffed out. Someone kicked some sand over it before it went off.
I feel like I was just like ready to watch Joe Flacco try to do a tush push, man. I don't know. It just, it's like you're watching a car crash in slow motion. So I'm very, very glad that they did not go for it.
Here. I always appreciate that we can do a sports mix metaphor on the cast with you, Hawk. They make me happy. Yeah.
That's why they put us together, you know? Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And then we'll do soccer ones tomorrow when I'm on with Rudude. I said top corner or something like upper 90, and Rudude stopped the cast to compliment me on that one. So that made me feel really good.
There you go.
Yeah.
Do you have like a favorite Premier League team? Like let's talk about how you're going to impress Rude right now.
Oh man. Oh no. We talk ball. He roots for a 4th division team. We're some ball knowers over there. Yeah. Chesterfield.
That's how you know that man's
right.
a true ball knower for being a 4th division team enjoyer. Like we're here in tier 3.
Exactly.
And
the lower divisions is where it's at, man.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the one thing that carries over.
Did you? You know what? Let's talk about League of Legends. As Keo might be a little bit caught out by RetroZing. Good Ghost Water dive. Simo, we're good. We're good. Scoon just trying to work on the tower. Worth noting, Prosperity, they do have those 5 Void Grubs. So with a lot of the handshaking on opposite sides of the map that we're seeing this game as opposed to matching like we saw in game number 1, that Void Grub difference is going to mean a lot more.
Oh my goodness, the Realm Warp here. Scoon locks it up. As Kongji sets it up, makes it so easy for him. They've identified their win condition here, Hawk. I think it is safe to say that as Keo with a nice Phantom Undertow, not going to land on the Z-score, but crucially doesn't draw any tower aggro. But he does with that one. Gets the Glacial Fissure down. The comeuppance goes up, but is able to hit the tower as Keo escapes. Not certain doom. Not even close, actually.
Yeah, I think Keo was pretty fine right there. But again, cross-mapping, right? They go bottom for the kill, so ZA, they get 3 time on mid, but they're not able to kill the tower because they don't have the 5 grubs. Meanwhile, Prosperity, they have, you know, ZA's mid tower equally low, but not only that, top tower is low, bot tower is gone, which got them their feats of strength. And now we can take another look at how this play went. Albino Spino, I mean, just simply out of mana. Greg is never going to win this 1v1 against the Corki without a tower bomba to help out. And obviously, with the ult from Scoon, it's a really clean play.
Yeah, and the flash from Kongji as well, so, you know, did blow that summoner, not for nothing, but yeah, that's not a trade you usually make. And to kind of, you know, project a little bit forward here, we've talked about Ryze and the impact he's going to have on a side lane, the amount of pressure the 67 can soak up. He did that on the pop, he's in a fantastic position to do so as the Ornn here. I mean, this feels like it is in such a better position for Prosperity, if nothing else, because all the eggs are in the RetroZing basket. And in the side lane, with, again, the mobility and the tricks he can do, blah, 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 he could probably hang, but I worry for Zero Ambition and the prospects in the future, because if RetroZing goes down, if he gets picked, things go left really quick.
I mean, similarly for Scoon, so much of the gold in this game is on both mid laners, honestly.
Fair.
Like, there is a lot of responsibility at play here. Speaking of, Dragon now onto the map. Prosperity with their lead. They are the ones controlling the river. I say with their lead. They're actually down gold, but I think they've been the ones up map pressure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you hit it right. You hit the nail right on the head. The map pressure that they are exerting right now, and again with the Void Grubs, what they're able to do. They're at 5. They're above that break point, and now Keo looking for a hook here. Gets the Bone Skewer, but Phantom Undertow not able to get the correct clone anyway. Big ultimates available for everybody. Missile Barrage up here for Kongji. Able to cycle through that really quick. Now they've turned their attention towards the tower. Plus, potentially started here. Aeon Crystal looking to go forward here. Gets joined. Clone popped again. Health bar low, but not as low as you might think. Missile Barrage goes wide.
So, for a bit of an idiosyncrasy with Prosperity's comp that I want to talk about, that I didn't really get to discuss, is Ornn can never just hard engage when Braum still has the Unbreakable.
Yeah.
So it's really actually hard to get the fight started. Here we go.
So there goes the explosive cast, trying to put Keo in a different dimension, but not to be the case. Able to dash forward, get the big Cyclone off, lightning crash up, and able to get that big R2 off. Kills again for the mid laners. There's the Glacial Fissure, gets onto Scoon, but they don't have a way back in here. They need to keep RetroZing safe. And if he goes forward, he's very much going to get locked down here, so they back off of it. And the Rift Herald did go out. In all of that, it did basically nothing, and actually, even though Aeon Crystal was the one that popped the Rift Herald, it is the other team that gets the first out.
Really weird play, honestly, on all sides. It ends up being Prosperity that are going to benefit the most. Now, level 11 Wukong might still have something to say about this. Albino Spino, though, no teleport to arrive. Okay, Prosperity doesn't feel confident enough to do the Dragon, would rather just take their reset and contest this area of the map. It is Zero Animosity that is first to the play. I would like to see them maybe just get on this Dragon immediately as Kongji. I mean, this is a very late base coming out right now from Prosperity. How are they going to do it?
Yeah, this is certainly brave. And again, you've got the team on the red side. Last game was Prosperity, but this time it's Zero Animosity that look like they're going to be the first ones with 3 dragons. Like you said, a bit of an awkward timing here by Kongji on the base, but
they waited too long, though. Now they've missed their window.
Yep.
So now Zero Animosity is just going to try to defend River, but here comes Prosperity. They're doing the right thing. Push up mid-wave and force Zero Animosity to walk out of the river.
yeah, now they potentially got them spread out too, like you said, Hawk, as they do walk out of the river, as Keo, maybe in a little bit of trouble here. RetroZing goes on to him with the heroic swing.
He can create a lot of distance. Wait a minute.
For him. Hang on a second here. There goes the comeuppance, but Scoot able to get in front of his support.
That's a lot of damage.
And well, yeah, no, he ripped right through Keo, but he still got Flash, he still got ult, he still got Ignite. One good Bone Skewer to change the entire timbre of this fight. Scoot has TP, thought about basing, but instead is going to wait it out. Missile Barrage going out, trying to soften him up is Kongji. Into the Octagon pit they go. Not exactly what they're fighting for, but it could be where the battle lines are drawn. At 67 goes forward, not able to get anybody with the Volcanic Charge. Albino Spino taking out of the fight just a little bit. Now Aeon Crystal trying to get the CC down, gets it out of the Dragons. There was a Lightning Crash. That's the go button for Zero Ambition, Zero Animosity. As Keo goes forward, there was a call to Forge God, not able to get the R2 as Z-Score puts up the wall. And after all that, Hawk, somehow, I said way too many words for no one to die there.
But it's going to be the objective going the way of Zero Animosity, and that is exactly the idiosyncrasy that I wanted to talk about earlier, where you can't engage with Ornn because of the Unbreakable, but Vi has no dive partner. The Pike does not count because the Pike just explodes as soon as he looks at 5 people, right? So usually you want something like a, I don't know, like an Aatrox or a, you know, like some sort of diver, a Galio to go in with the Vi, or a tanked support, as we have typically seen in so many competitive games. There isn't really that for the side of Prosperity, right? They actually have a lot more of a kite comp with the Rise and the Corki, and so Simo kind of just tried to send it into 5 people, but he's not able to do anything on his own. You're not killing the Zeri on your own in the backline, right? And then the Unbreakable blocks the call to Forge God, so ZA was able to consolidate their battle line so well and not allow Prosperity in. They get the health advantage and they get the objective.
And so we saw in game 1 is really solid team fighting, understanding how their composition works and how the enemy composition wants to fight as well. It's just been sometimes the execution isn't all the way there at 67. TP's into the stub of that mid-tier 1 from Zero Ambition. But Hawk, I think, yeah, projecting forward, it certainly paints a much more interesting picture, right, of how these team fights are going to go. That Unbreakable is going to be the ability to watch. That's not an ultimate. As Cyclone going forward here, Lightning Crash again. You need to get this Zeri on the board, and this could be just the opportunity, but instead the shutdown will go to Aeon Crystal, and they've got control over this section of the jungle.
And Zero Animosity continuing to do a really great job of playing around their timers as a team. Look, I said I wanted to see a 4-1 this game, but... Oh, Kongji, nice steal. All right. I like that. But, I mean, they're up a member. They can go on to the Otacon. I said I wanted to see a 4-1. They're not really playing it, but hey, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. This team's sticking to their fundamentals, and it's working.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see how they leverage these strengths, right? I mean, it feels like Prosperity Esports, as actually, I'll make that point after this Opticon, because this could go pear-shaped pretty quick here. If Zero Animosity is not careful, there we go. You walk away with the Opticon. As I was saying, as Simo potentially looking for a flank, no, he will start the reset. The way that this mid-game develops is going to be interesting because we haven't truly seen Schoon kind of take full advantage of, you know, the pressure that he can command in a side lane just yet. Because kind of like we were saying, yes, there's a lot of eggs in the RetroZing basket, but there are a lot of eggs damage-wise in the Schoon basket, right? Kongji isn't quite there yet. That 2-item spike is going to be really helpful, but do you think that, like, the 5v5, I feel like the way that Zero Ambition has been playing them favors them more?
Yeah, no, I definitely agree. And I mean, looking at this replay, it's just 67 trying to protect the jungler, trying to retake a part of the map, but you just can't do that when Keo is on the top side. You need to move as a unit, not in separate solo plays. For as tanky as this Orin may be, just a bit of a mistake right there and a really great push bait from Zero Animosity. That got them the Otacon. It is the Voracious that everyone so despises. So faux Guardian Angels online here for Zero Animosity, and they're going to try to make use of them by walking in.
Volcanic Charge not going to find its mark, and now with defensive Cyclone used, and now potentially offensive one as they look for Keo. The comeuppance goes up. That should hit just 67 in the back. Does absolutely nothing. So 2 ultras blown here, not for nothing, as going a little too far forward is Aeon Crystal, has to flash back, and now Albino Spino with the flankerito, as Bebsy going forward here on this Zeri. He's got his first kill of the game and a shutdown to boot. What a play, Albino Spino, what a setup. Bebsy goes very far forward, knows that he's got the free recall in his pocket, and uses it to get a double.
The rookie AD is flexing right now, 4-on-4. That was a nice fight from Bebsy. A fantastic first reposition over the wall to get onto multiple members. The fight looked really chalked for ZA. It felt like Aeon Crystal was just going a little too reckless, maybe, with the Voracious Otacon buff, but I mean, the Zeri just sent it right there, and coming up off the reset with 3 members dead, that will be a Baron for Zero Animosity. And I'm gonna be honest with you, 4-on-4, I think these teams were pretty evenly matched coming into today, but I did not have a potential ZA 2-0 on my bingo card. I put them in the win a match tier of my tier list, and I mean they're looking like they're well on their way to doing so.
Yeah, looking really good here. And again, Aeon Crystal doing the most here, truly, buying a ton of time to get the rest of his team set up.
But this is goofy. What's about to happen? Like, this is good. They take control of the jungle, but this is like psychotic. He loses so much of his HP and flashes away instead of just dying, right? But look at Bebsy. That reposition was absolutely sick with Albino Spino on the flank. And so it ends up, you know, Aeon Crystal, hey man, the difference between inting and tanking is the follow-up.
Yeah. Amen. Yeah, it's the other side of the coin if you're gonna int together, right? And support's playing from when they're from behind, right? You got to go for these big time plays, but right now, CA in a very comfortable spot indeed. And look, it's results-based business at the end of the day. As Albino Spino has to use explosive cast to get himself out of dodge and does absolutely nothing of the sort. Schoon gonna eat the comeuppance. As now a little bit of an advantage created by Prosperity as Albino Spino out of the picture. Delays Soul for at least another 5 minutes.
Yeah, but they got the Baron and a wave in mid. Keo not going to be enough to defend this on their own, so this will be a mid lane tier 2 for ZA. I would like to see them transition into their top side wave that they have, and they're going to do it really nice macro right now from ZA, despite losing their top laner.
Yep, get in, get your tower, move up, get another one. Especially with that, with the Baron that you do have, the purple that you're wearing. Yeah, as we didn't explicitly call it out, right? They did go get the Baron, but that was very much on the screen. And now this is the chance you've got to really break it open, right? You said you didn't have the ZA20 on your bingo card, but right now, Hawk, I didn't expect it either, just on the ease of execution of these two compositions, especially from what we saw in game 1, where the difference was sometimes just execution. Ooh. Great blast code by Z-Score. As Zemo, again, maybe on the wrong side of the train tracks here. Here comes the Realmore, as he's buying a little bit of time. There goes the call of the Forge God. Gets the Unbreakable out of the way, as Jay goes forward on the RetroZing, trying to get him out of the fight. Keo maybe looking for a skewer. The explosive cast saves the time. A little bit of the death from below comes through, but RetroZing trades a kill right back on the other side. Ornn goes down, potentially just looking to keep Kongji safe, but the death is inevitable at this point. Zero Animosity taking full control of this one. If they can mop up Kongji, it should be another couple towers and an inhib and maybe more.
Yeah, it might just be the game. I mean, it's only the Pyke alive. They do have their Zeri as well. Death timer's probably not long enough to end things, but at least an inhibitor set to drop. Let's see how aggressive Zero Animosity wants to get. All right, it will just be... oh, come on, guys. We could have saved the inhibitor there. All right, I think they should have gone for the inhibitor, but regardless, a tier 3 tower taken and a really nice team fight. Zero Animosity, 4.5 thousand gold in the lead now. They are starting to run away with things.
We get another replay here. Again, it's I mean, starts out.
I like the idea. 4 versus 5, we're losing, let's send it, right, boys? But Bebzy is untouched in the backside of this fight. If you can't get to the Zeri, it is not winning. Not only that, Retrozing buys an incredible amount of time on this side with Albino Spino, actually trading out with Simo. So, you know, you go even on one side of the fight for Prosperity, and it's hard losing on the other because Bebzy is just full HP, full resources, and able to just chase to the ends of the earth.
And you've gotten another carry involved here, right? I think that's the critical thing that we're kind of leading up to here. Is it's not just the Retrozing show now. It is Bebzy fully, you know, getting online and being a legitimate threat here. The LDR, the Runons, he's got 3 items. He's very much on par with what Retrozing was doing in the early game here. And as this game goes on, Hawk, I mean, the options are running a lot thinner for Prosperity to try to get back into this one. Look, this composition scales very well. It is pretty easy to execute this team fight. You've got the X factor in the pipe, but it feels like if Zero Animosity can just set up their objectives well, they are playing the team fights into them extremely well.
Yeah, and I am just loving the play from the rookie. Bebzy has been, I mean, really fantastic in this series. Laning has been okay, I would say, but the team fighting, I'm really impressed for having not seen this player before. I mean, I was hyping up Retrozing, but it has not been a one-man show for Zero Animosity whatsoever, which is what you want to see from a team of this caliber 4x4. So, yeah, I'm really excited about this team. I think Prosperity, you know, they've shown a lot of good moments, but it has been the rookie on the other side that stepped up, and their own rookies, you know, I think Kio's been okay on the pike, but Simo has unfortunately struggled, at least in this first series, and that's been the difference maker, has been the performance of these younger guys.
So, I mean, if you're Prosperity right now, I mean, you know, one part of your go button, right? You don't have a dive buddy if you're the Vi. You know, 67 doing his darndest, but hasn't really been a capital I impact player on this Ornn here. How do you get back into this one? Because, like I said, the team fights, we kind of agree, are going Zero Ambition's way. How do you have to, you know, again, you've got the Rise, potentially the side lane, you've got Void Grubs. Is that your way in? Tilt the map in one way and just hope you can get a pick?
I'm going to be honest. I mean, I think you're waiting on ZA to make a mistake. I think that's the point that this has gotten to. I don't see for Prosperity an easy way back into this game where something that they can do to make it happen. You know, like I said, I would like to see them play more towards a 4-1 to maybe try to utilize their Vi Pike and attack a side lane. But when you're behind and there's a Baron on the map now, that becomes a lot less clear. How can you push up these side lanes if you're so worried about these neutral objectives and you're not really able to get pushed anywhere in the first place, right? But as far as the team fights are concerned, like you said earlier, 4i4, ZA is winning if they just have good setups.
Yep, and that's how it's going right here, and it looks like we are going to get that good old NA ram for all the marbles. Retrozing, heroic swing going forward. Albino Spino gets forward a little bit. 67 with the volcanic charge. Backwards. That's Mahirashina. Aeon Crystal, there we go. Gets the hook there. Albino Spino going in. Keo has to be careful here with the Phantom Hunter, so able to get a little bit of stun down. Now the Cyclone takes him out of the fight completely, and again, Sino is the sacrificial lamb.
Yeah, I mean, just a really nice fight again. ZA, their backline is so safe. Simo gets on top of Bebzy, but we said it earlier, Vi can't kill Zeri alone. The DPS was still able to come through. That's an Ocean Soul. Now Zero Ambition, now I'm doing it. Now Zero Animosity has become harder to kill, and they've got a Baron and their Sight Jungler still dead for 20 seconds.
Baron should be theirs for the taking. Again, I mean, with double 80 carries, the damage is just going to be absolutely, just ripping right through them. And even with the Ornn, or with the Gragas, excuse me, you got a little bit of that something extra right now. But, I mean, even a favorable wave state in the top side potentially, right? It's just, Prosperity haven't been able to capitalize on that. The team fights have been very sporadic, and it's not like it's been even super dominant, right? We haven't seen that clean kind of, 5 for 0, 4 for 1 from Zero Ambition, but they get in, right? Like we said, the team fights have mostly been played into them, and Retrozing and Bebzy, I feel like, have been using their mobility extremely well to just bait out, play really patiently. I think you brought that up before. get one kill, right? The important one, which is usually, unfortunately, Simo, as he goes forward and they say, oh, cool. And the neutral objectives are just done because the jungler's down. We got that little advantage we need. Now we run this river.
Yeah, if I'm an AD carry right now, I look at that Vi and I say, oh, look, a cookie. Because that Vi is really weak. I mean, there's not really any other way around it. This Vi pick has just not panned out at all. I know it looks like a plug-and-play champion in any composition. You press R, win game, right? But you need someone to actually follow up with damage, and Prosperity just does not have a composition built for that. It's been a huge issue, and the heroes of ZA have been the heroes all game as a result. And you're talking about the patience. It has been great recognition, not over-chasing for kills. As I say that, I'd say I'm Crystal going pretty far forward.
Yeah, and going pretty low as well. Gonna get a little something there from the Honey Fruit. The explosive cast did not go out. I thought that was a different pixel. Apologies. The stutter a little bit there. Z-Score potentially looking for something. Yeah, I mean, when you're getting bullied out of your own jungle like this, that is not the place you want to find yourself. How much do you think the range for Prosperity is playing a part in this? Because you've talked about it a bunch, right? Vi goes in, where's the follow-up? Where's the follow-up, right? The difference between tanking and inting. And I mentioned that kind of early on, that the range could be an issue there. How much is that playing into it, do you think?
It's definitely not helping. Because I think the problem, as well as Prosperity, I just don't think they're executing upon their comp swing conditions. This doesn't feel like, I don't know, it's like half of a 5v5 comp and half of a 1-3-1 comp. It's not really doing either very well. As another fight, that 67 just getting taken so low. This Orin is not far enough ahead to full tank double AD carries right now.
No, you do get the flash there out of Z-Score, but again, Scoon not able to get forward enough to finish him off. Kongji trying to finish things off in another lane as Albino Spino. His opponent trying to go down there. Retrozing takes a little bit of a trade, comes right back out. Objective's not going to be up for another 3 minutes here, so right now, while you're wearing purple, you want to try to crack the base. You got that inhib in the bottom lane, and now here, what do the lane assignments be for ZA? Do you just brute force the 5 with no tower? I think, yeah, that's what they're going to do. Can't say I blame them.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Zero Animosity can just sit on them in their base right now. Double inhib death. They could transition towards the top side of the map to try to knock down that third inhibitor, but they also could just take the team fight right here.
Death from below goes absolutely nowhere. Retrozing gets to come up. It's on to Jay, but the Cap able to get Scoot out of the business end of the fight. But now Bebsy going forward here, able to take down the Ornn. That's the team, or that's the front line absolutely done. Bebsy getting forward and getting the double kill onto the Pike. Hawk, this might be the ball game.
Yeah, I think so too. They've still got the Baron in hand. Oh, never mind, it just fell off. But with the minion wave walking up, 2 members down, unless Scoon can pull out a miracle. That is a Rabadon's Rise. I think that's going to be it for this first series in Tier 3.
In he goes with the cease and desist. Simo and Scoon, do they have a miracle in them? Not if they can't press their buttons. The CC chain is just too strong. Zero Animosity with a whole lot of that, actually, as they take down Prosperity Esports in a tense game 1, but a dominant game 2 when it came down to it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely a dominant game too. It still took nearly 35 minutes, but I admire that. Zero Animosity, they wanted to play things clean, do things by the book, and that's the kind of win you want to pick up if you're going to continue in this bracket. And it ends up being a great 2-0. Bebsy, the Masters AD carry that we had never seen before today, was absolutely the main carry for this team, a carry that we did not see coming. We asked the question, how would the rookie mesh with the veterans? Well, the veterans, they just played to that rookie, and they let him pop off. Super impressive stuff by Zero Animosity to execute upon their fundamentals and get a really nice win.
Yeah, it's sort of like I was kind of referring to in the draft, is like, look, do you think that they would just, you know, play a very solid veteran game and then kind of hand him the talking stick and say, all right, your turn, kid, go off, right? Right click, be the mechanical genius that you are, right? Because that is one thing you can count on with high mechanic rookies, which is what we said Bebsy was. Can you just right click well? And it's one thing to do it on the Jinx. It is another thing to do it on the Zeri, right? You have a little bit more room for some happy gaming, but he played it really, really well. Like we said, really patient team fighting from both him and Retrozing with another really good performance on him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it was impressive for, you know, Prosperity Esports falling down to the lower bracket. They do still have, hey, 9 best of series in a row. Maybe if there's a will, there's a way. But it is Zero Animosity moving on to play Tempest Gaming. And as for Prosperity, they're going down to the lower bracket. Potato Tomato will be their opponent. A win that they should be able to pick up at the very least to potentially try to still get to the second weekend.
So that's what we'll be looking for, but that will be tomorrow. As after this series, we'll get back to you in just a little bit here with our second series of the day. More winners bracket action, so 2 winners. Again, another Fearless best of 3. We'll explain all that and more when we come back.
Hello everyone and welcome back again to the first day of the North American Challengers League Open Qualifiers. Again, I'm Ellen, joined by our amazing casters, Hawk and 4x4. What an incredible series, and we had definitely some interesting moments, but now, before we send it off to a replay, let's talk about that last game a little bit. You know, we saw that Betsy on that Zeri there. That rookie ADC play that we weren't expecting definitely impressed us throughout the series, so I want to talk a little bit about that and how their team definitely played as a whole, because I think the way that Zero Animosity was able to elevate that Zeri and elevate that Jinx in that first game truly united themselves and brought them to that win throughout this series.
Yeah, I think Bebsy was the hero that we didn't see coming for this team. I mean, this was by far the biggest question mark I had for Zero Animosity, alongside a team of pieces that I thought would be solid, but not necessarily amazing, right? So I was like, okay, who is going to be the carry that steps up, maybe alongside RetroZing? And, you know, it's always hard to look at a true rookie and really expect that from them, but Bebsy was absolutely to make it happen. And not only that, I gotta say how surprised I was at how well the veterans played around this player as well. Albino, Spino, Aeon Crystal, you know, dropping ego and playing, you know, frontline engage type champions just to buy space. It's fundamentally sound League of Legends. It was clean League of Legends. And even though there are still mistakes here and there for an up-and-coming team, I think their overall understanding of how they want to play the game was very impressive for this Zero Animosity team.
Yeah, I was definitely... Oh, go ahead.
No, I apologize. I was just going to say that, I mean, it's not the hero that we were expecting necessarily, but I think it was the hero that we were hoping for, right? With both of these teams, it was a chance to showcase their team play, but also individually, right? Bebsy, he was played around very well, but when they pass you the ball, you still got to pick it up and, to use the term that we were using earlier, windmill dunk on somebody's face. You got to make them remember you. And as they move into that upper bracket, right, we're not going to be doing their next match in the upper bracket, but look, you've already got top 24 sealed, and if they can win their second match tonight, it will be tougher. They're going to have quite the challenge ahead of them thanks to their seeding, but Bebsy has certainly put his name on the caster's lips, yes, but everyone in the chat as well watching is going to remember Bebsy.
Yeah, definitely a player that we can remember. RetroZing, also a standout series for me as well, the core of carries. And as for Prosperity, I'm going to be honest, it was not a great look in Game 2 specifically. The team fights were incredibly lopsided. I do think a big part of that is the draft. I don't really know what this composition was supposed to do for them other than hopefully boom the mid jungle, and that unfortunately just did not come to fruition. And I'm still just, I think, looking for a player that can really step up and be the carry for this team. They've got a match against Potato Tomato in the lower bracket coming up tomorrow. That's absolutely a winnable matchup for them. One they, in fact, should win. So I think this team definitely still has time to bounce back, but a lot of things to think about after this series.
Yeah, I think the biggest significance to this draft is definitely that Vi pick to answer that Zeri. Like, you kind of want some lockdown on that champion because she's very versatile. She could like move around and just like overall just very slippery type of champion. So for them to draft that Vi, I say it's a little bit ambitious considering that they did have that like that Braum, the Wukong, the Gragas, that crazy front line to defend that Zeri from any like, you know, outstanding prospects.
I mean, I said it in the game, right? Like, Vi could press R on Zeri, but that doesn't win you the fight in and of itself, and I think that was a really big problem, unfortunately, for Prosperity.
But yeah, we're gonna wrap it up here as we're gonna be going into our next series, which I believe is NA versus Exodus near Airport.
Airport!
Yeah, that's, you know, some players that you might know, maybe not.
Oh,
but...
you know, maybe. Yeah. Ball knowers, perhaps. Connoisseurs of the scene might be familiar.
All right, Ford, would you like to bring us into a break?
Sure thing. Guys, thank you so much for being here. Stick around. We're going to take it to a bit of an extended break as, you know, we built in time for 3 games, but we got this one done in 2, but don't go anywhere. Near Airport, yes, the one with that double lift, that pole belter, etc. going to be on your screen on this channel in just a little bit. So please take a little break, get some water, stretch, get hydrated, etc. But be back soon because it's going to be a slapper. Stick around.
Hello everyone and welcome back again to the first day of the North American Challengers League Open Qualifiers. Again, I'm Alan, joined by our amazing casters, Hawk and 404, where we're about to go into our second series of the day. Near Airport versus Exodus. Let's talk a little bit about Near Airport. One of the most threatening teams, especially in this whole entire open qualifiers. Let's talk a little bit more about how they are as players, maybe what Exodus can do to play into this match. So what do you think about this, Hawk?
I mean, it's Near Airport, the team that everyone has been wanting to watch, the team that we have memed about on Salty Runback before it even got rumored and it actually ended up happening. The Doublelift Spica, I think Jensen's playing today, OQ team that is actually expected to promote into the NACL. But the interesting thing is not considered a shoo-in to promote for the NACL. So it's going to be really interesting to watch. They are one of the top teams coming into the tournament alongside the likes of Tempest Gaming, the Citadel, and Respawn Esports. And so they need to continue taking steps to get towards that spot. Like we said, 5 best of series stand between them and promotion through the upper bracket. They've already won one of them. Exodus now stands in their way. If they win here today, you are guaranteed at least a spot in the top 24 teams in this bracket. And we'll see what Exodus can do, because I will say they just came off a shockingly big upset over the Fantastic Five in their first match. This is not one that we had coming. And so this is a team that I'm looking at as maybe one of those ones that could actually play some spoiler in this tournament.
Yeah. No, I think you kind of nailed it. Look, I mean, we came back pretty quick here because this was a 2-0. Exodus taking down Fantastic Five, who, like you said, Hawk, were expected to be, you know, a bit of a tier up. But now they run into a very tough challenge here against Near Airport, right? These players, all players that you know, whether it is Jensen or Pobelter in the mid lane, TF Blade, of course, in the top lane. This is the team that, like you said, despite all this pedigree and kind of doing well against the other tier 3 teams that they've been scrimming against tier 2, where they're trying to get, it seems like that gap is still there for now. Obviously, these are players with a ton of LCS titles between them. The synergy maybe isn't quite there yet, but they are heavily favored, like you said, in this one. They might not be in that consensus top 3, but they've absolutely got a shot, and that's what they're playing for here. This, in theory, should be another step towards that, but like you said, clearly Exodus have a little bit of sauce about them.
It's a big story, right? Like the idea, Near Airport, they're coming in to North American Tier 3, North American Amateur, and they have the opportunity to promote directly back into the LTA for 2026, which would be incredible. Doublelift, already considered by many the Michael Jordan of our region. Well, he has done the Michael Jordan and unretired for a second time. So, you know, he has arrived, and this is the thing that everyone's going to be tracking, right? They've struggled in scrims against a lot of our higher tier NACL teams, bona fide tier 2 teams, at least early on. But against a lot of the tier 3 top dogs, teams like Apex, and I believe they played against, I want to say Slated 6 at some point as well. They've looked really good in their scrims, right? And so, again, that expectation kind of falls to, well, they're going to be one of the top teams in this tournament. And the question just sort of is, how dominant are they going to be? Because as great of a career as guys like Doublelift have had, I will be completely honest, watching the scrim blocks, there are players at this level of play that can go toe to toe. It doesn't matter that he's the GOAT. There is great talent at this level of play, and this team cannot disrespect that.
Yeah, definitely with this team, with a lot of former pro players, and we do have TF Blade too, who is a solo queue warrior. We have some high expectations when it comes to Near Airport. So seeing Exodus take away that first win, that little upset in that first series, you know, kind of has us wondering, maybe they can take it in this series, maybe they can go head on. We'll just have to wait and find out.
And the matchup, for the matchup I want to highlight the most right here is going to be the top lane. Because as we go down the Exodus roster, Arbrio, Krakodon, Genesis, Amibro, and Saint Ghoul. Arbrio, this player came in during 2024 and played one series for Apex Mission Impossible, dropped back-to-back nukes on carry top laners, and refused to elaborate. 17 years old at the time. I'm assuming they're 17 or 18 now. This is a Canadian top laner that everyone should have their eyes on, up against TF Blade, the biggest question mark on Near Airport's roster. Doublelift literally said, like, we kind of got him because we thought it would be spicy, which, like, that's how you know it's crazy. And TF Blade is actually, I like, to anyone that's not been watching the scrims, he's been playing reasonably well. Plays the meta champions, Ambessa, Jax, Jace, all kinds of stuff. Hated the lane swap meta, but now that's gone, right? So in a straight up 1v1 against the kid from Quebec, I'm really interested to actually see what our Brio can maybe do against a player of TF Blade's caliber.
Well, it's like you said, I mean, just to add on really quick, these players, I mean, we talk about the expectations for both these teams, and especially after coming off a 2-0 by Exodus, they're going to be playing with no fear. They are playing with house money. And so you hope that psychologically they know that, look, getting past this stage, our destiny should be the lower bracket right now. But what if? Haha. Unless they're playing with house money right now. And if they could leverage that, like you said, having Bro, excuse me, coming off a pretty good 2024, like you said, had some good moments. Crackedon looking for redemption 2024 himself, but now in a position where there's nowhere to go but up into Near Airport.
All right, thank you so much, casters, for having me on here. That's going to be it for a little bit of Near Airport and Exodus for me. I'm going to be heading out as the casters take away the stage as they cast Near Airport versus Exodus. So see you guys soon.
Thank you very much, Alan. Again, I am 4x4. That is Hawk. We have Near Airport versus Exodus. Picks and bans coming up here very shortly. Hawk, let's talk a little bit more about Brio. What did you see from that gives you confidence that he can go up? Again, aside from kind of the psychological aspect, because again, we're not going to beat around the bush here. There's a definite favorite in this series. But
absolutely.
if Brio takes the lane, we'll start there. What if we look back and say, okay, he won the lane, what was true?
So the thing that was inspiring to me, and I wish I remembered who the series was against for our Brio, but it was Gwen and Camille. 2 games.
Let's go.
17 kills in one of those games. I think it was the Camille game. Dropped 17 kills, only 1 death. Multiple solo kills came out. We had a tier 3 team of the week award that Grapes and I were giving out every week, and we legitimately considered putting the substitute top laner on for tier 3 team of the week because of how well he played for this one series. And then he got subbed back out for Decoy, and that was like kind of that. But like this is a really interesting top lane prospect to me. And TF Blade, like I said, plays a lot of the meta champions. I've not really seen much tanks from him yet. And I think against a team like Near Airport, just creating a win condition somewhere gives you something to play through, right? And clearly they were able to do it against Fantastic 5. And I want to see them do it against Near Airport again, because as we've been saying, this Near Airport team, they're not immortal at all. They can be beaten. And so I think this is the avenue in which Exodus can look to do so.
Yeah, and I mean, what a story that would be. If Near Airport gets taken, I mean, the later into the rounds they get taken down. If they are taken down, the less magical it becomes. But we talked about March Madness when this tournament started, right? A very open style, direct elimination, double elimination, but still, this type of tournament, this is where the magic happens. This is why we love the lower leagues, because anything can happen. You got to get out there and prove it on the Rift.
Man, imagine like the immortality you can achieve right now by being Near Airport on the NACL broadcast.
No, like they're not old enough to drink. Is Brio? Or I guess if he's Canadian, then maybe he is. I forget if it's 18 or 19 up there. But you wouldn't have to buy a ginger ale, let's say, for the next few years anyway. True ball knowers will know what happened on, what day is it? It's the 1st of March in 2025. Even if nothing else goes right in your League of Legends career, you will always have that.
And just to talk about the gravity of upsets in the context of the tournament as well, 2 teams qualify out of the upper bracket. So there will be 2 teams that go completely undefeated, and there's 2 completely opposite sides of the bracket. I believe Near Airport is on the side with Respawn, and then Tempest and Citadel are both holding hands together on the other side of the bracket. So Near Airport theoretically has the easiest road because Respawn is considered the weakest of the top 4 right now. And so the expectation is that they should be able to qualify through the upper bracket without too much consequence. But with 2 teams qualifying out of the upper bracket, only 1 out of the lower, which means that for every upset there is in this tournament, that's another favorite that can't qualify out because only one of them can do it. And I think that is a really interesting wrinkle to add in as we look towards, for example, Citadel and Tempest being on the other side of the bracket. One of them is going to lose at some point.
Yep.
If Near Airport were to lose to a team like Exodus, well, one of them has to get knocked out at some point, and that becomes a really interesting conversation.
Yeah, the earlier you can turn the lower bracket into like shark-infested waters, the better, as we get into picks and bans here. Crackedon, a guy who, like we talked about, of the names kind of known here in T3, again, Arbrio, Crackedon, Genesis, Amibro, and St. Ghoul, yes, indeed a support, but Crackedon, he's a name that I know for me, that stood out to me. Like you said, not the best 2024 from him. How can he get back to his best self?
I think the main thing for Crackedon is this was expected in 2024. Some good rosters put together with him, at the helm. Gentle Hearts being a great example, and I think I was waiting to see the advent of this like premier facilitator jungler in tier 3, because it's generally the playstyle we've seen from him over the years, particularly on teams like University of Western Ontario, where he has played for the last couple, and it just didn't really happen. He didn't play bad, it just wasn't the superstar breakout I think I was personally hoping for, and I really would like to see the bounce back coming through. And I'm talking about facilitator jungler. What better way to do it than by slam Sejuani, lane swap meta dead, let's get a Camille in the top lane, and let's go get Arbrio going. You know what I mean? And if that doesn't work as well, it is worth noting Crackedon, Genesis, and St. Ghoul all played together on a team called, I believe it was Nameless
Revenge.
Oh gosh. Thank you, Nameless Revenge.
Teamless Revenge. There we go.
In 2023, where they did make top 12 back then. So these are players that have found success playing together. There is presumably that pre-existing synergy. So I definitely still think it's not all on Arbrio. There are still other good players on this team. They have that synergy. It's just this one crazy potential X factor up there, potential stud in the top lane, and then some consistent players across the board I would like to see put together a solid, consistent game plan that can keep up with what Near Airport's going to bring to the table.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it in Series 1, right? If you set up the rookie to play without fear, right? Especially one that has proven, right? We were talking a little bit that, look, we haven't really seen it from this kid. But from Arbrio, we have seen it. Like you said, boy, did we see it. We saw an absolute a triple-double, with no assists, to put it one way. An absolutely stellar game. So if you could put him in a position to be fearless, right? Get onto the back line, paint the target on the back of double lift and let him go to town on something like that Camille. Like you said, play the Sejuani, no ego for Crackedon, and let the kid cook. You absolutely have a couple of different ways that you can play this. One on blue side, one on red side in Fearless. Like you said, he's got the Camille. He's got other options as well. But TF Blade, look, it seems like from the scrims, like you were saying, he's not playing with much ego either. Very happy to kind of be what his team needs him to be. And I would say good on TF Blade. Like you said, he's like the personality hire a little bit on this team.
Yeah, I would definitely say so. I mean, again, he's actually played well. Everyone on Near Airport has simultaneously played better and worse than I think I thought. Where
that makes complete sense.
Pobelter and Double Lift and Jensen have all looked just like a little bit washed, if I'm being honest. Spica's been fine, and then I actually think Biofrost has looked less washed than I thought. Him and Double Lift have been laning pretty well together. Their 2v2 has been quite good. And then you have TF Blade, who's kind of this X factor that has been holding his own. And this tournament, though, it's going to be the test. Obviously, Scrim Bucks, they're fake. This is where the money's made.
Yeah, they only count for so much. Let's see if Near Airport can cash them in against Exodus. We're going to take it to a quick break before we get into picks and bans. But when we come back, game 1 of this best of 3 in Fearless format, Near Airport versus Exodus, in a second. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Near Airport versus Exodus. that is the round 2 have been dealt again. This is still the winner's bracket. Tomorrow we will say goodbye to 32 teams. We'll get into the lower bracket, into the real meat and potatoes of this tournament. But for now, one of the favorites trying to take their next step against an Exodus team that pulled off an upset. In so much as a 32-33 seed can be an upset, but again, it's just based on solo queue ranking, etc., etc. But Hawk, this should be interesting here. Again, it is best of 3 Fearless for those that are joining us a little bit early, coming over for another stream, etc. And you think, Hawk, that the drafts could be really, really interesting in this one right now? You expect the top lane to be what Exodus play around, and for good reason.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the priority is going to be around this game for the draft, because like I said, I want to see our Brio given the keys to a carry, let him attack TF Blade. I want to see that. That's what we saw in the NACL OQ last year when we did see our Brio for the first time. And a big question that I have is, what sort of champions is TF Blade going to prioritize in the competitive scene? And then also, what is our Brio going to play into that? My biggest thought is initially TF Blade's Jax. I don't know what the answer will be. Again, I've seen our Brio play 2 games, Camille and Gwen. Both the champions don't really like the Jax too much. They're a lot better into more weak side, handshaky types of things, but that's not exactly what TF Blade plays. So I'm curious what they do with the Jax champion specifically. It is Fearless, so they could just give it up for a game. Then that begs the question, what does our Brio play into it? It'd have to be something that I've never seen before, right? Or do they try to get rid of it and then go towards different, more volatile matchups? And then the other question I have is, what does draft look like in the jungle? Because Krakadon, at this point, I do think of as a very tank-oriented jungler. The Sejuani Malakais of the world, champions that are still really good right now, whereas Spica has not as often fallen into that bit.
And has that stayed true in the scrims that you've seen?
Yeah, I mean, some of the best games I've been seeing from Spica specifically have been on like things like Wukong has been a staple pick for him, I know. Geez, I'm trying to think of other stuff that I've seen, but I've not been like, I can't think of off the top of my head like a Spica Maokai game.
Here's my question: did we see the Spica Lilia at any point in the scrim blocks you've watched?
I actually do think we saw the Spica Lilia. If I'm not mistaken, I think he played it against Ole Miss, and I think they lost that game. But
damn, that's tough.
Yeah. No 9-man sleep, though. No 9-man sleep. Do you ever think, like, when Jensen and when Doublelift and Spica decided to reform this team, Spica was like, just kind of looked at him. He was like, hey, man, you remember? And the Doublelift just kind of has to, like, look away and pretend like he doesn't know what he's talking about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, there's no way you can't. And I would hope that almost 5 years removed from this, they can just kind of laugh about it, as I think we have kind of learned to, because laughter can be the best medicine, right? When you're dealt an ugly hand, sometimes all you can do is laugh the pain away, but they have to. And I mean, I think, if nothing else, for the memes. Again, we don't know what they played in Game 1 against L0 Legends, the 64th seed, but maybe that was the opportunity to whip it out, right? To say, okay, maybe Lily's not the best, but we can exercise some demons here, maybe. But they're coming up against a feisty opponent here in Exodus. And like you said, I think I agree with you. Krakadon looking for a bit of a redemption arc after 2024 that didn't really go his way. I think being on sort of a tank and spank jungler, right, denying something a little bit from Spica in the process as well, but, and just again, letting RBO Smurf, right? Giving him the keys of the kingdom. You are not expected to win this game, and guess what? You have an extra light. You can go down to the lower bracket, try some stuff out here. You are not supposed to win this. Hone a strategy, hone an identity. And again, we don't really know how they took down their previous opponents, so that's what I think I want to see.
Yeah, I don't think we have match history submissions, unfortunately, available to us, so we can't see what the draft or the game plan actually looked like for either of these teams in their wins. So a lot of what we're doing right now is speculation, right? Exodus, I want them to play through their top side, but maybe they play through mid or something, because again, it's their mid jungle support that are actually the ones that have all played together in the past.
That's a good point.
And that's a really important point to get across. For Krakadon, he has had some of that more like higher tier 3 collegiate success. Genesis and St. Ghoul specifically, they've played on like a few teams here and there, but for both of them, by far the furthest they have gotten has actually been on that singular teamless revenge roster.
where they made a heck of a run, right? Top 12.
Oh, yeah.
Right. So yeah, look, they've been there, they've done that. Do we know how much we know about Ami Bro?
Ami Bro, another player that's sort of been around a little bit. I think has like gone 2-3 into MOQs, which again, going like consistent 2-3 performance actually means you're like easily top half in this tournament, right? Because there's double the number of teams. So, you know, nothing to be ashamed of, but yeah, not someone that we've seen too much from as we are dropping hot into the draft. Okay. Bans and picks looking pretty standard so far, except for a Mundo coming out, as well as a Renekton. Is this a Jungle Mundo?
I think it is.
Crackodon, and I'm realizing I think we're just picking in roll order again.
Yeah, I think so too. Maybe it's not, but maybe
well,
it is,
mid bans after the Ari pick.
Yeah. Yeah, so
that's okay.
So there you go. Well, yeah, it is what it is. But the Aurora being taken away immediately, right? Don't want to you know, B1 that one. The Jace being able to be flexed a couple of ways as well. But on the other side, Victor being taken away, Elise and Nico being taken away. A lot of respect played to the mid and support positions.
Yeah, I think I'm mostly just waiting to see what the final picks are, since we know that this isn't exactly in order. I mean, I'm expecting meta to come down early on. I don't love giving over Varus to near airport. I have to assume that that might have been the B1 pick. Varus has been so strong, and Doublelift in particular has had some pretty good Varus games and scrims. He's just looked good on the champion. I think it's one of the best things he's been playing. So we can see that one come out. Ambessa is a really hard one to give over. Jensen dropped a nuke on pre-nerf Hwei last time we saw it from him. Like, this feels like near airport got everything they wanted in a composition. 5 champions of comfort. It team fights very well. Like, how do you have Ari, Pantheon, how do you run at Hwei Zyra late game?
Not easily, I'll tell you that. Not right at them, giving them full vision of what they're about to do. Yeah, this is a really brutal bottom lane to go into. You've got range as well in the Varus, but right now, like you said, it's looking pretty good. Speak Up, he's on a carry. I really love to see that. You've got good mixed damage. TF Blade, you mentioned he was going to be on something like the Ambessa, into that Renekton as well. Again, we don't know the exact pick order, but we can surmise that the mid lane and the support were taken a little bit later. Take it away. Again, this is Jensen, by the way. I think Pobelter's solo queue ID was just Pobelter, and the other one, the one that started with an S, I do remember that. That was the other one listed, so we can
stay away. It's with, by the way, Hwei's been his favorite champion. He's got like a 40% win rate on it in solo queue, but fried it when I saw in scrims. So clearly still very comfortable on it despite not finding the wins.
Yeah, no, still feeling really good about it. So, Hawk, I mean, as far as the expectations that you had set up, right? Arbrio on the Renekton, look, it's not a hard carry champion, but it is something that is set up well to carry you into the late game. I am a little bummed that we didn't see Crackodon on the Sejuani because it wasn't banned on either side.
Wait. Sorry, I also just realized as well, yeah, we don't see the Sejuani. We instead get the Mundo, which we'll get into that in a second, but I want to take a minute to talk about this Pantheon support because I also looked at the nameplate. Is Phantom Star the support for this team? That is not what I have on my sheet. That is so interesting.
I assumed that was just a different name and that it is Sangul, but I think you might be in a better position to answer that one than me.
Oh, Phantom Star, the support for Converse University is the support for the team. This is really interesting. So Phantom, very well known for playing aggressive roaming supports, has gone to Converse University with longtime duo partner Devin for 2025, a player that I've been pretty excited about watching the last year and a half or so of their performances. And I think, as weird as the Mundo is, this is the X Factor pick of the game. Because with the Renekton, Pantheon, Ari, Ashe, this is Exodus saying, we are going to come at you near airport. We are going to attack. We will not be afraid. And I need to see Ami Bro and Phantom Star get going in this bottom side of the map. They need to unlock this Pantheon to move around. They need to be able to make plays. And at level 1, already blowing the flash off of Jensen is a great start.
Yeah, not nothing. Yeah, on this way, that is absolutely really, really big. We saw a lot of division being got there by Exodus, so very well done on that kind of western quadrant. Speak starting on that bot side, and they know that very well.
We're seeing a lane Are we not on that patch yet?
Maybe not. Maybe someone didn't read the patch notes. That's entirely possible, although I think extremely unlikely. We could see some fireworks here.
Well, regardless, Arbrio, I mean, into the swap, takes a bit of a health chunk. You generally want to try to avoid that. especially on something like this Renekton that is easily diveable, but it was traded back on a TF Blade. Like, at the end of the day, it's the decision of, do I trade my health to get the XP on the first couple of minions? Yes or no? I either hit level 2 faster by trading that health and potentially survive the dive that way, or I survive the dive by just having the HP. The big question is going to be, where do the dives come down? And with both junglers pathing top, I'm actually a little afraid for near airport in the setup, because I think even with Spica covering, the Ambessa is so weak at the early levels, you can look for a dive with this Pantheon, even with defense.
No, it's really, really impressive. Absolutely. Obviously, I mean, yeah, the amount of CC, the amount of damage you can do. TF Blade playing very, very respectfully here early on. 13 CS to 14 early on.
Oh, they repump Phantom.
Okay.
So Pantheon's going to cover bot side dive. So they want to make sure Arbrio gets the resources that he wants to keep this Renekton in the game, but it does mean that TF Blade will be able to pick up all the golden experience. And the Ambessa definitely out-farming the Renekton right now, because the reset was taken by the Pantheon and not the Rel. It meant that Doublelift stayed to harass the Renekton and deny some of the CS, as opposed to Amibro taking a base and swapping back to the bottom lane.
And now Genesis might be in a little bit of trouble here. Spica might just walk into a kill. The charm lands absolutely nowhere. The flash blown as well. Easy first blood for Jensen.
Just really nicely done stuff right there. Spica completes the full clear faster than the Mundo. Able to wrap around on mid. That's the power of the Zyra right there. Now Krakodon does have a solo kill angle here.
Let's see here. Spica uses the smite, but here comes that TP. The chain, or the hook, did miss. The cleaver, I should say. And now, yeah, the solo kill angle maybe was there, but not going to be gotten there. And you did get that TP out of Genesis as well. And now the 2v2 very much on in the bottom lane. Biofrost taking a lot of damage here from Amibro. And a good little 2v2 here from the bottom lane of Exodus.
I'm really confused by this early game. First of all, nicely done from Krakodon to be able to pick up that crab. As we can take another look at this. I mean, really, all of this is Zyra just clears faster than the Mundo. Mundo's all the way up on Krugs. Genesis thinks he's safe because it's pre-330. Junglers usually don't gank around like the 315 mark because they're going to do crab or finishing their full clear. Spica just arrives earlier than expected, and the wave management not fantastic either. I mean, as Jensen just does a great job of keeping in front of his tower. And yeah, it's an easy pickup for first blood, but I'm confused by this early game from Exodus because they lane swapped into swap back after losing on both sides of the map. I'm not sure if they were anticipating a near airport lane swap or they wanted to get their, like, they don't need to get the Renekton. Renekton beats Ambessa. I'm surprised they swapped out of this 2v2 with Pantheon.
Yeah, no, I mean, just incredibly strong, like you were saying, and the all-in potential is extremely high, and now they might pay the price for it. They're not down horrendously right now, as the health bar taken pretty low here for Double Boost and Biofrost. The shield coming up as he mounts up, getting on the Phantom Star, pretty low on mana, but Amibro's still safe. The Ignite comes down as well. Couple more with the W. Biofrost flashes to safety, and a big piercing arrow gonna return the damage.
And see, that's exactly it. Why are we swapping out of the 2v2 when the Pantheon just provides more than the Rel at the stage of the game, especially with the Ashe? The staying power is so great. You saw Doublelift forced to instant cleanse as soon as the play started, and this is a bad base for near airport. Beautifully done by Exodus to take that great trade. Phantom gonna set up the freeze, 1 melee and 3 casters before taking a recall of their own, and that's what I wanted. Exodus, get at near airport early.
Oh boy, that is a ton of damage. Hit level 6 at the perfect time, making 2 kills on Jensen's favorite champion.
Well done by Jensen, using the lead that he was given. 2-0 now on this way. Despite nerfs, 4i4 his champion still looking pretty good. As, I mean, this is just an abysmal lane state right now for Genesis. Wave pushing away from him, down a level, down his flash. You just have to get jungle help here, or this happens.
Yeah, I mean, it almost felt telegraphed that the Grand Starfall goes up. Where does Pantheon come down?
I think
that was a recall. JK,
I would love to have Pantheon at level 4. You know how crazy this game would be if you could do that?
Oh my goodness, 4x4. Oh my gosh. Yeah, he just went straight up, and on Pantheon, that's where my brain goes.
He Pantheon ulted the base.
Yeah, look at that. It's a fast way to get there if you want to take that. But no, it was just a recall, and now getting him out of lane as well. I mean, and not dissimilar to the Pyke, right? Has maybe a little bit more 2v2 and early damage potential, but getting him out of lane as well is definitely a way that you could try to get Krakodon going, maybe get Arbrio going, right, with the range and the relative safety with the slow that AmiBro has, but this is still a 2v2 that, I mean, if there's anyone that can take advantage of a 2v1, it's Doublelift and Biofrost, so do want to have a little bit of caution here. As, yeah, you can tell they're just trying to get Genesis back into this game, but the charm not going to land.
And, I mean, this is what I wanted to see from Exodus. Try to move around with support jungle and attack somewhere. But Jensen, that was what he was known for back in the LCS. Multi-time LCS champion, by the way. His fancy footwork and avoiding ganks without using a summoner spell.
Krakodon. Still full HP here with the Dragon. Potentially going to be started up here. First set of Void Grubs was taken 2-1, it should be said, by Krakodon. With Biofrost and Spica. Clear out the last of this vision. Big old push. Lot of priority is the word I was looking for. Phantom Star going to flash forward here, but in the top lane, Arbrio has to pop the Dominus as TF Blade used the public execution, but couldn't finish it all off completely. Yeah, but AmiBro and Phantom Star, man, they are bossing this 2v2 right now. It's like you said, Hawk.
I mean, you say that, but this is not a pleasant position for the Ash to be in. Okay, finally hits level 6, so a little bit more safety afforded, but I mean, down about 15 CS, as is Arbrio. We asked the question, how would Arbrio do in a TF Blade? I want to, maybe I'm coping, but,
Spiraling Despair, yeah, finds its mark. Man, you talk about fancy footwork, it's that crushing maw hit. Low on HP, not going to be it, but Doublelift again, forced to insta-cleanse here as AmiBro goes out. The Ignite will be enough, and the Comet Spear goes out. Supports grabbing the 2 kills. Aegis Assault, the shield vaulting. Yeah, the Aegis Assault going out here, but
it's worse for Exodus though. 4x4. Look at that wave. That is.
Yeah.
I'm dying a little inside looking at that. I think Phantom's gonna try to stay to crash it after the reset comes out from Bio. We can take another look at the play. As I mean, look, Doublelift half HP, no flash. They think they have an angle in on towards him, but I mean, Biofrost positioning onto AmiBro, denying the arrow for so long is so good. Look at this. And I think AmiBro has to flash over that crash down. Flashes late and a little inaccurately. Has to go into tower range too far. Takes the shot. Ends out trading out 1-for-1. I like the look. Exodus, they tried their best, but Bio and Double playing it well enough to trade one back.
Yeah, 20 CS at this point. And going with the plated steel caps is Doublelift into this composition. And into this 2v2. I mean, yeah, you're just going to get a lot of value out of that. You know you're just going to be fighting. So I don't hate that choice. And Jensen, very much the first one to a full item here as he has had his way in the mid lane.
We are seeing that this 2v2 is rough for Exodus. I mean, AmiBro dies with the wave pushing away from him, and then so he comes back to lane, and what does Doublelift do? Immediately tries to force an all-in with a Chain of Corruption and get the Ashe off the wave again, because he knows Ashe has to overextend to get the wave in, right? So it's just kind of bad going to worse right now. They're finally able to crash, but not before about 20 CS and a cleanse was lost on that side. And I was talking about Arbrio. In a matchup that Renekton's supposed to win, I may be coping. I think the lane swap was very detrimental to the Renekton's game state. But near airport right now, they're in a really good spot.
Yep, and kind of bullying Phantom Star here as he is on the wrong side of the tracks and gets punished rightly for it. First kill of the day for Spica. Well on his way to that Leandries. AmiBro should be able to get out. I think he's deep enough into his recall. Indeed, he will.
And didn't call it out before, but Feet of Warfare claimed after that bot lane 2v2 for near airport. That's a public execution.
Big public execution. Flash forward, flash right back. Krakodon almost able to capitalize on that one.
Yeah, Arbrio knew he had his jungler in his back pocket, so not afraid. That's the confidence you like to see out of a young player, but a lot of cooldowns burned, health bars taken low, and Jensen with mid-priority able to move towards these grubs. But look at this, support's on the way. This is why you have the Pantheon. Level 6 for Phantom Star. Can they find a target?
Yeah, I mean, this definitely feels like where the game could swing out of control, right? If Exodus can get a pick here, they can leverage themselves back into this game. But if near airport can take the fight around these grubs and get the rest of those grubs, get that fourth one, you can start to see things spiral real quick here. And they are the first ones onto it, but standing right on that Scuttle Crab.
The problem is they haven't been able to get any summoners off Jensen. Having that flash still available makes him a lot harder to go on to. They're still looking for him, though.
Krakodon taken really low, getting poked down here. It is a 3v4, but to join at any time, and Arbrio joining from that top lane. Rooted, and with the Stranglethorn not even necessary. This might be too little too big here from Phantom Star. It's a lot of early damage here, though the charm does land.
Okay.
As Genesis able to pick one up, and Arbrio joining at just the right time.
Yeah, I mean, the fight looked good at the start from near airport, but it's actually Exodus that's able to win it. It is a 2-for-1 on the grub, so 3-3 overall, but an extra kill going to the Young Guns. Welcome to North American Tier 3, buddy, as Double Lift gets a rude awakening, or should I say, I think it was Spica and TF Blade, who, again, this looks good. Krakodon chugged very low, tries to yoink a grub, not able to get it, and it cost him his life, but the Pantheon is good. The Ash Arrow is better, and this is why you have Ari Panth. You're able to lock down a single target and DPS them out, and with TF Blade getting hit by the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, they get the 2-for-1 special at the Walmart.
Yeah, that was kind of everything went right in that fight. That was textbook. Now, you gotta rinse and repeat. Once that ultimate is back up from Phantom Star, you want to see him pop that and get to as many fights as possible. Like you said, that Ari Panth combo is absolutely deadly. And the cooldown on the Enchanted Crystal Arrow isn't really all that bad either. So right now, Exodus in an okay spot here. Look, 2,000 gold at 12 minutes is not ideal. But again, let's remember the gap on paper between these two teams. This is you know, double-digit LCS titles versus Tier 3 players. So Arbrio still very much having a good time here. Able to get the triple stun. There goes the unstoppable, the public execution, able to disengage with that. I think he knew that he might have been on toast there as Arbrio has his way.
I mean, Arbrio's CS deficit mostly coming from the lane swap has been laning well since then as Phantom caught again.
There's the crash down. Aegis Assault going out, gonna mitigate some of the damage, but it's just way too much from Spica and Jensen. He's got 2 kills now. This is where it starts to get spicy, Hawk.
Pantheon may have the ability to buy time with the Aegis, but doesn't have much mobility. And so, despite having the Flash, Phantom just gets Chain CC down. Really nicely done by near airport. Genesis still trying to contest. I don't think you want this.
No, Biofrost doing a good job of bodyguarding.
Oh, they got Spica!
Obby, bro. Got Spica with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. The Stranglethorn's not going to get anybody. Double Lift caught in the middle here. Biofrost with a big Magnet Storm. Crashing Ball not going to find anybody, but the Piercing Arrow will. 2 kills over to Jensen. He is monstrous right now. Double kill for him. The Crashing Maw will make it inevitable that Krakodon goes down eventually. It looked good there for a second, Hawk, but near airport just a little too clean.
Yeah, Exodus, look, I wanted them to attack near airport, and they go for it. First kill falls on a Spica, but 4x4, remember, Phantom was dead for that fight. So the pick only makes things even numbers, and Jensen 4-0-4 on this way is monstrous, as Phantom is trying to 2v1 right now.
Yeah, I don't, came back to the scene of the crime and saw his own white chalk outline there on the pavement and just kind of laid down in it again.
I think that one goes better if he has a Dirk instead of 2 Giant Spells. But the Heartsteel Pantheon's kind of like the flavor of the month right now, so I don't fault him for it too much. Unfortunately, just kind of gives another one over, and this time uses the Flash, which admittedly did get a bunch of summoners off of the enemy bottom lane for it at least. But let's take another look at this fight. So Spica ends up in the front line and catches an Ash Arrow in the mouth and gets one shot, but was still able to get the ultimate down. So the Zyra is still providing value in this fight, and as I said before, it's just a 3v3 without Spica because the enemy support is gone. Not only that, near airport gets the dragon, so it ends up being a really big play in their favor.
Yeah, and Phantom Star, again, you cannot underestimate early on the base damage that Pantheon has, and it's sort of like you said, why you can afford to build something like a Heartsteel, right? So you don't just get one tap when you go right back in, right? You go in with the Shield Vault, get the Comet Spear off, and then you just kind of get one tap. But it is to set up, right? The Ashe, the Panth, or the Ashe, the Ahri, excuse me, Arbrio, that's where the damage is coming from. So I understand, again, the Heartsteel, but just, yeah, unfortunate timing there. I mean, to be fair, Phantom Star going balls to the wall here, pops the Shield Vault, is feared. Krakodon trying to get forward here, but doesn't have a way to go in. There's the Shield Vault again. Grasping Roots go out. Biofrost locking up Phantom Star, and there's nothing that Genesis can do. He's far too low.
Yeah, and that's going to be feats of warfare, or rather feats of strength, as Double Lift picks up a solo kill in the bottom lane. Ami Bro trying to defend that tower, trying to deny the feats, but it just isn't enough. And I mean, near airport, they're starting to run away with this game. 16 minutes in, 5,000 gold is the lead. Exodus, look, I respect it. They have tried to punch near airport in the mouth, but I mean, these are, as you said, double-digit LCS championships. between these players, multiple international appearances at all kinds of different levels. Jensen, he's beat the Africa Freaks, man. He's been to world semifinals. Unfortunately, these guys know a thing or two about pressure being applied to them.
Yeah, they know how to, I was going to say lose gracefully, but that's not at all what's going on here, right? How to counterpunch with that pressure being thrown onto them. And right now, like you said, it feels like the rest of the game. Yeah, Arbrio, look, he's still a mid-game Pantheon, but Biofrost, he's just at the right place at the right time. Molten Fissure goes out, Phantom Star, still the threat that he poses with 2,300 HP at level 7. Not for nothing, hasn't even finished that Heartsteel up just yet. As we get another replay of what went down in the bottom lane between Amibro and Doublelift.
Yeah, I mean, Amibro, like, look, Ash, pretty good duelist. But, I don't know. I mean, really good sidestepping, actually, to make that one close. But you can just see Doublelift up a level. I just don't think there was ever a way Amibro won this, especially because he fought most of it not under his tower. A valiant effort, but ultimately Doublelift able to win it.
Phantom Star gonna eat the Spiraling Despair and does not like the taste of that medicine. Here come the other TPs as Exodus trying to fight of their lives. Fear lands at exactly the right time for Jensen to get Arbor out of the fight, and there goes the public execution. Meanwhile, Genesis Zone completely off the fight. Amibro not able to get in. It's a 2 more kills, excuse me, for Near Airport.
Near Airport, I mean, again, so nicely done. It's just Exodus, they're trying to contest these neutral objectives when they have no control over the area. Near Airport defending their choke so well. I asked the question in draft, how do you walk into a Hui Zyra? Forget late game.
Oy.
That Hui is 2 items now. It's not possible.
Yeah, I have nothing to add on that point. It is so difficult. The damage is just far too much. Forget, I mean, the zone control is the main thing, right? No matter what. But like you said, now you are going to pay for it with your life if you try to walk up here. But again, you got to respect Exodus and what they're trying to do here, right? They know that the longer this game goes on, the higher their odds of losing go. They've got to start making some flips here. But like you said, they have no control. All they can do is throw a ward in and pray as they TP.
You could see that burst damage onto the Dr. Mundo as Calculus tried to get onto Doublelift, but Zyra and Varus are absolutely able to burn through that health bar. The Stranglethorns in the choke point are just uncounterable, and with Phantom dead before the fight starts, I just want to see Exodus get one fight where all 5 of them commit onto one target at the same time. Because if they can do that, you remove somebody, maybe it is possible. I like that look on a Jensen, even if it doesn't land.
You got to keep trying, right? You have all this pick potential in your composition. That is just what you have to do. TF Blade getting some alone time with that top lane tier 2. And now with the numbers advantage that they do have. Actually, no, just kidding. They sent Arbrio up. The Vines go out. Krakadon, yeah, he's just melting. I mean, he's got a little bit of magic resist here. Has to flash away out of the Wolf Pit. Complete control in the jungle by Near Airport. As this mid lane tier 2, not much longer for this world. Feels like it's only a matter of time. Amibro gonna eat a piercing arrow as well. He's down to half HP. Hawk, they're pushing up the line of scrimmage so effectively here. The objective bounties are already up. Almost 10,000 gold is the lead here as Shelly is summoned. Gonna grab this one. And depending on how things go, we'll see what the decision tree ends up being. Maybe take the tier 3, but the dragon is also available.
Or maybe take a ride to top lane. They have a wave, and Arbrio getting
fair
chunked
enough, actually.
a little low. They have inside track. Like, Exodus just has no control over their map right now, unfortunately. And Near Airport is just able to run wherever they want. I like this macro. Oh, hang on. We might have an engage.
This could be the last one here.
Oh, Bio!
Fantastic crashing mob. Biostar with the Magnastorm on top of it. Fantastic work. Triple kill just as easy as you like for Doublelift. All the ultimates land at the right spot. Hui didn't even have to use his. It's a 4 for 0.
Oh man, Dennis Rodman just put one up for Jordan right there, baby, as Doublelift comes down with the kills. But it was Bio that served them up on the alley-oop. That was sick right there from the NA Legends. And now they can go and get the dragon after getting the towers on the back side of the fight. Near Airport, this is what Legends are made of. As Phantom, look, I respect it. At some point, you just got to keep swinging the bat, even if Nolan Ryan's throwing heaters, but that was a beautiful Magnet Storm. Not only did it stifle the engage, it grouped everybody up for the AoE. Easy peasy 3-pointer for Doublelift right there, baby.
The gold lead extends here. They got full control here over this jungle. Phantom Star is doing his absolute darndest. Deep TP, maybe you can get a pick here onto Doublelift, but the wallet diff should just be enough. A lot of damage coming in. The charm there does land onto Biofrost, but he is pretty thick in his own right. Being taken low, Comet Sphere over the wall, not going to do much. And now with Hui joining the fight, Jensen on the run. there is not much to do here. He's got 3 items, and one of those is the 10-stack Magi's. My goodness.
He's level 14!
Ooh. Yeah, at 21 minutes. No, it's... This was, I don't want to say the worst case scenario. It wasn't. Look, Exodus, they had a noble early game. They fought valiantly. But, again, double-digit LCS titles, man. Doublelift and company playing this game out exactly how you would expect.
I mean, again, though, if our question for this series was not whether or not Near Airport would win, but how good do they look, this is like what a team looks like when they're trying to qualify for the NACL, right? Against a tier 3 team. And no disrespect to what is a talented Exodus team. I expect them to still be competitive in this tournament. But I mean, at the end of the day, Near Airport, their goals are set at the ceiling. And if they want to go up against teams like the Citadel, like Tempest Gaming, they need to be able to look clean here and now. They need to know what winning feels like again. And I mean, they're definitely feeling it at this moment.
Yeah, good if nothing else to just get, you know, get your 2-0s in. And again, they will be added tomorrow. Assuming they, well, they'll be added tomorrow no matter what because it's double a limb. But assuming they progress here, as it looks like they will. We still get another game after this, of course. As Kraken unlocked up here by the Crashdown. Arbrio taken already way too low to contribute in this one, unfortunately. Jensen TP's up, and the top lane tier 3 will go down. But yeah, to your point, Hawk, Exodus, this is absolutely a team that I think you and I will both be following as they make their journey through the lower bracket. Again, we're starting a little bit slowly, or a little bit, you know, getting a little bit ahead of ourselves here as they change the first layer goes down. But again, another fantastic wombo combo. It's just too easy. Biofrost and Jensen using their CC in a gorgeous way to make it a 23-minute victory. Going for some fountain kills, because why the heck not? You signed up for the big leagues. This is what you get. 23 minutes in, it is a dominant landslide victory. As I say that, oh, you're gonna make me look stupid here, are you, Biofrost? Gosh darn it, Ami bro. Actually might be able to get onto Jensen here. Not a ton of CC, but they will not end it.
1K to the bank.
There we go. And Biofrost will go down. Not gonna use anything else. So fair enough, Ami bro. Again, just making me look dumb. But hey, fair enough.
Hey, Chris Paul, that's a big 3-pointer to cut the lead to 46 right there. The gold
Exactly.
lead, only 13,000 after picking up about 1,600 golden shutdowns right there. That's tough. That's absolutely tough. Near Airport, not able to end it in 23. I'm sure they'll be back to be able to do it. I really want to give respect to Exodus. I feel like they played this game with nameplates off. You know what I mean? They kept swinging the bat no matter who was pitching to them, and I really admire that from this team. And it does give me confidence that in a potential game 2 with a clean slate, hey, maybe some of the plays they go for actually work. They generate a lead, and that's where magic can happen. They try to execute, in fact, successfully do execute their big dive onto Doublelift, but one-shotting one target at this point is not enough to win them the fight, because Jensen and Spica are both strong enough to solo carry on their own.
And again here, just kind of biting off a little bit more than they could chew. Doublelift, nowhere to be found, so the tower taking potential is lower, but if everyone just stays on the tower, this game should be over. Instead, Biofrost trying to get a little too cheeky with it. And Krakodon, still level 11, still trying to make his impact felt on this game. But again,
Bio.
You just got to run it. Yeah, Bio just kind of accepting his fate there.
If you guys can fail to crash down over wall, or sorry, if a multi-time LCS champion can fail to crash down over walls, you guys can too. Don't let your memes be dreams, okay? You could also be a multi-time LCS champion if you just try hard enough.
Yeah, that's what I was always told. And the reason that I'm not is because
staying humble for the people.
Yeah, no, and if I'm not, it's because I'm not trying hard enough. So
right, yeah.
that's what I've learned in all my years on this earth, which is about the same as a lot of these old heads, now that I think about it. But again, let's not think about that too much. Baron next on the menu here, potentially just using it as a bait to try to get that last team fight in before they lock it down. But Bio and Doublelift, finally Jensen and Spica joining the party here. They've got outside vision, should be enough to take them down. TF Blade just kind of doing the tango here with Arbrio.
Oh, maybe getting tangoed with, it takes 3 to tango, I believe he's saying now.
Oh my goodness, he stole it!
Krakodon's the GOAT!
On the other side of the screen, Krakodon flashed over and stole it away. Happy cupcakes indeed. Fair enough, young gun. You can say that you outsmited Spica. Take that to the bank.
That's CLOL talent right there, baby. That's my boy Krakodon getting it done. Mustang on top. Unfortunately, they're down a member and they're losing Nexus Towers. I think, okay, they're going to lose an inhibitor for it. It's fine. It's fine. He should type in all chat right now, TY for leash.
Yeah. I do it. When else are you going to get a chance to do that? Against these guys? Hello? Absolutely. In this moment, you are the winner. But like we said, in this 5v4, as the Nexus turrets go down, looks like there's going to be one clear victor. Krakadon is back on the map, though. He doesn't have his ultimate. Do Exodus have a miracle left in? The Enchanted Crystal Arrow is going to go through the uprights. Biofrost is low. He does have the crash down. As 2 more waves come in, this should be the last one, but Baroned up minions, not going to go quietly into that good night.
The Zyra and Hwei are so miserable to play against. Look at this.
Yeah.
One direction goes the QE from Jensen, the other direction goes the plants, and Exodus just can't walk in. That's flash off of Genesis. Final fight brewing for sure here, 4x4.
All right, so maybe not 23 minutes, and you know what? Maybe not even 27 minutes.
Flash.
Forces the flash on a double lift with the charm. That's my boy Genesis. Well done there, as Jensen can't land the damage onto him, outranging him ever so slightly. Hawk, near airport, not able to break this Nexus turret down just yet. It is proving a little more difficult than we thought originally, and they might throw up the white flag on this one unless they can bait Exodus into an unfavorable position here.
Bio still has the flash. You know he's looking for a big engage if he can find it. Exodus hasn't given it over just yet. Little low, maybe could die. Okay, is this it?
Biofrost.
Oh, we got charm!
He gets lit up by the charm. Into the backline goes TF Blade. Big ol' damage, but he's all alone. Fight on 2 fronts. Biofrost gets a shield, but he is low.
Hold
Big
on,
damage
hold
comes down
on!
from Jensen, and now Omni Bro able to cleanse out of trouble and grab himself a kill. We are not done just yet, y'all. How about Exodus? Not going quietly into that good night. There goes a Stranglethorn, Grand Starfall as well. Biofrost taken very low. Jensen has to drop the fear to get away from an on-rushing Krakadon. I did not have this on my bingo card 5 minutes ago.
Nobody did. This game should have been over 5 minutes ago. Near airport. Oh, okay. It was a TP, not a base. All right. Jensen able to get out. Spica though. Hey, hang on. Wait a minute. Are they throwing like for real?
Ooh. Have to use the flash. I mean, they are throwing. Will they end up throwing?
I don't
in the grand scheme of things, I still don't think so. This is still an 11K gold lead. But currently, yes, they are throwing.
All right, we get to see epic
1
auto
HP.
smite right there from
1
Krakadon.
HP,
Big
holy.
mechanics coming out. We're gonna see some tweet later about how like the Baron regen on Spica and it like lived on 1 HP. Yeah. But I mean, shout out Krakadon again, like able to just find the smite. He will always be able to say he outsmited Spica in a competitive game, and that's pretty badass.
Yeah, there are, you can count on probably, I don't know, 2, maybe 3 hands, the amount of people that can say that, and Krakadon is on a very short list. Now, Hawk, I mean, look, the gold lead is still 10,000, the outcome still seems, likely in one way, but Exodus are very much fighting here, and again, the amount of CC that they have, the picks, like you said, Zyra and Hwei, miserable play against Enchanted Crystal Arrow does land there onto Jensen, but the follow-up isn't quite there. Biofrost doing a good job of bodyguarding, double lift, nowhere to be found right now, but they don't know that.
I mean, the problem for Exodus is that they're still completely jailed on their base. Now, their Nexus towers have respawned, because that's the thing that happens in 2025.
Yes,
so we're so back. We have an inhibitor back. Maybe they'll be able to leave their base at some point. Unfortunately, still missing bot and mid. And again, I think the expectation is that our GOATs here are probably going to be able to lock up this game. The big thing about the last fight is that Biofrost got locked up on the entry. But he still has the flash. He still has the ability to just find the massive Magnet Storm to end all Magnet Storms here. And you can see by his positioning, he is looking for it.
Yeah, 100%.
No flash on Genesis, likely the target.
Arbrio still potentially looking for his signature moment. He has played nobly into TF Blade. Biofrost going for there with a big old crash magnet down.
There it is.
That is the Wombo combo to end all Wombo combos. Phantom Star gets taken too low. The Stranglethorns coming out over the top is too much. Crashing Maw is just way too much damage. The Wombo works out, and finally, after a bit of an oopsie, Near Airport takes down Exodus in game 1.
Yeah, they're able to get it done. 30-10 in kills. They just wanted to make sure all of our games are over 30 minutes today. You know, they're trying to pad our run time a little bit. Didn't want to make it too easy in 23. Near Airport definitely looking like the better here team here in game 1. Of course, this was the expectation, right? Near Airport, they are a team in the hunt to promote North American legends through and through. At the end of the day, I just want to give Exodus a shout out for continuing to still fight. That's the kind of gumption that can get you a win in game 2.
Yeah.
You just got to believe you can beat them, you know?
Absolutely. We're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have highlights, breakdown where things went right and wrong for Exodus and Near Airport in this one before we get to game 2. Reminder, Fearless BO3s, this is our last series of the day, but not of the weekend and not of the next few weeks. We have much more coming at you when we come back.
Welcome back again to the North American Challengers League Open Qualifiers. Let's talk about that last game with Near Airport taking that win against Exodus. Let's, dive a little bit deep into that game. What kind of happened in that last game there for you?
I mean, look, we knew that Exodus were going to have an uphill battle, right? But like Hawk and I talked about, they went with an early game composition, they played to it, and they kept throwing haymakers, which is all you can do. The longer that game goes on, you are going to lose. But they threw punches, they threw wrenches into the spokes into their wheels, if you will. And look, this is a team with a lot of former professionals, world semifinalists, double-digit LCS titles. We said it a couple times. They handled the pressure really, really well. So I think, solid marks from both sides. Honestly, I have no real complaints about the play from either team.
Yeah, I think my main thing is don't lane swap. Let my goat Arbrio lane in a TF Blade. He had a decent matchup, and he actually laned pretty well once they actually started laning. He started at a 15 CS deficit and then held it there the entire game. I legitimately think Arbrio looked fine in that first game, and that was the matchup I was really hyping up. And I was very disappointed to find that we are still not on lane swap patch, not until next week, apparently. Have gotten confirmation on that, which obviously means it's still in the cards. I want to see Exodus just try to play straight up into this team, but then otherwise, as you said, Henrique, keep looking and trying to find big plays, because the bigger problem for them is they just started falling behind everywhere. The lane swap didn't go well for their sides, and then after this gank on a Genesis, it was basically a wrap in all three lanes.
Yeah, no, it's exactly what you said. Once Jensen and Spica got rolling, look, it didn't even matter. There was, double AP, and it will double FB, and none of that nonsense. The wallet diff was absolutely massive. And look, this way, man, look, I guess if it's not the lane swap patch, then I guess Hui hasn't been nerfed. Is that the conclusion that we are coming to here?
It might be the case. Yeah. I think you're right. I think that's all happening on next patch, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, I mean, the ways have been looking real good today. Let me just say that. Yeah.
No, really, really good. And you see, again, this team fight right here, this is when you kind of grab your desk and you go, hey, wait, hang on, wait a little bit, hold up. Because Krakedon went down like he was made of paper mache, but it bought just enough time for Phantom Star to be able to use his ultimates pretty much on cooldown. And here's where you see the opposite. Spica kind of went down like paper mache himself, but his ultimate bought so much time. Biofrost coming in with the Magnet Storm, and then the Crashing Maw as well. They layered their CC very, very well. And again, this is just the kind of stuff that is second nature for players that have been doing this for this long.
I want to give a shout out to Bio, who I actually think had a great game on that rel. We're going to see in a little bit the absolutely nutso Magnet Storm he had at the tier 2.
Yeah.
I thought in the 2v2 we saw earlier, he played that fight very well as well. I've been loving this kind of play out of Bio. I really expected him to be the most watched player on this team. I think he's been great.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, again, even this, like a fight like this, just keeping Phantom and Krakedon out of the choke point, that's really good stuff to see from the veteran support.
And you were kind of talking about it too, right? In the scrim blocks, you said actually Biofrost.
Yeah, he's been great.
Kind of looks sick.
No, I totally agree. I think this team firing on. Oh, we're about to see it. This was.
Oh,
Boom.
It was beautiful.
That's right, absolutely stunning. I wanted to talk a little bit about that mid lane matchup with the Hui and the Ahri. Seems that it was a little bit of a struggle on the side of Exodus, but I mean, to be fair, it's Jensen. Like you said, he's like the dodging king, notorious for his movement. I think in this matchup, it's a little bit difficult for Ahri to play because it's more out of as like a tethering the range, right? So Hui kind of outranges Ahri in a sense where he has all these abilities, all this like range with his first like few abilities with his Q. So it's like really hard for Ahri to play in this specific matchup.
Yeah, I think the problem in mid was twofold. One, as you mentioned, the matchup is tough, and also like Genesis was clearly struggling to keep up a little bit in that matchup, and that's okay. You know what I mean? But the bigger problem was that Spica then ganked on a slightly unorthodox timer right before Crab spawn, something that a lot of junglers can't do because they don't clear that fast, but Zyra does. So Genesis gets hit by a weird gank timer when he's already kind of just like barely keeping his head above water. And so that's when he really started hemorrhaging, because then he comes back to lane. Jensen's level 6 with the wave pushing away from Genesis. Easy solo kill for number 2, and then from that point, the game's basically lost. So, I mean, it does go to show, I think, how much these veterans, if you give them an inch, they can take a mile, but I am hoping that in a more even game state, will Genesis actually be able to keep up with Jensen? Maybe that's where we could see like guys like Phantom and Kraken on Arbrio set up their big plays, etc., etc.
Well, Hawk, we'll just have to see what happens in the next game of Game 2 of Near Airport versus Exodus. I'll see you guys after this next game.
Bye-bye. Thank you, Alan. We're getting into picks and bans here shortly. Hawk, you imagine you will see a blue side swap here from Exodus. And again, want to see them play around their boy, Arbrio. But, you know, look, depending on what you get here, right, there were certain bans that were conspicuously absent, things like the Sejuani, so you could see a little bit of a shift in play. But, I don't know, if it's me coaching Exodus, I think look, again, you've got an uphill battle here. I think stick with the early game, right? Don't opt into this easy to execute 5v5, whatever, because I feel like you're going to lose that the longer the game goes on. Get in their face and make it their problem.
Oh, so we see Rumble. Okay, Rumble Jax is the top lane matchup, and the Sejuani steal from Spica.
Oh boy.
Kraken's still getting out of the Wukong. I think this is still fine. It's still a facilitatory, skirmishy pick that can play around its lanes very well. Fairly level 6 reliant, but Rumble Jax, I want to zoom in on this matchup because we asked the question, what is going to be the answer to TF Blaze Jax? It's not going to be the Camille or the Gwen that we saw Arbrio play last year. But again, that's a 2-game sample size. The kid surely has more champions up their sleeve.
Yes.
Rumble, historically considered a great carry answer into the Jax. It's very difficult for Rumble to interact in this lane against a resourceless, perma-slowing you, scrap shielding menace that also can burn you in the face through your counter-strike, right? And so even though Jax can win the all-in if he's consistently on top of the Rumble, that's very difficult to make happen. So I think Arbrio being given the tools to play out a matchup that he should be advantageous in, do not lane swap, please.
No, and again, right, we are on the patch where it is viable, but that's your point, Hawk, was that Exodus opted into that, right? That was not forced on them. That's the thing to remember. So we'll see what they got in the bottom lane as well. Kraken opting for something that is a little easier to execute. Callista is what will be the choice here. This I enjoy.
First Callista we're getting here today. It's been pick or ban in basically every major region. This is a champion that is incredibly lane dominant, able to play out the 2v2 so well. Something that I thought Amibro and Phantom did pretty well in game 1. And alongside the Leona, you're going to have a lot of ability to go forward. Not only that, if they are able to get the feats of strength, Callista loves it. Have you guys seen Callista with the tier 3 boots just like zooming around the map, lethal tempo? Like, it gets really crazy. So I like this pick a lot for Amibro into Double Edge Jhin. The Poppy alongside for Bio, I think, is going to be a big pick, but Jhin, not something that actually fights back in this 2v2 that well.
Yeah, no, you're setting things up exactly, using your range to your advantage. You kind of don't want to interact. And again, with the Poppy, again, we don't know kind of when this was picked. With Callista being so high prio, it wouldn't be crazy to me if that was B1, right? You grab that and then the Poppy and answer into that. I wouldn't, you know, I imagine it was kind of immediate because then you can take that away in the second ban phase, etc. But again, you have given Amibro and Phantom Star the tools to get into this kill lane and really dominate, push, and you've got a bruiser with good early damage in Kraken here. I think the big question, Hawk, is, and I'd love to hear your take on it, where are you focusing your attention? Because like you said, you have an advantageous matchup in the top lane as well.
I actually think, and this might be a hot take, I think they should focus their attention towards the mid lane. Play mid to sides. Reason I say this is, one, if you're able to get control of mid, you control the river. If you control the river, it's a lot easier to access those big time side lanes where your Callista and your Rumble can be gotten going. Not only that, but Jensen on this Orianna, I actually think there's quite a bit of responsibility on Jensen this game to be a carry. Bit lower in the damage department here in general, I think, for Near Airport, if they're not ahead. Orianna, Jhin, they have a lot of upfront damage, not the most DPS. And then similarly to Jax, it's just unreliable because it's all on a melee carry, right? So either he's ahead and he's killing everybody, or he's not. And so for that reason, I think if you're actually able to get some push here for your Victor, something that typically does happen once Victor gets to Hex Core, get Victor to Hex Core quickly, allow Genesis to get the push in this lane, then move around mid jungle and then play towards your Leona Callista, play towards your Rumble into this Jax. And I'm going to say it 4x4. I think the ability to fight on about like one item here, you know, that Trinity Force, Blade of the Ruined King Spike for Exodus, I think their composition is better. I think they have the mid-game tools to do it. Near Airport, it's a very vegan composition. It will team fight well later on in the game, but I think there are a lot of tools for Exodus to actually take control of this one.
And again, it's can you do that into this I mean, this not a composition, this set of players that proved that they can withstand those punches and those body blows and counter-strike when the time is right. That's what they did in game 1. That's what they're going to have to do in game 2. Because to your point, Hawk, I agree with you. This is a composition that is going to thrive in the mid game, right? If you are even, or I mean, if you're even, it's not great, but like if you are ahead, right, then I mean, a 2,000 gold lead or a 1,000 gold lead feels like so much more because of the way this composition wants to play. If you can assert yourself, I actually like that take, right? If you control mid, you control the other side of the map much easier. The rest of the map just kind of opens up for you. But we saw Jensen is not immune to a 1v1, right? And yes, it's not the way, you don't have the range advantage, etc. But you know, I playing through mid, and I'm not saying that you thought this, it is going to be easier said than done into a guy like Jensen. So seeing how he soaks up that pressure as well. In that top lane, I mean, look, like we said, it's going to be, you know, potentially, if we're going by the Hawk playbook here, an extension, right? A reward thanks to your good work in mid lane. And yeah, I think, yeah, in the side lane, you expect TF Play to be able to do his thing here. Spica just being on the tank and spank jungler. Yeah, I'm looking forward to this one, Hawk. I mean, Exodus, they've shown they can throw the punches. I'm excited to see them do it again.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think a lot of questions just going to come down to, you know, who's able to draw the first strikes, right? Is Jensen going to be able to absorb that pressure? I really want to see Exodus throw it that way, because I think the one way Exodus's composition falls apart is if Jensen just blasts mid again. Yeah. Because then you can't make a play on a side lane, because the enemy mid jungle could always move first, right? And that is sort of where things fall apart for Exodus. So I'm really looking out for this matchup. I do not want to see lane swaps. I want to see straight up laning. Let the Kalista cook. Let the Rumble cook. And who knows? Maybe we could see a deciding game 3, but near Airport, we got to see how good of a team they are in general. I mean, looking at the nameplates, it's to be expected. Yes. It's, as you say, everything's going to be easier said than done.
No, absolutely. But again, I mean, if they even took one game, right, I mean, right in the history books, right, that you were able to, at this stage in the tournament, take a game off guys who have been to Worlds 1,000 times, have been to World semifinals, as well as everybody's favorite streamer. We are about to get into game here. Near Airport versus Exodus. This time, Exodus on the blue side with another early game swinging, punches, throwing comp here. Into a little bit more of defensive, vegan, like you said, Hawk, I like that term in this context, composition thrown out there by Near Airport. Very much the favorites in this one. Ooh. And the aggressors on this one as well, as Krakodon takes a little bit of a chunk, but no summoners blown.
Early information advantage going to go the way of Near Airport. Now, they're definitely scouting for a lane swap with that ward in the top lane. So I'm really curious, actually, if Near Airport opts to try and swap themselves in this game away from the Kalista. Right now, they still have 4 members committed towards the top side of the map. Anything to prevent conventional lanes, I do think favors them generally in this game. And it looks like Spica's going to try to vertical jungle, but they saw that ward get placed. So look at this. Exodus is going to try to retake S5 here.
Let's see if they can execute. Maybe
they know they're still here.
Goes Krakodon. He knows that they are around and knows exactly where they are. Maybe not. He's going to walk into the business end of that Pixel Brush. Over the wall goes Phantom Star, but is he just dead? He's toast. First blood over to Spica, but the Ignite does go down on a double lift. Jensen isn't there. It's still a 4v4. They get one right back, and fortunately onto Ami, bro.
They see Spica. Spica's on the wrong side of the rift right now. Has the flash, but I don't think he's going anywhere. It's going to be a 2-for-1 right now for Exodus.
That is fantastic. Exodus with the dream start. It's just a matter of where it goes. Give it over to Genesis. And again, giving him a cushion in this crucial matchup in the mid lane.
That is huge. The Kalista and the Victor just picked up the kills. So Jensen is going to have an XP lead in mid. So as long as Genesis can get to his first base, which will be challenging, he'll be able to spend that gold. And not only that, Henrique, I said this matchup tends to tilt when Victor gets Hex Core.
Yeah.
He is halfway there with 2 kills. That is 50 stacks on the Hex Core for this Victor. That is enormous for the matchup in mid. Exodus, a huge level 1. Spica is going to be delayed on the clear as well. And even though Krakodon died at the start, Exodus winning the level 1. That is big stuff for the tier 3 gamers. As we can take another look, it's Krakodon. Look, I get it. Someone's got a face check, right?
Yeah, 100%.
He face checked a little too far ahead of his team. I wanted to see a bit more of a full team collapse, because I actually think they could have gone 2-for-0 here. Regardless, for all of the reasons I just mentioned, that's a huge play. Unfortunately, our Brio has just been dunked.
Yeah, it just got bonked. So the matchup not tilting in the way it was expected to be, but he will come back with a pair of boots. TF Blade with the solo bolo to even the score and the gold in this one. And immediately, not a moment too soon, we do get onto mid. Crack it on with the red buff, able to dash forward with the clone. Phantom Star here to potentially secure the kill. Flash E, he got him. He locked him down. Is the damage going to be enough? Phantom Star's going to pay for it with his life, but it will be a 1-for-1.
That's absolutely worth it. This wave is not great for Jensen. He's going to be forced to TP back. You trade out the flash for Leona and Orianna and get a kill for Wukong. Assist gold goes into your team. He's going to miss some creeps. You absolutely take that if you are Exodus. And I believe that was Feat of Warfare for them as well because Jensen died first, I think, compared to Phantom.
I think so too. Yeah. I think that last tower shot didn't come in. So yeah, that's a good catch there. Yeah, a couple of this is why we have you on the broadcast, man, for many other reasons. But catching, like you said, the Victor stacks, the significance of that with the Hex Core, but also getting that early feat. We're getting to look at this solo bolo that we missed early on here. I bet TF Blade just maybe dinged first here because there's a lot of health going on here, Hawk.
Yeah, was Arbrio late to lane? Yeah, he must have been because.
Ooh.
I'm so curious. Like, okay, so TF Blade, I mean, really good positioning from him. The overheat for Arbrio, but you're just trading into the minion wave. You can't do that. Yeah, a bit of a mistake coming out from the top laner of Exodus. I like the angle, but I just think that's not his turn to go for the all-in with the minions wailing on him down a level. And lethal tempo on this Jax, too, actually. I didn't even notice that. So that would have added a lot of value to help counteract those autos, as that's a 2v2.
Yeah, and maybe another one as the stun lands. Phantom Star putting on a clinic on this Leona, set it up, making it so easy for Ami Bro. He's got 3.
Yo, I mean, Exodus right now, 3-0 on the Callista. Double lifted bio just got splashed. This is what it's all about in amateur right here as Exodus out the gate with a 1K gold lead.
This is exactly what it is all about. I mean, look, again, no matter how this game goes, as Genesis taken very, very low, you can say you 2v2 killed double lifted Biofrost. This is a dream start here for Exodus, aside from that solo kill in the top lane. And again, preventable mistake here. Let's get another look at it. Phantom Star starts it immediately in a fantastic steadfast presence there.
Yeah, but he was already able to get close enough. Double lift just too far forward and didn't have the cleanse. Must have gotten blown at some other point in the lane. I think if he has the cleanse, he lives there. But Phantom, great recognition to understand that he can look for the all-in. Ami Bro, unafraid, great Q follow onto Bio's flash.
No, really awesome stuff here. Man, like I said, pretty much a dream start. Ami Bro, gotta be a little careful here. Does get the Pierce off. Biofrost gonna smash him. Not quite into the wall. The Deadly Flourish doesn't land either. Able to crash this one in. Not sure if they're gonna get a full-on play out of it, but Phantom Star gonna help soak that one up as well, eventually.
So, solo lanes are still in dire straits here for Exodus. Arbrio, I was hype at the start of the series. He's struggling a little bit into TF Blade, and then Genesis is really getting hammered by Jensen in this mid lane. I mean, the Orianna matchup is Orianna favored pre-Hexcore, right? And despite those 50 sacks, he's still not there yet for Genesis, and jungle help, support help. It's just not been enough to really bail him out, and credit to Jensen for how well he has laned in the series. He's absolutely been the MVP so far.
And now, as a reward, Crack It On will get onto the Grubs here, going for potential another 2v2. Has to blow the cleanse again, does double lift, has the force shot, puts it on a Phantom Star, but with that W shield, doesn't do nearly as much as it should. Spica with the level, no, not the level advantage. Crack It On was able to hit 5. Jensen a little low, but ready to join in should he be needed, as Genesis kind of locked under his tower right now, Hawk.
So Jensen did commit the Shockwave at some point in order to chunk Genesis out. But the Chaos Storm's still available, so Genesis does have value if a fight should crop up, but they're really good trade in top by Ami Bro and Phantom. This 2v2, man, they are doing really well so far in game 2. And that's going to be all 3 Void Grubs over to Exodus. The first towards the feats of strength, their first pot of grubs in its entirety in their pocket. And Spica, no dragon response as he is too slow on the trade.
No, like you said, I was waiting for that, but will not be the case. He doesn't not be able to get it, even though he has push in both the mid and bottom lanes. Didn't opt to go for it here as Phantom Star doing a good job of roaming, freeing up Ami Bro to get over to, I imagine, his mid lane. Well, it's going to go over to the bottom lane, so maybe they do another swap here. Maybe they swap out of this.
Yeah, I mean, they really do want to keep this Jax down if they can, right? Arbrio been struggling a little bit. It managed to mostly stabilize a CS deficit, but if they can stabilize their solo lanes for Exodus, this game suddenly becomes way, way better for them, because then they can just continue to slam this 2v2 and fight around neutral objectives. Not only that, I think they want this dragon more than anything. By putting their close to down bottom, it gives them all the ability to fight for that they could want.
And fair enough, that's a really good map movement by them, just committing, right? Knowing that looks like they didn't get it. Both ultimates committed, flashing away. Genesis with the solo kill, survives with a sliver of health, gets one back on Jensen.
Multi-time LCS champion just gets solo killed by the teamless revenge of Genesis. That was awesome, man. Jensen just disrespects it a little bit. That's the power of the Victor in those all-ins. The consistent damage is simply higher than the Orianna. And now, we talked about keeping Jax down.
Can you keep a good Jax down? Let's find out. Cyclo goes out. Fate's Call going to save Leona from the tower damage, and now actually might be going sideways here. Might have been enough more than they could chew. Crocodile trying to go forward here. Doesn't have the damage for the red, but 2 kills, excuse me, go over to TF Blade. Ami Bro on the other side. Meanwhile, up top, Ari Bro did go down.
Yeah, paid the price for it, as that's a big play from TF Blade. Huge defense under the tower. We had a lot of questions about what his performance would be in competitive play, and Enrique, I can say TF Blade looking pretty damn good so far in this one. 3-1-0 on the Jax. But that's a 4-0 Callista, a 2-0 Victor. Gold deadlocked at 10 minutes nearly, with the objectives marginally favoring the Tier 3 Exodus. And I mean, this game is definitely on a knife's edge. I said I like Exodus's mid-game composition better as well. We are approaching that one item part of the game. I would really like to see them try to blow this game open and force us to a deciding game 3.
Yeah, it feels like they're just waiting on that Blade of the Ruin King for Callista, right? Get her farmed up, get to that first crucial item spike, like you were saying, and then you can potentially fight for this dragon. But if Spica and Biofrost can clear out enough vision here, then I think that's what you got to go for here. As Jensen in a little bit of trouble here, the CC chain is just too much, but eating a lot of equalizer damage is the rest of NA. As Biofrost taken very, very low, the ticking damage won't be enough. As the curtain call. There's the curtain call going out here. Phantom Star trying to eat everything he can. Genesis has to be careful. Crocodile might have paid for it with his life, and indeed he did. So it's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day.
1-for-1, but our Brio, an extended period of time spent in towards the mid lane, means that TF Blade free time in top lane. That is a top lane tier 1 down to only 1 plate. We're taking a look at the counter dive. I mean, I would imagine fairly clinical. Biofrost able to tank it up. Yeah, easy money right there by near airport. Now our Brio back under that tower, very low, down a level to TF Blade. I think TF Blade just takes this.
He's gonna get something, whether it's the tower or Ari Bro or both. Ooh, yeah, it will be both eventually. Man, TF Blade with another solo kill on Ari Bro.
Our Brio, I don't know. I think he just needed to. It's a little bit of sunk cost fallacy, right, in that top lane tower. You have to reset. You committed the time towards mid, trying to kind of have his cake and eat it too. Which you just can't really do, especially when you're already losing in the matchup. And so TF Blade is going to be a really big problem. We kind of highlighted that the Jax, if it's behind, there's no consistent DPS for near airport, but if it's ahead, it can be a really big issue, and especially into a fed Callista. A little bit worried for Exodus with that. Jensen also getting free time on the bottom side with Exodus committed towards the grubs. And I think right now the macro from near airport just a little bit better despite the plays for the kills coming down in favor of Exodus. Near airport has been able to out-farm, out-gain on the tower plates, and also, trade objectives here and there.
Yeah, and it's these kind of margins that so many years in the scene will give you. And the ability to take those margins, like you were saying. Let's get another look at what we thought was a game-breaking open moment here. The CC chain was wonderful.
Yeah, just overstaying, trying to kill off Biofrost. I see the angle right there, but then Spica does a great job of extending this. Doublelift is probably shouting in comms, I'm on the way, I'm on the way. And from this point, the health bars are just too low. You can see that with the XU damage, Phantom can take up the first 3, but not that 4th one. And then Crackodon, bad click, just gets hit by the second part of the W right there.
Yeah, unfortunate. Went into the wrong side here as the first items starting to come through. Straight lethality here for Doublelift with the Yomu's Rush. Fair enough into this team. But Genesis, and neither one of them actually still on that first item. But now we've kind of identified, I mean, it's going to be TF Blade in that side lane as the game goes on. Again, you do favor, I think, NA's composition. but especially because I just don't know who's going to deal with TF Blade in that side lane, right? Arbrio has had a rough go of it. Double Lift has to insta-cleanse. CC Chain on the back of it. He's going to survive. Deadly Flourish actually not going to find its mark. Here comes the curtain call. Try to get Phantom Star, but he should be able to get out of there as Omnibro is going to dodge actually the Glacial Prison here.
Forward.
But that is a lot of damage. Like you said, a little too far forward maybe for my taste, but the gravity field goes down for the disengage. Deadly Flourish goes out, but was not tagged up with the first part of it.
And look at that. It pulled Genesis towards the play. TF Blade is level 11 right now. Both of the solo lanes for Exodus are 2 levels down on this Jax. And now, with the health bar advantage, a timer for near airport onto Krakodon.
Yep, and they are going to take it here. Able to get the permafrost stacks down, but just bully him out of this, off this red buff. Krakodon conceding that space here. No objectives to fight over, but oh my goodness, towers to fight for you indeed. TF Blade actually taking a couple of autos here. The Ignite goes down. Maybe Phantom Star not going to be able to close the gap, unfortunately, with a Zenith Blade before the Leap Strike comes through. Arbrio going to meet a grim fate at the hands of Spica and Biofrost as little advantage is taken on opposite sides of the map by near airport here at the 15-minute mark.
Yeah, and Henrique, I think we are starting to see the cracks showing for Exodus right now as the experience of near airport just allowing them to run rampant around the map, understanding their wave states better simply. Exodus just feeling like they have to over-respond to every little thing, over-forcing instead of taking their time, setting up their waves and making a slow rotation, right? They're trying to skip steps, cut corners, and near airport has been able to punish every step of the way. And now 3,500 gold in the lead at 14.5 minutes. It was a great early game from Exodus, but this is not an insignificant lead.
No, it absolutely is not. It's, what, 3,500 here, yeah, at this point. 6 Void Grubs for Exodus, but that's kind of all you've got here. And again, I just think you're not really able to capitalize that as far as if you're looking to side lanes. Genesis walking into this one 2 levels down. You kind of knew what the outcome was going to be as soon as you step forward right there. TF Blade sniffs that out, makes him pay.
Yeah, I think he felt safe knowing that he had Phantom Star behind him, but it just very disrespectful for positioning right there from Genesis. And in the first place, again, like over-rotating towards mid, thinking that a play is happening to cover something, this, that, or the other, instead of just taking the farm under the tower, trying to close some of that XP and farm differential that the solo lanes of Exodus currently face.
And now it feels like Hawk, Omnibro, he's kind of at a standstill here, right? I mean, you've got to find a way to chew through the Sejuani and the Jax. Hang on a second, your Glacial Prison goes down. The CC Chain is not too much. Oh, just kidding. Phantom Star flashes over and just gets smited like a creep. Spica on the kill there. His 4th one of the game. Biofrost playing bodyguard beautifully, just positioning, zoning Krakodon off any angle of safety. It's his 2nd kill of the game. And this is kind of how these mid games go. When the gap in quality and the gap in macro is as large as it is, it's these little defects, these little windows of opportunity that they're able to take and do something with.
And remember, this was supposed to be the window for Exodus, that one item sort of time, but their composition needs to be able to go forward, Henrique, and unfortunately, they're the ones that are getting picked off. Near airport has so much CC and chase down potential. Once they lock you up like this, it's basically impossible to get away, and great recognition from them. It's not like their composition is weak at this point in the game by any means, by the way. And I mean, Phantom, it was just a mistake contesting vision while his jungler's trying to do blue. And at that point, you know, it already lost control of the area as maybe a pick.
Yeah, Phantom Star going forward here. TF Blade taking really low. CC down, and actually the shutdown does go over to Genesis, but a big Keeper's Verdict here from Biofrost prevents any sort of chase, but that's not going to stop Genesis from trying. Spica might, though. Thought he was going to drop the equalizer there, Arbrio, but will not be the case.
I think that's going to get them the dragon, though. 2nd dragon for Exodus, and this is going to be the feats of strength. It's the 3rd objective for Exodus. Both teams currently on 2, and with Exodus having the feat of warfare, this is actually a really big pick in transition of their pressure. They need to make sure to secure it, though. Spica's still looking.
You do get that objective bounty. Spica, like you said, looking at Omnibro, able to get close enough here, but now he's got to be careful. Big old Cyclone is creating a lot of space for him. There goes the equalizer as well, and you've allowed the carries to cook here and take their numbers advantage. Big old Shockwave might have been the turning point here, though, as TF Blade with the Giga Flight. Phantom Star flashing over, gets the CC down, but it will not be enough. The counter strike goes off, not able to get Omnibro, but he's not able to get close enough to do the requisite damage, and now he and Genesis are on the run. Arbrio not able to get the equalizer down. Already used that a little bit earlier. That tier 1 is the tier 1 in the bot lane is down, so will not be any sort of refuge that they can run to. Omnibro will be the sacrificial lamb to allow Genesis to escape, but the flash out of the gravity well will be enough. TF Blade bonks him over the head. and it's a 3-for-1.
I think a 4-for-1 as Phantom Star respawning in the fountain.
Yeah.
That's how long that fight went. And yeah, I mean, Exodus, they go very far forward. I like the look. They think it's winning, but just sort of run out of gas, right? When their composition's going forward, it's good. But as soon as they weren't able to go forward anymore, TF Blade was on the flank, able to cut them off. And it ends up being the extension of the gold lead for Near Airport, despite the feats getting picked up by Exodus.
Exodus had that advantage. It was a dream start for them. Everyone but Arbrio really cooking, and especially AmiBro, right? I mean, that was the win condition that we identified. They were able to get that Kalista B1 going, but right now it is just so difficult, especially with the lead that TF Blade has built, right? He's kind of the one weapon, right, into a short-range AD carry, right? We talk about why Rumble is such a good pick into this. You don't have to deal with the counter strike. You don't have to deal with the fact that all your autos are going into the void, and AmiBro has to deal with exactly that. And I feel, if nothing else because of that, this game has gotten nigh impossible for Exodus right now.
And you can see the map control the Near Airport has as well. TF Blade level 13 on this Jax, able to push up basically as far as he wants. And with now mid-tier 1 going down Near Airport, you can see that them doing it already. Walk in, take control of the enemy jungle because you have that easy access. Exodus forced to catch waves very low, and it's just going to be further control and an extension of the game. I mean, it's just like game 1, but it was even better for Exodus this time around. The problem is, Near Airport, at the end of the day, they are some of the greatest players to ever play in our region, and their team play, their understanding of the map is simply better. And at this point, it looks really good for Exodus. They get to go forward. Krakodon and Arbrio able to layer on top of each other beautifully, but it's this point right here. We're no longer able to go forward anymore. Krakodon dies, and a level 12 Jax is behind the team. And from this point, the fight just sort of breaks down with a massive chase down from Near Airport able to come out, running forward with impunity.
Yep, it's just too much. And I mean, you can't blame them for kind of overextension. It wasn't even overextension, right? You didn't know when exactly Jensen was going to come back. And it was an absolutely brutal shockwave, right? Like you said, that was the timer. That was the clock striking midnight. And they hightailed it out of there. But TF Blade with the big old flank, Mondo TP, was able to help lock that one down. And now Genesis thought maybe he had the solo bolo there onto Jensen. Spica gets the permafrost attack down. Glacial Prison double up with a deadly flourish over the top. That is too much CC to overcome. Spica gets the kill there onto Genesis, and it is just too much. The wallet dip as Krakodon comes in with the Cyclone. Too little, too late, my brother. Double kill for Double Lift.
I think you wanted the shutdown on the Jensen, but yeah, just not able to fight it. Jensen still had the shockwave in order to disengage as Arbrio fancies himself a kill.
Come on, Arbrio. Get the solo bolo. The counter-strike might be too much, and indeed it is. 8th kill of the game for TF Blade.
You know, Double Lift said it would be interesting to have TF Blade on the team, and interesting is definitely a word you could use to describe on this game. 8-2-0. I would think Exodus finds it a little bit less interesting as, yeah, they're falling apart at the seams. It's nearly a 10,000 gold lead. Ruinous Otacon has been secured, and I mean, I think Near Airport, they have all the tools that they need to lock up what was a very exciting game 2.
Exodus, they fought valiantly, and look, we have seen from game 1, as we get another look at this chase down here, is kind of a bit of a one at a time, right? In this situation, I guess you gotta throw some darts at the wall here, but AmiBro, it's still a lot of weight on his shoulders, and he just can't get close enough to do Kalista things, especially when you're gonna one at a time like that. But this team is not gonna go down without a fight, Hawk. We saw it in game 1. They were able to make things interesting and extend the game out for 7 more minutes than they should have, and there are no such things as moral victories, depending on who you ask, but Exodus absolutely have a few to take away from this series against the #1 seed.
Yeah, I would love to see a gold toggle at this point, because I'm pretty sure AmiBro is not even really ahead of Double Lift anymore, and
I don't think
TF
so
Blade is very close to wit's end when Arbrio has barely an item. Like, he's got like an item and a Fiendish Codex. It's brutal.
Yeah, no, I mean, TF Blade, the lead is just absolutely monstrous. Doesn't take any tower aggro in this one. And yeah, right here, you're going to see just how far ahead they are here. TF Blade actually, even the little bit of the equalizer that he does eat, Arbrio's like, look, it's now or never, and my good, like you said, Hawk, in the draft, the upfront damage is monstrous that TF Blade and this Jax and the rest of this composition can provide. As a kill goes over on the head of Genesis, flash and cleanse blown from Double Lift, but Helps secure another one. Gets a deadly flourish shot from about a screen away. Kraken taken very low. Spica just zoning Omnibro completely off this. Man, oh man.
Oh no, he just got 1v1 by a Sejuani!
Oh, ADCs are so weak. Oh, tanks are too strong, Hawk. 2 more towers go down. One on the top side, one from the bottom side.
My Sejuani has a Rift Maker and sorcerer shoes.
Oh
What?
my goodness. Spica's having fun, man.
You know what? He's earned it. This is the most diabolical Sejuani build I think I've ever seen. You know what? That's Omnibro's excuse for getting 1v1 by the Sejuani.
Unironically.
Bro, we built damage. Like, what am I supposed to do? You know what I mean?
7 seconds in the Dark Seal, man. Come on. Unplayable. Riot, please.
This game is unfortunately looking a little cooked for Exodus near airport, though. I mean, again, this is what we want to see out of them. They are a favorite for the entire tournament. Just to talk about the ramifications for this game, it will be near airport moving on in the bracket. They will not play tomorrow. Tomorrow we have the first 2 rounds of the lower bracket. So, you know, we'll get to see some teams get eliminated. 32, half of our teams get eliminated, but near airport won't play until next weekend when they should be playing on back-to-back days, both day 3 and 4 of the tournament. Meanwhile, Exodus, they will go down to that lower bracket. Their next game will be at 4 p.m. Pacific or thereabouts in the lower as they fight for their tournament lives. As, I don't really think... Crackodon went in, and he got bopped.
Yeah, how dare you check the Raptor Brush in your own side of the jungle, you fool. Yeah, it's that point in the game right now. Equalizer goes down, trying to thin out that minion wave. Biofrost with the flank, and that health bar disappeared just so gosh darn quickly. Jensen looking for a big old flank. Gets the shockwave on the 2. You saw that one coming from a mile away. If you had God Vision like we did. Arbrio able to get 1 kill, but that is quite the low consolation prize as near airport ripping this one open. TF Blade on a solo mission to take down a Nexus tower or 2.
I think you might take down more than a Nexus tower. That Jax is level 16 now. Oh, I'm just going to keep saying Jax is level because it continues to impress me. Yeah. He's got double lift behind him. There's only 2 members of Exodus alive. Jensen arrives on full HP, and Henrique, I think that's going to be it. Set up some hype for you guys. It's Wardens against UCI. The winner will play near airport. We could have double lift against Dante's in the next round.
Well said. That is a very, very good catch. Double lift versus Dante's on the card here. So we'll be looking at the rest of the bracket, tell you how things shake out as we are back with Alan, with Hawk. Guys, again, it feels like a redo of game 1 in a sense. Even better, like we were saying, Hawk, from Exodus. But at the end of the day, near airport just too strong.
Yeah, it was looking so good for Exodus in the beginning. Like, we saw that Hex Core on the Victor, and especially Victor being that, like, late game champion, right? You want that Hex Core early, you want to get that empowered upgrade under the E, and then suddenly it progresses onto that ultimate, which, like, expands as you kill people. But it seems that Exodus kind of fell apart from the fact that after they got these leads, it kind of disrespected their way and their playing styles throughout the game. Like, we see them getting picked left and right and overextending these lanes. It's a little bit, I would say, concerning.
I mean, I think the problem for Exodus that game was they had good set-piece team plays to get leads early, right? They were punching near airport in the mouth. But the problem is they were just unfortunately outclassed in the individual lanes. So they were always trying to make a play, bail somebody out, because if nothing's happening, they're just slowly losing, right? Jensen, in particular, was the biggest driving force behind that, where there were just no answers for how strong that Orianna was, and then the Hui in game 1. Genesis was just unfortunately not quite up to the task in dealing with him, and so those were sort of where the problem stemmed from, right? You just have to keep stemming the bleeding, but you're shot in so many different places, you can't just not bleed out at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely pretty desperate in those, like, situations there, because since your team is falling apart, it's like all you can do is pick up plays that, you know, maybe aren't particularly great, but it's like the only opportunity that you can get to come back from these, like, type of situations. And I like that Exodus, you know, was very ambitious in these type of, like, situations where, you know, they try to help each other after these deaths, they try to pick up these situations and try to catch back from what they lost, but it just didn't work out for them.
No, it didn't end up being enough at the end of the day, but look, they've got a heck of an opportunity in the lower bracket because they've shown that they can absolutely, I think, go toe-to-toe with kind of the rest of this kind of middle-of-the-pack in Tier 3. I think their seeding was probably fair, but they put together a heck of a day here. And as we get into the match highlights here, this is where it all kind of started. It's looked like a disaster. And then you go, hang on a second, kill onto the Victor, kill onto the Callista. Guys.
It looked good. I mean, yeah, we had the crazy fights early on, 2v2 kill for Amibro and Phantom Star onto Double and Bio. They were in good spots, but unfortunately, this is the lane where everything kind of went wrong. TF Blade was the start of the problems, and then Jensen kind of continued to drive it home. As I said previously, the individual level of play from the airport is simply just higher. But at the very least, I'm sure we'll get the replay in a little bit here. Genesis will always be able to say that he solo killed Jensen.
And Amibro and Phantom Star were able to say that they 2v2 killed in a 2-0 fashion, double lifted Biofrost.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And you know what? We cannot forget about that Baron steal from last game, so.
That true?
It's true, yeah, cracking it out with the Smite steal over Spica. Like, I do think Exodus showed a lot. I actually think this team has what it takes to pick up another win or two in this tournament. I do think Exodus has shown us some pretty good stuff so far. I expect to see them playing next weekend, depending on what their lower bracket opponent will be. Haven't gotten the chance to check that one yet. But, yeah, I think this team is good. But at the end of the day, it's just these teams are on two different tiers, right? Compared to our expectations.
Yes.
We cannot overstate how good Near Airport is expected to be. Definitely top 3 caliber, and that is the expectation.
Yeah, so we'll see how they do in the lower bracket, right? But like you said, I think they have earned themselves a lot of street cred here. I know I got my eyes turned here, right? Krakodon was kind of the player I knew the best here, but you know, guys like Genesis, Arbrio, you told me about the legend of Arbrio dropping into that game last year, dropping a 17 bomb on the Camille. So I think he will have more opportunities to be played around, hopefully, right? And get into more favorable matchups and flex his stuff, right? Into a matchup that was going to be more conducive to letting these players shine at a level that is a little more representative, right? Look, 64 teams, only 3 are going to be able to walk away and said, yeah, we accomplished our objective. 61 teams, 305 players aren't going to be able to say, yeah, we did what we set out to do. But that is nothing to be ashamed of here. As again, you see them just they do not go down without a fight.
And I do want to just take a moment. You know, we're talking about potential next matches, right? Near Airport, playing the winners of UCI versus Wardens. We could have double lift against Dantes. My expectation, though, and actually now it has been confirmed on the sheet, literally as we've been talking, UCI did 2-0 Wardens, which I was about to say.
Dang.
UCI is a team I hold in pretty high regard. I think they are a team that is actually playing for final weekend status. They could make it to those games on the 15th and the 16th. And so I am really curious. I think this is definitely the biggest test that Near Airport will have faced so far. I think Near Airport is still favored, but this is a top 10 collegiate program in the country as ranked by the CLOL Hub. And this is a team that is expected with their tier 2 experienced players to be able to push towards the top. Will Near Airport be able to continue their reign of dominance against the Anteaters? Alan, I know you might have something to say about this.
I mean, I'm an Anteater myself, and I love UCI Esports, and I think there's a lot to look out for as we do have a new roster this year. We do have Joey as, you know, a veteran coach in, I believe, in the past and his competitive experience. So he's definitely helping out the status of our team. We have Gorka, Strombus, some names that you may recognize from the past. They're, you know, also pretty veteran players as well, but, you know, since we have all these changes and all these like new, I would say, players, I think there's definitely a lot to look for going into Near Airport.
Yeah, I mean, it should be a lot of fun. Yeah, I mean, we've it's been fun to look at the bracket and see kind of how a lot of these have shaken out. Drop Dead Gaming actually upset Contingent, so the 6th seed going down. The Apex Mission Impossible Red Note game, that went Apex Mission Impossible's way, so a lot of these teams are going to be looking for revenge arcs in the lower bracket. I'm very excited for tomorrow's games, that I get to be a part of those tomorrow on the broadcast, because we are going to see some, I think, some charged gameplay in the lower bracket.
I think that is definitely a good expectation to have. I mean, Oh man, we've got so many great teams on the docket. Just to kind of run through the bracket a little bit, Respawn did take their match over Saving Private Dozer. Rest in peace to ISU Esports, by the way, who announced today that this is their last ride as a program. We have Wangs and Bikini Bottom Warriors tied up at 1-1. The Ducky Getters, everybody's favorite, the People's Champion from 2024
Yay,
summer,
I love the Duckies.
2-0 over Calamity Esports. They're going to be playing the winner of Third Party versus Slated 6, which last I heard, Slated 6 was looking pretty good. I think Hub has been dropping nukes down there on the behalf of Thin Uncle Phil. No report on Citadel versus Friendly Fellas. Flippers and YBN 1 tied at 1-1. Tempest with an expected 2-0 over Zero Animosity. No report on Titan Esports and the PP team. We have no report on Gravity versus Fisher. No report on Dog versus Grandview. Galaxy Gaming took a 2-0 over Ocean's Echo. This is a team expected to be also in that promotion hunt. Definitely one to look out for. And then 4x4, you mentioned Apex Mission Impossible. I said it on my podcast that if Apex or Red Note, either one wins that series 2-0, they put the rest of the bracket on notice. Apex 2-0 over Red Note. They're looking scary moving forward in the upper bracket.
Yeah, no, I mean, look, the rest of the game matches should be absolutely awesome. I'm excited to have the lower bracket to look forward to tomorrow. That is going to be it for us, at least today, as far as these matches are concerned. Again, check out the Battlefy. I think the command there, the exclamation point bracket should work and take you there. So yeah, I mean, I think we're wrapping up here. Final thoughts, I think, from the gang here.
I'm excited.
Yeah, I took the words right out of my mouth. I still can't emphasize enough how cool it is watching 64 teams duking it out. Direct promotion into the NACL available. No promotion tournament that you have to go through. This is it. If you are top 3, you make it in, and not only that, you might have a chance to qualify for the LTA. I know that's the stated goal of Near Airport. I know everybody else wants it here in this tournament, and they are going to have that chance. 32 teams to be eliminated tomorrow. It's going to be a bloodbath. Be sure to stay tuned, but Kimmy, I'll pass it back over to you.
All right, as we wrap up this stream, we'll be live back tomorrow on the NACL channel, where we're going to be casting in the lower bracket. We got some matches on at, I believe, 1 p.m. PST, and we also have another match later in that day at around 4 PST as well. So yeah, stay tuned and come by and stop by and support your team, support your tier 3, your future North America. So yeah, that's it for me.
Yeah, looks like it will be the agency versus High Alert, at least to start things off. And again, the reason that second match is blank tomorrow is because it will be, the winners of the losers bracket. So as the lower bracket, as teams start to get eliminated, we'll figure out the rest of the schedule. But we'll have that for you again, same time, same place tomorrow. Yo, thank you so much for being here. We really, really appreciate it. It is only going to get more hype as the stakes get higher and higher.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, that is going to do it for us here today on the NACL. As Alan said, be sure to join us here at the same time, same place, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern for all sorts of lower bracket action, where you have Gordo and Rude Dude taking you on through it. But from all of us here behind the screen at the production booth, thank you to Liga Ace for having us on to the show. I've been Hawk. That's been 4i4 and Kimmy. Have a great rest of your night.